And I restarted the recording. Here I'm going to add a little bit of avoidance, and it will be the super easy way, because if there are a lot of them that are following me, then a lot of them won't be able to hit me. Let's go to the base enemy. Let's go to the current character movement, and you will find a part of it that says avoidance. You can do avoidance with the character movement. It's super simple, and well, don't work exactly with every situation, and can have the possibility of your enemy going outside the nav mesh. And you can also do the avoidance is inside the AI controller, but takes more performance. So I'm just going to use this one. And I think here it is, character movement avoidance. Use RVO avoidance. There is a consideration radius, avoidance weights. You can add more stuff here, but we can save, compile. And they will try to avoid themselves. You see? Now they are trying to avoid themselves while trying to reach me. Now maybe 500 is too much. Oh, I died. I forgot I could die. Maybe 500 was too much, but it's working correctly, I believe. Yeah, and you can see that it avoided me very, very, very easily. Right. So I added the avoidance. Now I need to make my enemy look at me whenever it attacks me. So let's go back to the behavior tree. This is the followed an attack. Move to. I believe there was a rotate. Rotate to face blackboard entry. This is the actor to follow, and this will attack the actor. I could also add the rotation here in the actor to follow, by the way. And here in the base enemy, yeah, I think everything should be good. Save, play, and I will see if this works correctly now. Okay, like this is avoiding me, attack me, and it does rotate to attack me. Yeah, things like this can happen. I mean, it's not perfect, but if you want that to not be an issue, you will need to implement some strafing in your enemies, so they are always looking towards you whenever they move, especially when they are near you. But I'm not gonna do that. Maybe we can cover it in a stream later on, but yeah, this is more than enough for my part. I mean, the only last thing that I did want to create was in the game elements. I just wanted to create a level and game elements test, and inside of it, yeah, save it. Well, there's nothing here, right? Yeah. Okay, I'll create it from scratch. Window, environment like mixer, click on everything. There we have our light. We can have a floor, shapes, cube. Or even better, I mean, we're gonna test game elements. Might as well use the modeling tools and the cube grid. to create something. Where's the cube grid? Here, create cube grid. Now we can select everything, press E to make the floor. Well, I press Q and E, so it is the floor. Yeah, and that's pretty much it, except if we later on need to test some gameplay here, I can do it. I'm going to go back to my selection mode, going to add basic player start, gonna make it look this way. Here in the game mode, right now it's using the default game mode in the project settings, so that's cool, that's all right. And I'm going to put my reward here. Just so you know that, oh, I come here, I come to this reward, press F to get the reward, and now I win the game. Oh man, I should create a user interface for the winning of the game. I can do it very quick. We already have created user interfaces, right? Yeah, so I created this game element test level. So whenever I give this project to someone else, they can just click on the levels, which is, I mean, you're not able to find it here. Well, it's easy. Just click on the folders, filters, and where's the level? Level. Here it is, all the levels. If you don't have filters, reset filters, you can add them here. Yeah, so we have that. And it will be very easy for them to know, oh, I get the reward, and oh, I'm getting a message that I won the game. Yeah, well, they will get a win screen, don't worry. I'll get to it right now. But yeah, this is the main objective that I wanted to do in this video, was add this level, and also that last part I did. Let's create the win screen. Let's go to player. Was it player? Did I put it in player? UI, that screen. I'll take the easy way out. Grab the desk screen, duplicate it, call it win screen. Open it. You died. Here. You got the reward. Yeah, you win. Yeah, that's it. We can retry the level. We can quit. It's the same, at least for me. So I just now need to use this win screen. And if I remember correctly, let's open this by using Ctrl E or right click, edit. I'm very used to using Ctrl E. Whenever we win, we go to the game mode, win game, and we destroy this actor. So let's open win game. Instead of you won the game, create, create widget, win screen, add to viewport. And just so I can click on this, I will get the player controller, was it? Yeah, get player controller. From here, I'm going to set input mode to UI only. And the widget to focus is this windscreen, but get retry button. I'll just type get, and we should get the button, get button retry. There it is. Button retry, connected here, is stuff that we have already done before. Yeah, that's it. Compile, save, play. I get it. Press F to get the reward. We get the reward. You win. We can retry the level. It will open. Our player will give us the input again, and we can quit the game. Yeah, so now we have this test working correctly. We have a win screen. We have a reward. So I believe that for now, that will be it for me. And I will send the project to the next developer inside Unreal, which I don't know which of the two is going to get it. But yeah, hopefully you have learned a lot of blueprints and a lot of the framework and a lot of stuff. We have really done a deep dive. Any questions, you can leave it in the Discord channel. You can add me at RAM. Or well, as I pronounce it, oh, come on, English. As I pronounce it, RAM. Well, take care. I don't know if I will enter and polish some stuff. Maybe they found some bugs, but for me, at least right now, it's a goodbye.
And now it's time to do some VFX and make things look prettier. So what do we have to work with? We have a melee slash that has to have a trail and also an impact. We have projectile that could be also a trail and have an impact too. We have enemies that are gonna attack you, so again, trail and impact. We also have a price that we could modify too. And also we could add some screen that lets you know when you've been hit, right? So let's start with the trail. I already gave you some textures here, and you could be getting more as we go on and make more effects, but for now these two will do. So I already created this folder VFX, and I want to do right click, or well, create a new folder and say material, and another one and name it Niagara. So let's first create our effect, I will say, and then we can create an interesting material. So let's go Niagara. We're going to go right click, Niagara system, new system, and let's select the old sprite, simple sprite burst, and click on finish. Let's name it NS. Oh, my keyword is different. NS player trail, and let's double click to enter it. Okay, and we should make something simple because we also need to make a module script so our trail looks decent enough. But for now, let's adjust it. So we do not want to spawn as a burst. We want something that spawns per frame, right? So spawn. Oh, where is it? There we go. Spawn per frame. This is fine on one. All is cool with that. So for the rest, on initialize particle, it should probably be on a really low spawn rate. Well, sorry, on a really low lifetime. We're gonna be checking it after. For now, that's good. And we do not need a sprite renderer. We need a ribbon renderer. All right. For now, facing mode, we don't change it, although we will after. So we have our Niagara trail here. Let's try to add it. And obviously it's not gonna work, but just wanna show you. So I add my particle, and okay, I just added it to a socket, and you can see it really softly spawning here, right? And we can maybe modify the where is it? The ribbon attributes. Let's just say this is 50. Okay. And nice, right? But it's spinning with us and it's not creating a proper trail, right? Of course that we can just go here and modify it, custom side vector. We could modify the alignment, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to behave properly. So we need to create a script for it to work. And don't worry, it is not as complex as a script may sound. So I want to right click, go on effects, advance, and I want to go to Niagara parameter collection. Oh, sorry, it is not a parameter correction. I'm sorry. We erase it. Again, FX script. No wonder I didn't find it. I was thinking, what did I miss? It's on script, and we need a Niagara model script. We are creating a new model after all. So Niagara model script, and this is gonna be trail. And we double click to enter it. So in here, what we wanna say is, or well, we want to create a module that finds the middle point between, well, 2 points, like 2 bones. One could be on the base of the sword, another one on the tip. Cool, yeah. And then we also need to make that be modified by the width and everything, right? It's quite simple, so don't worry. I want to stretch this here, and I want to get 2 vectors here. Click on the plus and go on vector. This is gonna be start, and again vector, and this is gonna be end. All right, so I just want to click here and drag and type find middle point between positions. All right, cool. We place it like this. I'm gonna drag this over here. All right, so start now has this. We need to put the position B. I just wanna copy this and plug it here. I'm sorry, like that and like that. Okay, cool. Now that's basically it, you know? Now I just wanna create on the map set this tree. So I wanna say ribbon facing, it's our first one. So this indicates the direction of our ribbon. Cool. Now we also wanna say position, but careful because we need the position of the particles, not this common position. And last, we want to determine the width, right? So ribbon width. And you just plug the colors like that. And that's great, and that's the first step. It was simple enough, right? So we have created a new module. But if we try to add it here, it's not going to appear because we need to expose it. Library visibility, exposed. Apply, perfect. Now if we try to bring it in, we type trail, we can find it here. Trail. We won't do it for now. For now, this is just fine. So now we need to do another thing. We need to create a blueprint so we can add it on the animation. So when I erase this, that was just to show you. And in here, I want to say, although we should create this blueprint, a new folder. And I want to say blueprint class. We need to click on all classes and we need to find, let me type Niagara. We need to use this here, anim notify state Niagara timed effect. We select it and, well, yeah, select it. And I want to say blueprint VFX trail. Okay, perfect. And I think that this should also go here. Okay, let's enter a blueprint now. Okay, and this blueprint, we need it to work in every tick, right? So here on override, we want to say received notify tick. Okay, great. And this is also going to be simple, nothing too complex. So I want to expand this like this. And first I want to get our effect. So like this, get spawned effect. And it says time Niagara effect, perfect. Let's join the mesh comp with this. Now I wanna know, no, actually this should be fine. Okay, so set vector parameter, particle system. Oh, and yeah, it actually, it's fine. Okay, nice. So this is one. We are gonna create 2 sockets, right? So this is the first one. We still need to set up our things here. And I wanna copy and paste it because it's 2 sockets, right? We are creating a line between 2 of them. Okay, nice. So our first socket is going to be named FX start. And the second one is going to be named VFX End. All right, nice. Now let's get our socket location. It's socket location. And this, we want to make this a variable, promote to variable. And this is going to be named, I'm sorry. This is going to be named start. And same, get socket location, promote variable. This is going to be named end. And okay, cool. Now we need to, for example, here, plug it on the second one that we didn't do. And also this mesh comp needs to be on the target too. And that should be it for our effect. Hopefully I didn't confuse anything. That should be good enough. Okay, so now let's try and see if it's working or if it's not, and we need to think and see what happened. So here on particle spawn, we are free to just select Niagara model script trail. And now in here, we want to say, here, click here, and user parameter. Read from user parameters. And you can see that it's locating our socket that we created. Set user parameter. Remember, it's new user, not the other one that we used before. So they are different, right? Okay, they are kind of different locations, but it doesn't matter. This should be fine. Now let's test it on our animation and see if it's working. So right click, notify state, and you can already see this here. Blueprint VFX trail. So we click it. Let's say that the slash starts here and it ends. Hold on, it ends. Yeah, it can end there, maybe a little bit sooner. We shall see. Anyways, you see that this looks very similar to what we did before. There are no sockets that we created, only one. And that happens because they are not visible. Now they are. And we can see them there. Now, on our skeleton, I have already created some sockets. If I can find them, that is. There we go. So on this hand, where the sort is obviously, I used right click, add socket, and then modified the location and place it, right? This is here. This is here. I'm just creating 2 points, right? The trail is going to spawn, the trail will spawn between the two of them. And again, just right click, add socket, and you can press F2 to change the name, or right click and rename socket. And you just move it around and place it wherever you want, right? I'm going to erase this. Okay. So you need to type the exact names. This is not going to be like here that can kind of predict what you want. In here, it's not going to happen. So we need FXE and FXS. And we need to place the Niagara effect, right? So place it, and I just want to place it here on the root. You just need to place it somewhere. And let's see, does it appear? Nothing is showing. And we need to figure out why. Probably it's a silly mistake by my part. So in here we have our effect start. Probably, oh yeah, this parameter name needs to be the same as these ones, I think. So start and end. My bad. No, wait. We have just renamed this here. Hold on. Yeah, this is the name. Sure. Yeah, we need to rename this parameter name so it can read it. First one is start and second one is end. So start, end. Is that the name really? Start, end. Okay. Compile. I just want to save just in case. And there we go. We can see that fine, it is spawning. And if we see it from the side, we can see that, yeah, sure, it is spawning between those 2 points. And that's great. But we still see that it's spinning with our camera. But we can fix that quite easily. Just go on Ribbon Renderer And the facing mode, it needs to be a custom side vector. This is gonna use our particles driven facing attributes, which are here. So now, yeah, the trail is looking nice. Well, it's not looking nice. The material is just simple, whatever. But this is the position. This looks good. So now we should get on creating the material. So we can close this and we can definitely save everything. Please save it so we don't crash. Happens too often. And we go to material and we should create a new one. So open it up, m_sort trail, and let's enter it. For our material, this should be a fairly simple material because we have our hero here with his sword. He could definitely have a better swing, but I mean, that's up to you to modify it however you want. But if the trail is too noisy or has too many effects, then it's gonna be in our face way too much and distract us from many important things, right? So we need to make it something subtle, especially since this is a soft trail, right? Maybe if you have the Sword of Oblivion, maybe you can make a really noisy trail that goes everywhere. But this one, it's a simple melee attack. Well, not melee, you get me. It should be something really simple, right? So let's make this additive. Let's make this two-sided as well. And well, let's bring in our two textures. These two. Okay, we bring them in. Again, we're gonna be making something really simple. This is gonna be our noise, and this is gonna be our mask, right? This texture has a fade at the start, a really hard one, and a soft one at the end, right? So it doesn't get in the way of our sword, and also so it isn't hard on the end of the trail, right? That's probably too much explanation for. Anyways, so let's do this. I want to copy both of these. And I was thinking about doing some distortion, but again, maybe the trail should be simple enough. Let's see how it turns out. And if we feel like we can make something better, then we'll do it, okay? So bring in a panner. We copy it. Oh, sorry. We copy it like this. And let's plug it in. So this one on top should go on, what, 0.2? 0.2, yeah. I mean, the trail is gonna go in this direction, right? So it's nice if our noise goes on the opposite side. And at the end, again, we can just test stuff, right? Or, yeah. And this bottom one, probably it should go contrary to this one. So they kind of intersect and create a really cool effect. So minus 0.3. And let's combine them and see what happens. So combining them. All right, I want to preview it then. And live update, everything is checked. Real time, yeah. So here you see there is some time when these two textures align and create this really not cool effect. Well, you obviously don't want that for your sword swing. It's gonna be really noticeable. So it is especially more evident if we place them at the exact same speed, right? Yep, not cool. So the way that we can solve that is, sure, if we put a tree, they're not going to meet each other, and we can also say this is just 0.1. Oh, sorry, 0.1. There is still some place when they meet, huh? Oh no, this is actually cool. Okay, and I wanna say minus 0.13, so they are still different. This may be too much noise, but let's see how it looks, okay? So I wanna stop reviewing, and I wanna use this texture now. So I wanna bring in a power. Oh, sorry. A power. Plug this here. And if we preview this, if we keep incrementing the exponent here, our trail is going to be shorter and shorter. So if we press 5, you can see how it starts shrinking, right? So we can play around with that if we need to. But maybe 2 here is fine, and we can modify it if we need it. All right. Now let's multiply them together. Okay. And, just plug it on emissive and we should try it. So, it's looking fine. I don't like that. That there are such big hole shapes in here. I don't particularly enjoy that. But maybe we won't notice it on our trail. I mean on action. So let's test it. Oh, we haven't applied the material yet. Okay. So let's apply it. And let's test it. Well, actually, it works. It gives the trail speed. We could even make it softer so it doesn't get that in the way of things, but it's not looking bad. Let's keep working on it though. So I'm thinking, obviously we need to multiply it by a particle color and so many things, right? So it has a nice fade. But what if we add some refraction to it? Now you may think, but we talked about not giving it too much noise. And obviously putting refraction is going to be a lot of noise. But after all, it's a sword swing, right? So maybe it gives it a nice effect. Let's test it out, all right? And see if it works. And this is fairly simple. Just hold L and bring in a lerp. Plug this on the alpha. And just plug this on, oh, it's not here. So click here, type refract, and here on refraction method, just go on index of refraction. And now we can place it on refraction here. Well, you can see that it's squared and it doesn't look good at all. Well, we can fix it by putting 1 on A. And there we go. But I can't see the refraction really. So I want to erase this emissive color. I just leave the refraction. Can we see it? No. Let's increase this alpha, this B. There we go. We can definitely see it here. This may be way too much. But actually, let's try it. So go here. Oh, it's loading. Yeah, it may be a little bit too much. We need to tone it down, but I think that it could add a nice color to our, well, not color. It could add a nice effect to our trail. So probably on 2, which is, you can still see it here. Maybe that's good enough, Okay, so let's create a particle color. Particle color is here. We want to multiply, or no, actually erase. Just plug this directly here. And on opacity, we do want to multiply the alpha by this. And just plug it here. And let's test it out together. Stay away from me. It's loading. Okay, I like this. Again, we could make it softer, which we probably will. Yeah, we probably will. So let's keep improving upon that. I want to say it's 1.2. And the color will modify it on this trail. But right now I want to test some other things. So we have our hero here. If this hero starts hitting this geometry, or even the enemies, we're gonna see that the trail makes a really heavy intersection between the object and, well, the trail, right? So we need to modify some more things to it. Let's go on the material, and for the opacity, we want to say depth fade. This little node is gonna, I wanna multiply them both. This is gonna help us just in case that our trail intersects anything, or well, the material intersects any geometry, there is gonna be a fade amount, right? Which is 100 between the trail and the enemy. You can see it here. Yeah. Now you see that the trail is softer because it's totally colliding, right? If we go away, it starts to go stronger. Okay, that makes it a little bit better. That's cool. Now let me test a couple more things that could make things better. I see that the lines are perhaps a little bit too noisy, you know? They are perhaps a little bit too noisy. So let's see. This may not work as intended, so let's see how it goes. Okay, we are stretching them. No, maybe 0.1. Okay, that's more speedy. Does that create less noise? A little bit, right? What if we do the opposite? We're testing things anyway, so we may end up with something that we like, or we may not. Now it's thicker, and let's see if this is what we need. Now, you know, it doesn't make enough of a difference, to be honest. So I'm just gonna go here on the trail, and I wanna say here, color. We already have 0.1, so surely 0.1 is fine. The color, I want to make it a curve. So curve. And I want this to fade out earlier. I don't want it to wait until second 1 for it to go completely black. Maybe I want 0.8, and also here 0.8. That makes it fade quicker, and maybe that's what we want. Yeah. Well, I enjoy this. This is better. Yeah, I see the refraction. Cool. It kind of distorts some things really quickly, which gives a nice effect. And I think that that's enough for our material. I mean, we could make it tighter here, but it's up to you if you want to make something like that. The refraction is fine, the depth fade is fine. You know, we could even just have one of these and not the whole thing. Let's test it out. This is too strong though. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, it's also fine. Quite honestly, having both or having none, it's just fine. Wanna bring in a power. And we have the same thing. We're just making the blacks blacker. This is the last test because I think this trail is fine. Now it's barely perceptible. Okay, so we just stay like how we were doing, and this looks good enough. If we come up with something later on, or if maybe while fighting we notice something, we can modify it. But for now, this is looking quite nice. Oh, and of course, there is something that we are still not doing. And I know that this refraction is very soft, and that's why you cannot see it entirely. But I wanna show you something. So I wanna get rid of both of these. And oh, sorry, I don't want this to be the full lit, just unlit. Okay, so we're just leaving the refraction here, right? And I wanna say it's not 0.2. Let's make it a 10. And I apply it. And just for testing's sake, I want to say this is a 2, okay? We're going to revert it. You don't need to do this. Okay, so sort out. Okay, you see how hard this thing vanishes? It's like it doesn't really vanish at all until it shrinks, you know? It's not like color, like it fades away softly. This just abruptly ends. And this is gonna happen with all of your, how do you call it? With all of your refractions, unless you modify it through your particle system, right? Okay, so I now need to undo the damage I did. So 1.2, and here this was gonna be 1. You know, maybe you have some slow-mo effects. Maybe you want the trail to last longer. I don't know how you're gonna make your game. So we need to show this just in case. So we have our opacity fading away softly through this particle color, right? If we see it here, it's fading away, right? 0, 1, cool. And before we put this one, it was on scale color, right? It starts at 1 and it fades away, right? Great. So let's do the same. We need to bring something that can be modified through particle system. The same thing here. So just type dynamic parameter. And we want to expand this on param names. And this is going to be refraction. And what is controlling our refraction? Remember, it's B, right? We put 10 and it's really strong. We put 0 and it doesn't happen. So just plug it in and apply it. Okay, now on particle update, I want to say dynamic material parameters. And we can see here, refraction. Now let's make it a curve so we can modify it through time. So curve, float from curve. And do you remember what was the value we had? It was 1.2, right? This is the strongest of the value for this trail, or well, that I want, right? I just want it to be 0.2. And I want it to fade away as it goes to 1. Of course, I also want this to be a curve, so I circle both and go on auto. And okay, it's a curve, nice. So now, do I, well, I'm not gonna show you, but you can kind of get now how this is gonna tone down our refraction so it looks better. Okay, never mind, I'm gonna show you. Just for, just to show it, you know, let's do it. Okay. Oh, we need to make it stronger through here. So dynamic, the 1 is gonna be, okay, 5. And let's test it out. Come on, fade away. Now you see how softly it faded away. That was pretty cool. 10 seconds is probably too much. 2 seconds. Yep, it fades away way softer, and you can make it even softer if you modify the 1 to 0 values, right? But that's up to you. Okay, so let's go back to it. I hope you didn't do any of this. Okay, this was 0.1. Again, it all depends on how you want to create your trail, right? To zone this graph, I just press F inside of it, just left click on F, and this was 1.2. Okay, I think I want to save, thank Lord. I think we're done with the trail, and quite honestly, our enemy trail is going to be, yeah, this is looking fine. Let's go on slow-mo. Yeah, this is looking fine. Oh, okay, there's something there. We may not notice that in game, but the trail is lasting too long on this animation. It should end around here, probably. You could see how it was overlapping with the sword, right? So let's see. Okay, looking nice. Still a little bit, I feel. Let's try again. Yeah, that was a little bit better. Just slightly. That's great. Oh, a little bit more. Well, you can tweak it however you see fit. All right, if you want it to be perfect, you can do it. I can spend hours trying to do this. But I think that this is looking quite nice for our just basic trail. Something soft that doesn't bother too much. Maybe it should not be the same case for the enemy, although there are going to be plenty of enemies attacking us, so probably it is the same trail, you know? And it's gonna be shown differently because in this camera we just see it in front of us, but the enemies, we can see them whole attacking us, right? Or maybe we could just go on this material and create an instance where we control this power and make the enemies be one, so the trail is longer. We could do a lot of things. And probably, usually the simplest way is the better, right? Especially if you're creating a basic combat. And both allies are just basic enemies, right? Alright. We should add the trail also to our enemies. So let's duplicate. Let's change the name. This is gonna be enemy. Let's enter, and the first distinction that I want is for this to be red, right? Maybe something really emissive, like a 5. And is this a 5? Yeah, everything's cool. Okay, nice. Probably for now this is fine. Now let's find where our enemies are. So characters, sort enemy, demontage. I see that we have 2 animations. So let's enter the first one. And we need to, well, first of all, we need to create the sockets. So let's enter our skeleton. And the sword is on the right hand. So let's search for right. This is left. This is right. I see hand, weapon, right? We grab weapon and create 2 sockets. First one, I made it here. Second one here. Remember to just move them around, right? I think this is good enough. Probably you can find better names than me. And once this is done, we can go here, right click, notify state, VFX trail. We add our new trail on root, and we can say FX1, and this one is FX2. So how is it looking? There are problems here, I see. Let's make it go slower. Oh no, it's actually fine. But why does it look like that when it's fast? Probably it's just my imagination. One more time. Yeah, I think this is fine. All right. It could be brighter, you know? Could definitely be brighter. I'm just looking at it to see if there is no issue. No, it's fine. We should make it last longer too. So, what? 0.5? Is that way too much? I think this looks very good. But let's play around with the tones a little bit, you know? Maybe that can make it better. Yeah. I want to test some things, if you allow me. So let's go on enemy trail. Let's go on our sword trail. And I want to make a... I want to make some tests. So probably we duplicate it. I was thinking about making an instance. But... enemy trail. I don't want to modify anything because the trail for our hero looks good enough. Or well, good. So I don't want to change anything there. But more noticeable is gonna be when the enemy attacks, right? because it's lingering for longer and things like that. So texture coordinate, I want to make it wider and see what happens. So 0.2, yeah, 0.1, something like that. And also the power, I need to make it so longer. So how does that look actually? Oh, let's add our new material on our enemy trail. So how does that look? Well, it is certainly different, right? But it's the noise is too big, so that does not look good at all. I do not like it. I could just go like this though. A little bit more 8. No, no, that's too much repetition. No, we probably just go on 1, 1. And this one does the same. Yeah. We could probably add more speed though, and maybe that can make it a little bit different. We don't want to make it so different though. Probably that's good enough. So let's see what happens. Oh, we didn't apply it. And I want to save just in case. All right. You know, I think that looks good enough. Let's see what happens when we see them in first person. So bring it. Oh, we didn't add it on one animation. I mean, we only added it on one animation. We need to add it on 2. Which is the other one though? I cannot recall. So I'm gonna go on sort enemy here. Oh, it was attack 2A. Okay, whatever. So again, right click. We should have copied it so we don't do all of this. All right. What is done, I guess. So root fx fx1 fx2. Yep. We shall see how the refraction affects our gameplay too. So attack me. Okay, refraction is fading too slow, because I can still see it on my face even after the attack is finished. Well, now I died. But yeah, I can see that these slashes are looking cool. Okay, I like it. But we need to go on the enemy trail, on the dynamic materials, and I don't want this to end at 1. I want it to decay faster, so probably 0.5. Probably that's better. It's all about testing anyway, right? So let's see. Yeah, I think that's better. Yeah, that's way better. We could even do it a little bit more. But this distortion, it's looking quite nice. Okay, I enjoy that. That's really good. We could even go one step further and add some erosion at the end. But I think that we are overcomplicating it, and this looks fine. Fine enough. All right. So our next step either could be receiving hits from the enemy with that red feedback on the screen. Could be the feedback from our hits too. That could be it. Or we can just do the projectile just for fun, because I think that's gonna be fun to make. Yeah, let's take a small break and do the projectile, and then we can continue doing the hit effects. Yeah, let's do that. Now for the trail, well, let's shoot. I can see that, okay, it's a spell that you can spam, so probably we won't be making something huge, like a huge graphically noisy, impressive trail. It's just something pleasing to look at, something simple. So probably, again, a trail material, some sparks, probably a core, something fun to look at. So let's try that. Let's, well, we have here some textures, fine. They may increment later on, as I told you. Let's go on material and right click, material, m underscore trail, or actually spell trail. Maybe that's better. Now, I want this to be emissive and also to be unlit. So, sorry, emissive, sorry, additive and unlit. To set it, I think it's fine. Okay, so first of all, we want our particle color. And this is going to be plugged directly onto the emissive. We're not doing any work on the emissive color, just directly on the opacity. And let's bring in both our trail, this speed, and this sort gradient. 3 of them. We're going to be using all of them. So this to give some kind of, or well, we can actually use a line gradient or just a mask, a component mask. Let's see how it goes. So first our trail, and this is gonna distort it, right? Something extremely simple. So hold P for panner, plug it on the UVs. I wanna say this is -2, maybe. And of course we cannot preview it, but I wanna say that, or maybe not yet, just plug it on the opacity. And okay, it's flying away really fast, which I think it's fine because the trail is going to go really fast too, but we could change it after anyways, right? Now let's add the distortion. So multiplication 0.1, we add it to a texture coordinate, plug it in, and here coordinate. Okay, we can already see the distortion going on. That looks fine. I wanna add some panning speed to this one too though. So P again, UVs, and what? -0.8. That is looking cool. We may make it slower later. But again, this is gonna be a really simple material anyways. So I wanna grab power. And if you don't want to put another texture, just go for a component mask, just isolate R, and just keep working on there, right? And you put a coordinate here, whatever. But let's just use our texture. And we plug the power here. We grab our R, and I wanna say that this power is 1. We may change it because with 1 nothing happens, right? But let's see what happens. So now we have this nice fade, sure. What if we press 2? Okay, it fades even more and it looks softer. Let's see how the trail looks once we have it in action though. And I want this trail to also have refraction, right? To maybe leave a really cool refraction trail as it is flying. That will be really cool. So let's click on the stack here and type refer and activate here refraction method, index of refraction, and this we want another multiply for the alpha, multiply it to this, and then hold L for the linear interpolation, plug it on the alpha, and then this goes on refraction. Don't forget to put 1 on A, and in here probably 10, but we will see again how the particle behaves, right? We can make an instance for the B or whatever. Okay, but I think this is fine enough, and we can see the refraction on the background looking pretty nice. So I think this is good enough for our material, at least for the trail one. So let's create now our particle system. Right click, Niagara system. I wanna select sprite burst, Niagara system underscore projectile. And okay, let's add our new material. I think it's looking cool. But anyways, we do not need a sprite renderer, right? We need a ribbon. So erase it. And why did we put the material, you ask? Well, I really wanted to see how it looked. Anyways, since we cannot see it here. So we have here our spiral trail. Our facing mode is just fine. We're not going to be making a really complicated trail anyways. So this is good. Now we need to go on initialize particle, and we do need to modify some things. So probably the trail needs to live for a really short time. It is constant. We are not putting anything random. It's just a constant trail, which is cool. Now on the ribbon width, we may need to change this. For now, we can say 40, just as a base, right? So we can modify how thick it is. And well, I kind of want to preview it now. So span burst, we erase it and we select span per unit. And this span per unit, well, we just unlimit it, uncheck it, and just say it's 1. Now, here on our magic projectile, let's bring this here and place it on our sphere. Just actually there. Okay. So now it should be okay. Let's test it out. And well, I really enjoy the refraction against the floor, against the geometry. That looks really nice. The trail lines are looking good too, although they may be a little bit too fast. We may check that if we find that too bothersome. Let's add some color though. So color. So here, let's make this a curve so we can modify it through time. And let's go here, 3. Yeah, I think this is looking fine enough. And as it dies down, I want it to be some kind of yellow, dark yellow. Let's try it. Yep, I think that's looking quite nice. I'm enjoying the color. If we need something brighter as we go on, we shall modify it. Anyways, let's add some kind of fire to our trail. So we already have some more textures here. I want to say material m underscore fire noise, maybe. I am really bad at names. So additive, unlit. I want to say this is two-sided. And I want to bring in these two textures. And our goal with this, well, I don't want to make some detailed fire or anything. I just want some spark that has a lot of edges that can give a nice shape to our trail, right? So let's make the usual. I want to distort this texture. So we multiply it, 0.1, we add it to a texture coordinate, and we place it here. So nothing is going to happen because we don't have a panner, and panner, hold P, and we can say that this is minus 0.8. So, I mean, I think this can work, but what if we make this radial value? Yeah, I think that this flows a little bit better. Yeah. Yeah, definitely this flows a little bit better. And if we have any hard edge, we can, yeah, around here, something kind of happens. So let's multiply it by a radial gradient. like so. And yeah, I think this is fine. If it's too much for you, you can just change the radius, maybe 0.45. Maybe this is good enough, you know? I enjoy this more. Okay. Anyways, and that's it, quite honestly. Let's I'm sorry, I'm stuttering on my words. So this goes on opacity, unplug this, and just a really simple material. Particle color. So this goes directly here. And the alpha needs to be multiplied like so. And to here. And that should be it. So let's go on our projectile, add emitter, simple sprite burst. We can rename this to fire noise. Okay. Hate that name. Sprite renderer. And we need to make it go around our trail. Imagine that it's right here in the middle, right? And it's a circle, so, or well, it's the shape of. So let's try to make it go around there. Okay, so first, this is spawn rate. Oh, and of course, this is also GPU. And bounce, I think dynamic is, no, fixed. Let's just make it like so. Sorry. If we find that it's too much, that we see it from too far away, or that we don't see it, we can modify this and see how it goes. Spawn rate, let's say it's 100, and maybe that's fine. And now let's find also, well, the shape, right? Let's just say shape location. That's definitely way too much. So probably just something like 20. Something small. Now let's modify the particle, the initialized particle, right? So these are sparks that are going around our trail. And it will make sense for them to be random, right? So they all don't die at the same time and it looks really boring. That gives it more flow, sure, but they are all the same size, so it's basically the same. Random uniform, let's say it's 20 and 40. Maybe. They are still really big. Thing is, I think that I want them big like this and then shrink quickly so they don't generate that much noise from short range, right? But when it spawns, maybe I want them a little bit gathered together, maybe. Okay, so we can modify that later on, but I also want some kind of velocity, right? And let me think, do we need to move this emitter too? No, it's fine. We don't need to move it. But we should add some velocity for sure. So add velocity and 100 here. Yeah, something like that. Oh, and maybe just 5 on C so it doesn't go too high. Yes, something like that. Something like that. Let me see. So we also don't want this to spawn once, right? Probably just infinite until our particle ends. Yep, that's good. If you see that it's cutting, it's because of our limit of the emitter, right? But it's gonna be, oh, sorry, it's not multiple, it's infinite. Yeah, now it cuts on the end. Yes. Okay. Anyways, let's continue. So we have the velocity and it goes backwards. I want to see how that looks. Yeah. Okay, nice. So it kind of follows the projectile, right? I think that's cool. Now, obviously we see that they are spawning all in the same shape too, right? And we definitely need to modify that. So initialize particle. On the rotation mode, just make it random. We don't really mind uh, if they are just heads down, right? That's fine. Now you may be a little bit bothered about the velocity on this, and don't worry, we'll get to it. So scale sprite size, all on all caps, gelling, and we just want to invert this. So when it spawns, it is 1. When it dies, it is just, okay, 0.1, right? And it's just shrinking really fast, and that's nice. Let's make this a curve though. Okay, that's looking sweet. Now let's add some curl noise. Again, we're just treating these as sparks basically, right? Curl noise, we probably make it really strong. Well, not that strong, but 100? Is it listening to us? 100 here? I think that's looking cool enough. Okay. Okay, that's just way too much. Okay, so maybe like that is good enough. We can keep on tweaking it as everything, but that's fine. Now for the final touch, or well, this definitely needs a drag and also some kind of gravity to pull everything down. What if it's 5? Yeah, this has a nice flow, but I realized that they spawn way too abruptly. This is not enjoyable at all, so we need to modify the alpha of the color a little bit after. Gravity. And let's pull it down just slightly. This is too much. Minus 100. Let's test everything that we're doing. Maybe it's all for nothing. I mean, yeah, but at the same time, no. Sure, it's accompanying it, but I think the radius is too small. I don't really enjoy this too much. Maybe the curl noise is too much too, and that is disrupting some things. That could be it. Let's put some color before we continue doing more things though. So color, and it's the normal color, curve, and this, let's make it a bright red. So again, 3, like that could be it. Here we can start changing it up a little bit. And then as it dies down, we can say, oh, I'm really sorry. Yeah, I think this gives it a nice touch, but maybe on the middle, we need to modify it a little bit more. Like that. Well, let's say it's good for now, but we do need to modify the alpha of it. So when it starts, let's say it's 0, but then at at time 1, of course, opacity 1, time 0.1, it lights up, and now we don't see any harsh appearances at the start, which helps, right? We could make it smoother, like for example, we can say this is at 0.5, and this is way smoother now. Maybe too much smoother, but it's gonna be up to you at the end, right? Let's see how that looks. Yeah, it's like magical. I like it, but again, the radius is too small, so let's increase it. Was 100? No, 100 is too much. 50, and even so, it may be too much. Now it looks like leaves or something. Well, actually, not bad. I kind of enjoy it. All right, let's add one more detail, I think. And I'm sure that you were annoyed by this. Let's just disable this sphere. So I just want to make it invisible. We can erase it after, just in case. And let's make some sparks. I want to erase this and this. And I want to create like a sheet of sparks, something interesting. So let's do it. We have here a new texture, 2x2. And actually, again, the material is gonna be simple too. So this is gonna be sparks. Once again, additive and unlit. Or actually, make it lit. Two-sided. Let's bring in our texture. And the simplest thing ever. Just particle color. We add it here. Multiply this and this. We could add like a power if we want to modify that, but I don't think we do. And for base color, we want to hold 3. Just put some cool reddish to accompany our effect. Probably like a 10. Yeah. Well, no. Did it work? Yeah, it worked. Okay. Okay, 3. Not that color though. All right, that is gonna add some cool glow to it. Fine. But quite honestly, this is it. So let's add a new noise, and I think that we just copy this. We just copy this, change this material. We can see that many things are appearing here, not intended. So we need to divide this 2x2, right? And right in here, sub UV image size, this is 2x2. Fine. But now it's just spawning 1, right? It's just the same thing. So we need to go on particle spawn and type sub UV. We take the sub UV animation. We want to say this is random, spawn them randomly. First frame is 0, second one is 3. That makes it 4, right? 4 frames. And sprite renderer, there we go. That's all what we need to do. Now they are spawning on different sub UVs, right? If we take away this shape, yeah, sure, we see many shapes appearing, so cool. Let's make them definitely smaller though. And we can make more of them too. So 10 and 15. Are we gonna notice them? We shall see. Color, this needs to be a really pure red, I think. Maybe even brighter, We could add some eye adaptation to our settings to... I'm not sure. We shall see. Probably like that. So how does it... Let's make the radius bigger, I believe. So 100? Maybe. Maybe it's too much. Let's test it out. I believe that the radius isn't increasing. Is it? Radius 1K. Oh, it is, but it's a really weird scale. 200, maybe? Yeah, something like that, I think this is looking good enough. We could add actually some more punch to it, right? Some more color to it. Let's erase this, and the color, Just give it a 20. I think that should be okay. Our sparks are way too small now, though, aren't they? Oh, now it's huge. That's so weird. Do I need to restart my Unreal? Could be, right? Okay, now we can... Oh, it's stuck on 1K. My bad. 200. Okay. Well, that's looking way cooler. And it's a really simple fire spell that is not gonna clutter us a lot. Oh, but when we walk in front of it, I can see it on my face, and that's not cool. And the guild is this one. So for our opacity, we need a depth fade. And there we go. Okay, that's way better. It's not overlapping us anymore. Okay, cool. So that's good enough for our fire. And now we should make an impact hit to it, right? Something cool. Something not so big, of course, just as it trails. Something that looks nice, simple, right? Not that much noise. All right. All right, so I close a few windows and it's time to make the hit VFX for the fire projectile. And for that, I think we can have some fun with distortion. Again, so let's go, well, no more level. Let's go on material, let's right click, material, M underscore, I'm just gonna name it hit distortion. Let's open it up. Let's make this additive and lit. And we don't need to make it two-sided, or maybe we do. Okay, just two-sided, fine. If it causes troubles, we can check it out later. So particle color, our main one, we plug it in here. And now we want to make like a distortion that happens again once the fire hits the enemy, right? And I was thinking making something clean, maybe something like a disk distortion, right? We could be trying and make a distortion with the shape of a fire or something like that, right? But that will make too much noise. Again, this is a spell that we can spam, right? All the time. So if, for example, we make a distortion with this shape, and there are going to be many flame hit effects, this is just going to be too much. Or this one, it's just too much, right? So let's make something clean, something simple. Let's bring in a radial gradient. Actually, two of them. We want to make a sphere, well, a disk. A circle? Anyways, we need to subtract them. So subtract, join them together. We can see that nothing is happening because they are the same size, so they are canceling each other, right? So we need to hold one, create two constants, place them on radius and on density. Now you can see some stuff happening, right? Because the radius is 0, so there's nothing being subtracted or subtracted. I would say like this. Well, nothing appears because we have 0 density. Our density is 5. Yep, exactly like that. Maybe a little bit thinner, like that. Sounds nice. Because 0.5 is, I think, the basic radius for this one, so I think that this is good enough. Anyways, I believe that maybe we can make this a little bit stronger. So hold M for multiply. Let's just multiply it by 5. This stronger, cool. And you know, I think that's it. We go here, we place this on opacity, and sure, we have our sphere there. Nice. Now let's go here, type ref, and same thing, right? Refraction method, index of refraction, and we want to do the same trick that we did before. So we bring in a lerp, and this lerp we join it, I think, before we multiply this by 5, maybe here. This is the alpha. And again, remember, for A it is 1, and the B, well, I want to modify this in our Niagara editor, right? Unlike the trail that is just gonna vanish with the effect, this one I need to vanish it softly because it's gonna be bigger. You're gonna be able to notice it more, right? So let's bring in a dynamic parameter here, and the first one we want to say distortion, and we plug it here, and the rest of it we just connect everything. And can we see anything really? Well, we cannot, and I'm gonna explain to you. So if this value is 1, we don't see anything. If it's more than 1 or less than 1, we're gonna start seeing distortion, right? There you can see a little bit. If you go 10, you can clearly see the distortion there, right? So in case you go to your Niagara system and you put 0, so you want it to vanish and it doesn't vanish, it's because it needs to be less than 1, right? 1, nothing appears, and for now, this is great. We want that, okay? So I think this is it for the material. We save, of course. Let me save just in case. And let's make our system now. So Niagara system. This one is gonna be a hit VFX. So a simple sprite burst, once again, my favorite. NS, this is gonna be fire hit. We open it up, and there we have. Let's add our material. And there we go. And right now we cannot see anything. And I'm not sure if it's a bug or if it's intended, but the way that we can, oh, of course, we should add our dynamic parameter anyways. It's on 0, so you should still see something. We can just put 10, but you don't see anything. So two things. Our particle needs to be in movement for you, in order for you to see the distortion, right? I don't know if it's a bug or not. And the other way that you solve it is that you change the alignment and just make it face a certain direction. And then as you pan the camera around, you can see the distortion. Maybe you cannot see now because it's following you. I'm not too sure about that. But if you wonder why it's not appearing in your effects, that's the workaround, right? Or maybe it's not a workaround. I don't know. I have no idea. Anyways, we should definitely continue though. So this is gonna be again a hit VFX, and it should depict power when it hits, right? When a fire spell hits, it should depict power. So let's start modifying it little by little. I will say let's add a scale sprite size, and we already have a curve here. I want to say that yes, it starts really slow, but maybe at 0.1, yeah, it can do something strong like this, like really sudden. Let's preview it on our map and see actually how it is looking. All right. So if you want to quickly preview something like this, you can just quickly do it like that. Okay, so it's too small, obviously. Let's say it's 200. Is that huge? Yeah. Again, this spell is gonna be everywhere, or well, you can spam it, so we don't want this to be huge either. Just remember that, right? Okay, maybe 120. That looks a little bit better. We may tweak it as we go, anyway. Anyways, so what should we do next? I think that this scale is, or well, of course, we don't want it to stay still like this, right? We want it to fade away. So let's add another key. And I want to say 1, 2. That takes away the power from it. You can clearly tell. But hold on, I'm going to say 0.5. But I'm sure that if we make it go away faster, we can solve this. Hold on. 5, 3. Yeah, this makes it 3 times as big, but 0.2. So it has power and then it fades away. We may not want this, so we erase it. Okay. I feel like we will need to tweak this, but okay, it's fine. Let's continue and keep moving. So right now we can see that actually, let me make this infinite so it repeats and we can test it better. Right now it follows you, right? And as I told you, you see no distortion. So let's go here in particle spawn and type align, and it is sprite facing and alignment. And this, well, we activate only the top one. And right now you see that now that it has alignment, the distortion activates, right? Okay. I don't want it to be simulated, just local inside the particle system. And I want to say, this is fine? Yeah, this is fine. The distortion looks ugly, but we're gonna fix that. But I want it fixed on a direction. And this is good. Just wondering, hold on, if I do this, yeah, it's a diagonal. But, oh, sorry. Yeah, that's what we want. All right. So let me see. Oh yeah, the distortion, right? Let's make this a curve so we can modify it through time. Okay. So it starts at 1. That's not what we want. It starts at 2. So the distortion is activated as soon as it appears. Maybe at 3. And as it fades away, that I want it to be at 0.5, it becomes 1. So it goes away, right? How does that look? I feel like it needs a little bit more power. And also it needs to live way less. Maybe that's what we needed after all. For it to live like 0.4. Although now we see no animation, right? Because it's just too fast. Yeah, we didn't do it properly, so let's do it properly now. 0.2. Yep, that's what we were looking for. Although we could add a little bit more of animation to it so it looks better. I'm just worried that we are gonna make too much noise. Let's make the loop be shorter to 0.8 so it repeats faster. No, you know, this is what we are looking for, I think. It's fast. It's it doesn't cause that much noise, and at the same time it can also be impactful. Okay, nice. Yeah, so let's continue with that. Let's continue working on this sphere. So let's say that this is emissive and also red. So maybe a 3, 0, and 0. Yeah, it's... Although we could also work on the shape of this circle. Maybe give it a little bit more noise. Just a little. I don't know. So many doubts. Okay, for now, this is fine. Let's give it some flames though, and I would like to take the flames from our projectile. At least the same material and some behavior. So it's this, yeah, it's these flames. I wanna copy this, and here paste it, and I wanna erase this. All right, so, okay, nice. First of all, we do not want this shape location at all. We do not want this velocity. We want the sub UV, sure. Sprite size is fine. The curl, the drag, sorry, curl, drag, gravity, we can erase it. Let's see the particle without that many modifications, so we can modify it little by little and see the picture clearer, right? Let's add some velocity first. So this is an impact, right? And this impact is gonna splash the particles everywhere. Hold on. Let's erase this. And all right, don't want this to be infinite. It's just once. Spawn rate no, because we want some a quick hit, right? So we want a burst. Spawn burst instantaneous. Let's just spawn what? 100. Something like that, but way faster and also in a bigger radius, right? And I don't like our these sparks to fade away in this clear color. I dislike that. Could be like that. Or maybe they lit up at the end. Okay, that's a little bit better. You can modify it however you want anyway. But let's continue. Oh, we are previewing this, right? So we can say it once now. Okay. And loop duration 1. Loop duration, just in case to make it ordered. All right. Anyways, let's add a shape location. So it isn't from a single point in the middle. Let's pull this up here. 100. Although this is looking cool, but I don't think this is what we need for this effect. Yeah, see, it's just a sphere, right? This isn't working. We can actually, we should make a cylinder, not a sphere. So cylinder, and we can see this orientation. We don't want that. The distribution. How did we rotate it? The midpoint radius. Okay, so height 0, like that. Now we need to change the orientation. Was it this? No, it wasn't that. Distribution. No. The midpoint? It wasn't. I cannot recall how to make it. How to. I'm sorry, that hurt. How to rotate it? Oh, rotation mode. Was it? Was it this? Local. Offset mode. Default. No, it's not the offset. Known. Can we say? Oh, yeah, that was it. Okay. But we need it on a different direction. So it's 0, it's 1. And that's the same one as our sphere or circle or whatever. Okay, cool. Now let's make it smaller. So 30, 40, 50. Something like that. And let's make it smaller. Let's say 4 and 7. Now, we have a couple of things that we can do. We can give it more velocity. We can make it have a curl noise. And we should also have a different set of sparks that show more strength and more impact on the heat, right? So these are the small particles that are just flying around, being fan and hold on. Okay, so 0.2. No, sorry. 2 and 4. Yeah, smaller. Let's have it curl noise force. Let's give it more strength. 200 actually. No, it's too much. What if we make these sparks to remain on the spot for a little bit after the impact has gone through? That, I think that could be really cool. So let's make them linger a little bit longer. 2 and 1.5. That sounds like, well, that looks like it could be a nice look. What if we also push them a little bit behind once that force has happened? So acceleration force, and we can say minus 200 here. That's too much. Minus 30. Yep. So that gives them a little bit more direction. I think this is looking nice. So now let's make those long velocity sparks that hit. So let's go here. Fire noise again. Let's hide this. We know how they look, so that's fine. And let's create those sparks that change shape with velocity, right? Something like speed sparks. And well, we should erase all of these. And scale sprite size is probably fine. Velocity is also probably fine. We probably want it faster, but okay, this is okay. Anyways, so here, scale sprite size by speed. And we probably want this to be the minimum scale factor to be at 2. And we cannot see much right now. And that's because we lack two things. We lack speed and we lack telling our sprite renderer to be able to be deformed with speed, right? Because right now, if you go to the sprite renderer, it says the alignment, well, it's just automatic based on what we have, but we need it to be velocity aligned. That way they can change with our speed, right? And the facing mode, we probably want a custom. I'm not sure yet. For now, velocity align is fine. Now you can see that they have a little better shape. What if we select this like this? And now again, you can see that they are scaling based on the orientation and the speed that they have, right? This may look nice. We need less of them though. It's just a couple of them, like 50 maybe. So maybe we probably need them bigger and brighter, but let's take it slow. So first, our velocity, 500. We can't even see them fly away, which is good. We want them to spawn really fast. And then we add a drag, and this drag can be 10 maybe. 15. Yeah, I mean, this could be nice. This could be nice, but what if we let go of this tight drag on them? Let me see. So we make it a curve. And let's say that the initial drag is really strong, right? It's 12. And then maybe at 0.2 it's 0. Not quite. 0.5. Yeah, something like that. So it puts a hard brake on them, but then quickly it fades out, so they can still like kind of slide over, which I think it's a nice touch. We can make this cylinder even shorter. Let's see how the whole effect looks together. And you know, right now I'm suddenly not so convinced about this circle, and I'm gonna explain to you why. I mean, I could just edit this part and just give you the result, but I think it's important for you to know why some things are not working. And well, of course we need to make more modifications here, but so far this circle is just adding too much noise to our effect. Well, keep in mind that our sparks already add a lot of noise. So maybe we either make it softer or we get rid of it altogether. Yeah, I just came with that thought. Anyways, so let's make them thicker. And in here, I think we can just do a 1, maybe a 3 here. This could be fine. This could be okay. And I don't want our sparks to shrink in the way that they are shrinking. Right now, they shrink in all directions, right? So they get both thinner and also shorter, if that makes sense. But I just want them to get thinner on the sides, not so much on the base. So they remain long and they disappear. So let's go from here, scale sprite size, and well, we don't want a uniform curve anymore. We had a 1 and a 0.1. Okay, so let's make it a non-uniform curve. So now we should test some things. I'm grouping them both like this, and just saying 1, and this was 0.1. That's how it was before. Fine. But I think we need to change the Y, so I'm just gonna isolate it. And I don't want this to fade away. Yeah, something like that. And also it's just getting too thinner, I believe. Or maybe not, you know? Okay, that, and also I want some difference in the speed. If you notice right now, this arc is like a complete, well, it's not an arc. This is just a circle, right? And this middle is just empty. We need some difference in our velocity so we can add a more organic look. I want to go here and type random. Was it 500? I cannot recall. 400 maybe? 400 and 0. Okay, I don't like that at the mid so much. So maybe 100. Was it 500? Yeah, I think this looks quite neat, to be honest. This looks nice. How does it look with our whole effect, though? You can barely notice it, right? And it's also staying sticked. So we definitely need to fix this. Maybe the drag at the end was just too much, you know? But if we put this drag, this is suddenly not so fast. Okay. So I'm thinking, what if we just say this is 300 and we erase this drag? It's not giving the results that we want, or well, that I want right now. I want them to be way faster and then they stop slowly, but that they need to look a little bit more organic than this. So let's figure it out together. And I think that quite honestly, it will help to add our effect to the heat so we can preview it better, right? So, okay, we will pause making this effect and we will add it really quickly and then just go back to it. But just first, let me figure this out. So faster, and this drag, softer. Yeah, okay, you know, they won't live so long. Yeah, you know, probably this is way better. But anyways, we should definitely test this. And I wanna save it just in case, because you can always crash. And let's open up, where was it? Characters. Okay, game elements, weapons. It's the projectile. And let's enter this magic projectile. And also I think the base projectile. I'll see. But we need to add our Niagara effect in here, right? Yeah, it's actually in here. Close the magic projectile. Yeah, it's just in here. In here, we have our projectile stop, the impact result. I want to spawn our effect after this apply point damage. So we can just type spawn system at location. And all right, cool. And I want to spawn it at the location of our impact result. So I wanna break this. And I wanna expand it. And okay, so we have two ways to get the location or the impact point. And I think the impact point makes more sense since it's gonna be, well, right on the mesh, not in front. The location is probably gonna be on the front. So I just wanna put impact location here. And as for the rotation, I'm not sure if we're gonna need it yet, or well, if we're gonna need it all. So let's test how well, let's place our fire heat, of course. And let's test how it's working, all right? So, all right, so it's spawning not on the correct location. Oh, of course, well, I got confused. Our system is like this. I know that we could change it here on the blueprint, just turn it a little bit, but I think that we need to make it correct from Niagara. I would like to do that at least. All right, my bad then. So sprite facing, it needs to be on X, not on Y. And that's the first one that is right. Now same, our cylinder, not on Y, but on X. And last, the same. And there we go. So let's see if that is good enough. Let's try play. That looks okay. Let's keep turning. Okay, so there is an issue there, right? Again, it's not rotating with our shot. See? Here it's fine. Okay, so we do need the rotation. Let's go here, and I want to type right click and select get actor forward vector. Don't confuse, because you can also get press right click and type get forward, and you can get this one, get forward vector. That's not gonna work. It needs to be the actor, all right? And just plug it in on rotation, and it automatically fixes itself. And that should be it. Let's test and see if we haven't done anything wrong. Okay, now it's rotating with us. And you can see we need a depth fade on this circle. But now it's working. Now it's looking nice. And actually now we can preview it better. And I noticed a couple of things. So first of all, our distortion, we can barely see it. I wonder if it's even there. Is it even there? Yeah, it is. Softly for a while I can see it. Let's keep testing things. So let me visualize it better. Yeah, well, obviously it is just too small, right? Oh, and I died. We need to add some kind of indicator that we're being hit. I didn't realize. Anyways, so the effect is way too small, as we can tell, obviously. Fine. But I was, well, looking at this and pressing retry, you know, maybe we put less flying sparks and more distortion? Question mark? We do not lose anything in trying, I guess. But first, let's make it bigger. And also this circle, again, not so convinced about it. I don't like it. Okay, so let's, I think, go back to our material. And sure, we have our circle there. Not convincing enough, honestly. I'm sorry. Let me think. So we just get rid of this, right? Just get rid of this. And what if we add, could this be our distortion? Or do we need to create something cooler? That could be it. Let's bring in these two textures. And let me see how they look multiplied. This could be a fun distortion, you know? But let's add some, well, I'm sorry, yeah, a fun refraction, sorry. But let's add some distortion to this first. So bring in this texture. And the old usual thing, right? Just an add, a multiply. Let's make this softer. Add it here. Texture coordinate. we add it here. And let's add some panning so we can see what's going on. This could look nice, I think. We need to pan this texture too because that's not looking cool. Probably. What if we try something radial though? So vector to radial. Okay, it goes crazy. Sure. Let me bring this here. Oh, sorry. Mistake. Should not be there. Let me think. So this spin is too much. And actually, probably just here and not here. Could that be what we need? No, it's not good. I'm just thinking on the fly as we work together. Probably this noise is better. Not that speed one. And let's invert it. Minus 0.4 maybe. Like that could work, I think. Probably a little bit stronger. And in here, panner. Let's pan this around. Texture coordinate. Can we make this bigger though? Is it 0.2? Oh, that's way too much, right? 0.8, 0.8. Probably that's fine. I am wondering. I don't really like this refraction, you know? I don't really enjoy it much. I'm thinking, sure, we do not want this circle at all. We can just erase it. And we can just use our normal gradient, you know? And multiply it like this. Probably that's just fine. Let's isolate this and see what we are looking at. So no color. Our refraction is too soft and for too little time. So let's increment it. 10 refraction. Let's visualize it a little bit better in here. So 6. How is that looking? I can't even see too well in here. Okay, let's add more speed so it has a better flow to it, I believe. Let's just do a 2. Probably that's a little bit extreme, isn't it? And it needs to be inverse, 1.2. Probably that's good, you know? And no longer multiplied by this because this creates too many holes, I believe. Yeah, I think this is gonna work better than the whole variant that we had. So we erase it. Let's go on our fire hit. Yeah, something like that. Now, a couple of things. I don't want this to shrink. And I know that it is actually growing here, but I need it to keep on growing. So I create another point. I press 1. And what is it, 2? Something like that. It may be a little bit too sudden, especially since we have such a strong number here, and then suddenly in 1 second it needs to go back to 1, right? So what if we do 3? That's way softer. Fine. That could be it. And let it fade on 1. That's way more organic and smooth, right? Let's test it. The distortion only. Okay, I think it's looking fine, but let's make it bigger. Definitely. So in here, let's do 350. Huge distortion. Yeah, I think this can actually work. Now, if we add it with some sparks, this could be nice. Okay, yeah, so let's add the sparks that we had, modify the behavior a little bit, and I think that we are set to go with this. Yeah, I think so. Unless something sudden happens, like always. But it's all in the good faith of improving this effect at the end. So what is going through my mind right now is that fine, we don't have that annoying circle anymore, which yeah, it was a bad idea. We could have tweaked it better, but I think again the circle is such a strong shape that we better use that space on something else, you know? Okay, so we have this huge distortion. We already know the size of the human is probably around here. We could lower the distortion, to be honest. But we're gonna tweak it after. Okay, so our cylinder, let's make it bigger for sure. Let's do 180 maybe. This seems like a decent enough size. And this is our like firefly sparks. Now, contrary to the initial thought, what if we make them actually faster? Spawn faster from points. So random. Let's just do 200. Oh, that's 2k. 210. All right. Is it even visible in game? We need to test it. Nope, it's like a really soft dust, which we may or may not want. In this case, it's too big. It's almost imperceptible. I mean, the radius is too big, you know? They just appear out of nowhere. And they need to appear out of our fire attack, right? They can't just spawn out of thin air. So yeah, let's definitely reduce this. 90. It's still bigger, but probably 90. And well, we have two solutions. Just keep lowering this, or probably just make them faster. But I'm gonna increase the size on this. Well, yeah, sure, this looks magical. What if we do the same treatment as these sparks here? What if we increase it? 500, 400? Although that's too much. Yeah, 100. Really fast. And also we add this drag. Same treatment. This could work. Let's test. Oh, wrong button as always. Yeah. Still not happy. Let's make them. I mean, the effect where they float around and disappear is fine, but we have a fire trail, right? It's going fast, and it's hitting the enemy, and it's actually killing him eventually, right? We cannot have it have such a soft spark remainder, you know? It's like, how can I say this? If the spell was like more magical than this aggressive fire, then sure it can have that weird flying effect. But this one has a lot of power, so it should follow that. So let's let me see. Okay, cylinder, it's gone, my friend. Probably no more cylinder. Yeah, probably no more cylinder. Probably a sphere then, and we make it really small. This seems like it could work nicely, but with more speed. So what about 10? Like that could be, and do it 1K, okay. Maybe it was right. And let it die way faster now. Okay, this may work. After all, it's just testing and testing. Yeah, that's better. That looks better. I like it. I like this one now. Now let's focus on the thicker sparks. On the thicker sparks. So we definitely make them bigger now, right? So 13 and 10 maybe. Yep, something like that. And let's switch the color a little bit so at least it is a little bit more noticeable. Could be like this. Let's make it a 10. Right? So these are bigger sparks, supposedly. I like that. I think the effect is finally coming along, you know? Let's test it now. Yeah. So, again, to reiterate, our previous circle, I mean, the idea was nice. We needed to tweak the graphics of it more because it just looked like a PS1 circle. But the added noise of it could be better used on more sparks, or for example, these thicker sparks. If you imagine that circle along with these sparks, it could fit, but at the same time, it could be too much noise, right? We're just spamming this. This is just, well, now we fell. But this is a heavily spammable effect, right? And I think that it's fine for it to be clean. Sometimes less is more, as they say, right? And I think the distortion does a lot for us. By itself, it is no light effect, right? The distortion is heavy sometimes. So just making it simple, I think it's gonna be enough. Okay, now we should do the hit effect for our slash. And then we need to think what else we can add. I know that we need to add some effect for when we are hit. That is important. And we should also create some ambient effects. And also our reward from for the last for the objective of the game, right? I think this is looking fine. it deforms this rectangle so well. Okay, yeah. Let's close this and let's, as always, save. Oh, we forgot about something. So this we created this spawn system location in our base projectile, but we could have plenty of spells in our game. So we should definitely promote this to a variable, right? And then go inside our magic projectile, and then yeah, sure, fire hit, right? We should definitely leave it like this. And yep. Okay, nice. We should definitely move on and save. Now let's make our slash hit. And before we start, let's think a little bit. So this slash, it's our simplest form of attacking, right? It is spammable, it is low damage too. So that means, oh, and also this effect is gonna be often in our face, right? Because it's a melee attack. It's gonna be in our screen, well, most of the times. So what do we need to do? We need to make something simple. We need to make something that is not too bright, something that doesn't take the whole screen, something again that is not so noisy, right? So let's make something again simple. Let's right click, Niagara system, and our old usual sprite burst, ns slash hit. You can come up with a better name than me, most likely, for sure. And let's create a material. So right click, and actually it's gonna be extremely simple to this fire noise. We could make a material instance and change the texture and whatever we need, but I'm thinking, well, yeah, actually, yeah, I think we just make a material instance, you know? It's gonna be exactly the same as this one. So right click, let's convert it to a parameter, main texture, and this is gonna be the distortion. I think everything else is fine. We don't need to modify. Well, we shall see if we need to modify anything. Anyway. Okay, now let's create a material instance. Okay, fire noise instance, whatever. I want to change this and put it on real time. And let's change probably just the main texture. So we already have a new texture here, which is this flare radial. Oh, we can barely see it and it doesn't look so nice. So why is that? Oh, we're just using this channel on our... Okay, so at the end, we will create a new material just to make things more simple, you know, so we don't overcomplicate. So I just duplicated it. I'm gonna name it slash hit, you know? Again, you have better names, I'm sure. So textures, this flare radial. And it looked like that because we are using the red channel. And we need to use the alpha for this one. And there we go, we can see it better. Real time. That's looking cool. We probably do not need this radial gradient. I want to check that. So we just put one. Yeah, we don't. Or wait, do we? Do we see edges here? Yeah, we do see edges bouncing here for some reason. Let me check the texture just in case. Oh, yeah. Just barely, though. That's a shame. I just plug it back in. And what if this is 0.5? Is this null? 0.6? Oh, I think 0.6 is good. Yeah, 0.6 is very nice. Sure, we have our distortion. So I'm thinking that this hit, I'm going to be squashing it and probably placing it on random directions each time it spawns, right? To give it a different effect. All right, so we have this slash hit. Yeah, sure. The noise is whatever. I just want some movement in here. Okay, so let's close this and we can, oh, sorry, but select it and let's place it in here. Now we need to animate it a little bit so it looks better, right? For now, you know, let's actually preview it on our enemies and see how it kind of looks, all right? So in order to do that, we need to go to our weapons, sword, and go into our sword blueprint. And let's enter. We want our effect to happen on the event tick, right? Because in here we have apply point damage. Okay, nice. And we wanna bring it from our array element, probably from here. So same as the spell, you remember? Spawn system at location, and it's here, cool. And let's see, so we bring it from this, say break. We expand it, as you know, and select this at impact point on the location. And the rotation, I mean, we may not need it, I don't know, but we would drag it from here. But we shall see after, you know? And we can add our slash hit in here. Although I'm pretty sure that we're gonna have a problem here, but let's test it, okay? We're in game, we approach. And yeah, when they hit me, the effect appears. And also it appears on them. Okay, so a couple of things, right? We don't want the effect to appear on the impact point, as you see. We just want it to appear on the center of the enemy. So we need to modify that. And also our enemy, when he attacks us, or when it attacks us, it is also spawning our slash hit effect. And that's because the effect is in our BP sword. And so every enemy or player that has a sword will spawn this. So we need to make this a variable. Promote to variable. We will definitely where is it? System template. Oh, I think we're fine then. Okay. So once again, we go to our player sort, and in here, system template, it's put in our slash hit. So that means that we can test it now and it should work, right? So he hits me and not, oh, and it still appears. It must still be placed in here. I just forgot how to. Oh, there we go. My bad. I was just clicking on the name. So here we need to clear it. None. Perfect. Now if we go back to our player sort, okay, there's nothing, and we can place it here. The issue was that this was inside our blueprint, right? So now if we place it, slash hit, compile, the enemy should not be able to spawn our effect. Yep, and if we test this, nothing should appear, right? Yep, nothing appears, and if we attack, oh, sorry, yep, if you attack, it appears. Okay, nice. So now the other thing that we need to change is just, instead of impact point, should just be location. And let's see if that works better for us. It changes still, so we need to check that out. Although, you know, it definitely is not appearing in the middle as we want, but I'm thinking this actually may be what we want, because we want to give our attack some kind of variation, right? Okay, so that's cool. What we were thinking is, all right, maybe we can add the variation through different rotations, but it spawns on the same place. But if this effect goes away really quickly and it is small and it appears wherever we touch, then I think that is actually way cooler and we don't need to fix this. Yeah, I think that's actually quite nice, and we don't need to change the rotation actually. This may be what we want. We still need to test it, alright? But for now, I think that this works really nice. Anyways, we need to squash this. So on initialize particle, we need to say that the size mode is non-uniform. So we can control X and Y. And let's see. Just give me a second. Random non-uniform. No, actually, we don't want that. So probably, okay, that's just too much, right? 0.7 and 2. I just made a small mistake and I can't recall what was the original number. Okay, let's see just how small this is. Okay, it's imperceptible. We will need to test it like this. So 50, is it too much? I just want to check the measures. I forgot the initial number that we have, and I don't want to control C. Okay, this is small enough, I believe. This could be good enough. Okay, this could be good enough. I want to close the VP sort. I don't think we're gonna need it. And let's say it's 30 or 20. We need to squash it more. 15. 10. I kinda do not like this circled shape. Maybe we could mix it with some noise to give it a different shape, you know? I'm thinking. Okay, so we could modify the material. let's try to make this work. And if it doesn't, then okay, we change the material. So scale sprite. This may actually be a good exercise for us. Let's make it spawn really fast, right? First, okay, the lifetime, it lives for really low. 0.6 maybe? 0.6 is too much. 0.3? 0.3 could be fine. So now it starts big and it fades out, right? So 0.2. Now one thing, as you see, it is going on 0.2 on every direction, right? And this does not look like a slash hit. I'm having trouble zooming in and out. Hold on. Okay. So what if we make a non-uniform curve? And if we can recall, okay, so X is the white part, as we can see, and Y is how tall it is. Okay, so we wanted to, our X should remain the same. I think it's fine, but our Y, we are gonna modify it. So it starts, what? I'm confused, hold on. Oh yeah, it starts at 0. That means that it isn't modified. But 0.2, 0.3, minus 0.2. Is it working like that? I've never done a minus. This could work nicely. Let me keep trying. Minus 20. Is that? Okay, yeah. Minus 0.5 maybe. Okay, this is nice. Although I have the suspicion that minus isn't working. What if it stays on 0? It does not show us any love. Yeah. All I want is for this to be, how can you say this? Like, not too abrupt, not to consume too much space and look like a slash, right? So whether it is growing or shrinking, I think this is pretty good. I think this is good enough. Okay, let's test it with some rotation. So let's, here, rotation mode, we can say just random. And okay, it's gonna appear randomly. Fine. Let's see how this looks. It may be living for too long. It's not that. Where is it though? Okay, it's just too small, right? Yeah, I think it's too small. We should, I think that we're doing something wrong, but I'm not exactly sure what. So let's just go wild, 200. And let's say that this is 100. It should be huge, but probably it gives us some kind of norm. Oh, it actually is fine. All right. So a couple of issues. It is barely imperceptible. Can't look at it. And also this material, it's like there is no punch to it. So, okay, sure, we could say, let's modify the color and make it emissive. But I don't think that is gonna solve our problems. We could say maybe it's a little bit golden, fine. The shape is boring though. The shape is very boring. We need to fix that. And we will. But of course we can also add some sparks too, but we need to fix the shape definitely on the materials. Let me examine this a little bit more though. We need to add some more animation to this heat, you know? it just appears. I think that this can work, but it's just appearing too, I don't know, it doesn't look like a hit attack, quite honestly. So let's animate it through here and spend some time tweaking it out, you know? So let me see. X was how long it is. Sure, okay, so it can start on... And this is kind of confusing me, like, if I say it's 0, it should be completely flat, right? But it isn't. Maybe I'm just bamboozling myself. But let's make this grow really fast. 0.1. Something like that is a little bit better. You can see a little bit better animation in here, right? That's fine. What if we say 0.3? That's a little bit better. Let's modify Y. And if you see that I'm doing too much trial and error, you don't need to exactly follow me on what I'm doing. You can just watch and at the end just copy the end result, right? So it's starting on 0. And maybe, again, at 0.2, it could grow to 0.1. Like that, like so. And then as it is dying, we can say it just switches to 0. And now this looks more like a slash effect, right? It is more dynamic. It has more animation to it. Before it just appeared huge and then faded away somehow, right? This looks better. I feel that we could still tweak this out way better. And at the end, what if we end up adding some distortion to it? I mean, that can work too, right? I'm enjoying how this looks. Maybe this squarish transition works well for us, but what if we make it a curve with auto? I just want to check how this can look. Well, it's different, so certainly I think the squarish nature of it helps us. I just did Ctrl C. Yep, this is better. Let's see if we can experience that in-game, in here. Okay, you can see it is way better now. It is looking way better, but I'm still not sure about the positioning of these effects. You see that sometimes it is out of place? I'm still not sure about it, but we will think about it a little bit more, a little bit after. For now, let's add some distortion to this, because our fire already has some, right? So why not this? Again, refraction. We do index of refraction. And same thing, right? Remember, lerp in here. And I want to use this alpha in here. And plug it on refraction. A must be 1. And B is what helps us control the amount of distortion, right? If it's 10, this should be some pretty cool distortion, though. This pattern is very nice. So maybe this is good. Let's see. I just got confused for a little bit. I don't see any. Oh, you remember why the distortion will not appear in Niagara? Let's set the alignment for this. So sprite facing and alignment. This means that we may need to set up a rotation in the blueprint. We shall see. So I kind of wanna copy what we, yeah, now we can see the distortion, and it is too much, I think. But I wanna see how we did on our other Niagara. just so we don't spend time just doing trial and error, right? So fire hit. And our fire noise, was this it? No. Oh, it's the first one. It's this. Okay. So we did a sprite alignment locally on X. All right. Let's do the same. Local X. Oh, same thing. All right. It's loading. Oh, I'm lagging a little bit. I think I need to restart my computer. Just gonna save just in case. Yep. And okay, it's working. It looks nice, but we need to make the modifications. Definitely 10 is too much, right? So 3 maybe it's fine. Because the 10 was starting to distort the texture itself, and that wasn't looking good. And you remember that on our last material we put a dynamic parameter? In this one we don't really need it because the particle is shrinking, right? At the end, and at the end it just disappears. So we don't see the transition on the distortion. We don't see any hard edges anymore, right? So this is, I don't think that we need to add any dynamic parameter to this one. Okay, maybe 4. We do need to check the rotation though. Yeah, I think the distortion is way better now. Okay, now let's just check the... Oh, I got rid of our blueprint. Sort here. Now get unit direction. We straight up plug it to rotation here. And this should be it for our rotation. Let's see. Yeah, we're always seeing it, aren't we? Yeah, it is way better now. And sometimes it is... Oh, oh wow, okay. All right, enough playing, you know. What else? I erased the sort hit. Come on. Slash hit. There we go. I can erase this one. And let me see. We can add some sparks to make it fun too. Sure. We have depth fade, which is fine. We could increase it though, because this is gonna be intersecting our enemies definitely. We shall see. Okay, let's add some sparks and make it a little bit fun. But again, remember, those sparks need to be really subtle, really small. Just a small, really small detail, right? Sprite burst. And I've made this window too small. It's getting annoying. Okay. Spawn burst is fine. First though, let's do it at GPU. And fixed. Remember, we can take this out if we feel that it's not working for us. Oh my God. Or well, if it's not working for you, you can tweak it definitely. Okay, we have it in GPU. Once is fine. Let's just spawn like 400 should be okay. We won't change the material though, because they're gonna be really small. It doesn't matter. We needs to be random uniform definitely. So probably 0.3 and 1. We can now see the proportion of the slash and the sparks, right? It should be even smaller, I think. Or maybe it's huge because they are being accumulated. I'm not sure. Do we need a local space? I'm thinking probably not. Velocity at velocity. All right. Should not be linear. Just from point. Looks funny. Random 0.2, 0.5. They last, well, they should disappear along with this strike, right? So this is too much. 0.1, 0.3. Yep, something like that. Doesn't stay in our face for too long. This is great. Now we run in an issue. We could make the sparks fly in the same direction as how our slash is extending. We could do that and then rotate through our blueprint. Or we could do some other tricks, but probably making this splash from the middle is not a bad idea, really. Let's test and see how this looks though. So 400, maybe too much. Although it does look kind of cool, doesn't it? It does look kind of cool. Let's have some drag then. It's just flowing, you know? 3 drag maybe. Yeah, that makes it a little bit better. And let's add some force, some curl force, curl noise force, the usual, right? 100. I just want to give it some noise to it. 120. Let's pump it to 200. You know, it is giving it some noise. I can see it, but this dies so fast, and the velocity again is so fast that I think it's kind of meaningless to add more. Well, this node is not lightweight, right? Because it's noise, so we raise it. Do we have any other noise that we can use? Sorry, another force. Spring could look kind of cool. Vortex too. But again, it's so fast that maybe it doesn't matter. 1K. Well, this does give it some different pattern, and it's not so ghostly as the other one. Maybe I like this, and maybe it should be smaller. Let's test. Oh, and something happened with the fire hit. All right, I'm enjoying this one. This looks cool. I need to test it more though. I think I'm seeing some things I don't like. So I think first things I need this to be local. I did see it flying away from our screen sometimes, like moving in curves. That was kind of weird. Or is it just our screen? I think it's our screen distortion. Could be. It's kind of cool when it's in our face. It's like it's not so big that it disrupts our attention, but big enough that it makes an impact. I really enjoy that. It doesn't remain in the screen for long. It is really quick. It's even quicker than our sword, so it goes away fast. That's kind of cool. Attack me. Okay. Yeah, that's actually really cool. Let's though reduce the size definitely. 0.1, 0.6. And one last thing that may ruin it or not. This is the last one for this effect. But I'm thinking, what if we just align them to velocity too? Right now they are sparks, right? They're really round and they look cool. But what if we also, well, let's test it, right? So speed, scale sprite size by speed. And let's go here, and our alignment is velocity. And we don't even need a curve or anything, right? Let's just say 0.1, 3. Are they? I'm gonna stop time. and increase it a little bit. How are they looking? Kind of cool. Let's make them velocity threshold, let's say 10. Oh, that breaks it though. Huh, curious. My bad then. Let's make this a little bit taller. Like that, could be nice. And they need to be thinner, definitely. This could work. This could be it. Let's test. Approach. Yeah, this looks way better. And actually, I like this hit more than the fire one. This looks really nice. That bump. With some nice sound effect, this should look really nice. Okay, let's beat these two up. Okay. I think that looks amazing. And we should move on to, well, I think that we have two more effects. We have environment effects. That should be really simple, really fast. And also we need some kind of indicator for when our enemy, or well, when the enemy attacks us. And it's time to create our screen flash effect. And there are a couple of ways that we can create this. We could make a material instance, we could make a timeline, post-process, a widget, and we're gonna be making the simplest one and then the correct one, all right? So let's locate our main character, first person blueprint, open it up. We can locate here our own death, all right? Let's open up our component. And in here we also locate on take any damage event. Cool, we're gonna be using this, fine. Now let's go back here. And for now, just watch, all right? Just for this little example. So let's make the simplest one. It makes sense that we just click on damage received, right? Because as soon as we receive damage, we wanna show that that effect, and then it make it fade away. So we wanna create a widget. We want to then add to the viewport, and then we want to remove it, right? And this makes sense, right? We are adding our flash effect, all cool, but this has a flaw, and it is that we are adding, well, we are creating this widget, we are adding it to the viewport, and then we are removing it from the viewport, right? But by doing this, again, we just remove it from the viewport. We do not erase it, right? So it's gonna stay there on thin air until Unreal realizes that it's not being used, and then finally it's gonna erase it, right? Now, the problem from this is that if many enemies attacks us, which is our case, then plenty of these are gonna get built and then not erased. And this could cause a bad computer to crash, a mid computer probably to crash too, and a good computer maybe it's just a small lag, but all in all, it's an inconvenience, right? Maybe if you don't get that many spammable attacks, it's fine, right? Maybe it works for something else that you wanna add, but especially for this one, I don't think this is the best way to go around it. Okay, so now you can follow along. You don't need to watch anymore. All right, so let's make the real way. Anyways, let's open up our player HUD. So you go on player HUD BP, and the way that we're gonna make it is we're gonna edit our HUD that we created, right? So we just make a flash with a timeline, and this remains there, and it doesn't bother anyone, right? So let's find it with the glass magnifier and open up our HUD. I don't want to erase any of these. I'm gonna probably use all of them. And just quickly, just swap an image here. Go on anchors, Ctrl Shift click to expand it on our whole screen. And I want this to start completely transparent, right? So this is render opacity 0, so nothing shows, right? And that's good. I want to click on image, go on animations, click on plus, and I'm gonna say flash hit, or okay, never mind, enemy hit, if that makes more sense. I want to click on track, and I want to select image. If this doesn't appear for you, it's because you haven't image selected in here, okay? So just click on it, and I want to click on the plus. Remember that we modified our render opacity, so we want to modify that here too, render opacity. And okay, so probably, well, obviously when it starts it's fine. Probably at 25 we just say 1, and then here is just 0, right? So something quick like that. Now we can make it look a little bit prettier in a bit, but first I just want to make sure that this is working. Okay, so we have this this timeline set here. We unselect it by clicking in here. Let's go on the graph, and in this event graph we need to create a custom event. Oh, sorry, custom, add custom event. Let's name it enemy hit flash. Probably that's good. And yeah, enemy hit flash is fine. Let's drag our enemy hit in here. Get enemy hit. Let's say play animation and join it together. And this should be good for it. We can adjust the playback speed. This should be fine. Now we need to join the blueprints together so they can communicate, right? We need to join events. So let's go back to player HUD. And in here we need to find this one, get component by class. Yes. So we need to bind another event, just like this one. Let's drag it and say bind event on damage received. And cool. Let's join these two together and let's create an event. Okay. So we see that we cannot select anything here. We cannot find anything. And that is because, well, there is no event in this class, but it does exist inside this reference. So we can just copy it and just place it here, and cool. But it's still nothing shows. And that's because we don't have the same signatures inside it. If we go back to our character info, we can see that damage received has this is a float, and it also has a character. So we need to add that to our custom event in here, right? So we, on inputs, we add 2 damage and actor. So damage received is a float because it's a decimal, and this is just an actor, like so. So now it should work. Let's see if, yep, enemy hit flash, and it works. So now we should test it out and cross our fingers that we haven't done anything wrong. So hit me, and there we go. It's working. Now we can, well, maybe make it a little bit red, and maybe just make it faster. Yeah, I think this is cool enough. Let's just save so we don't lose our progress. And let's just make it a little bit prettier. So let's make this prettier. First of all, let's create a new material. I want to go VFX material. This is going to be a really simple one, don't worry. This is going to be screen damage. We enter it. And I want this to be user interface, and translucent is okay, I think. All right, so I wanna get a radial gradient, and as you know, this makes a radial gradient, right? I want to invert it though. And if you can't picture what's going on, yeah, that's going on. Okay, I wanna plug this to radius. I wanna test things. Yeah, probably something like that. More maybe. Oh, sorry. More. And let's adjust the density. 5. Too much. 4, 3. I'm not sure if this is good enough, you know? Could be. We shall test it. Could be. I'm gonna hold 3. And let's make this white. We can kinda see some things here, but this, I don't think this looks good at all, does it? Let's do one. Yeah, that's maybe a little bit better. Let's add some distortion though. So just a really simple one. Let me think. So let me think. What can we do here? What if we just add this one and we just make it distort like this? Oh, you need to do this. Just let me see if this works, because maybe we end up using another thing. Texture coordinate, we've done this before, right? It's just usual distortion. Yeah, probably like that, right? So panner, and yeah, I think that you can go on and copy this. Well, it's really simple, right? Again, we've done it before. What if we make this radial though? Although maybe radial disrupts the flow, but let's try it. Most likely we're gonna remove it, but I wanna see how that looks anyway. Not to the inside, it has to be on the outside. So 0.3 minus 0.3. Yeah, this could be it. This could be it. I want to increase the color to it though. So what if we do a 2 here, 0, 0, like that? Maybe. Let's try it though, right? So okay, we have this screen damage. Let's go here on, well, we have image selected. Here on brush. Oh, I wanna select our material. Probably this is good. Maybe, could be, we'll see. So come here. It hits me, and I think this is looking good. We could do it a little bit bigger. Yeah, maybe a little bit bigger. So the radius slightly smaller, 0.8. Although we may regret this. See? Again, come on. I'm thinking I don't enjoy these holes though, you know? Although they are barely noticeable, I don't like the gradient on it, to be honest. Maybe this wasn't the best texture for it, you know? And we could use... This could look nice. Let me think for a little bit. Could this do anything to us? I don't think so, right? It's too... Yeah, no way, that's disastrous. Maybe even this could be nice. Oh, sorry. Like that. Yeah, this could be better, you know? What if we just say 2 and 2? Or 5 and 5? No, no, that's too much repetition. Like that could be okay. Alright, let's test that out. Otherwise, we may need to bring another texture that, well, a better noise, you know? Oh, okay, this is better. This is just a simple cloud texture, you could say. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, this is good enough. I like it. I enjoy it. I want to save it, please. And our next step is making our trophy. And that's the last one. And where is our trophy though? Game elements, it's our reward, it's a baguette. But we're probably gonna make something a little bit more cooler than a baguette. Although, well, a baguette could always be a great prize, depending on what you like. Okay, for real now, let's make a better prize for the end of our game. I don't need to save that. And for that, we have new textures, which is this one that we just used. We have this one too. And well, this is gonna be a fun reward, I think. Anyways, let's make a new material. And this is gonna be flare ray, I think. Don't judge me. Flare ray could sound cool. And I want this to be additive. And I think we can leave it on unlit, but we need it to be two-sided. Okay, cool. We already have. Oh no, I'm gonna show you later. For now, it's fine. So this new texture, we bring it in. We're gonna be using things we've done before. It should not be anything out of the ordinary, you know. So we wanna distort this this material. I bring this texture. I bring this in. I wanna get a panner and a texture coordinate. I copy this one here. We're gonna need it to roll. Okay. I wanna multiply this on the right channel only, remember. 0.1, and this is being added to both of these. And that's simple distortion. That's our first distortion. Distorting it upwards, looking kinda cool from here at least. And but I would like it to also pan around here. So I put that there, and I wanna say maybe 0.2. Yeah, so it's panning around in that direction. Okay, cool. Now, well, there are plenty of things that we need to do to make this look good. So let me think. So for now, it's looking like this. Cool. And you know, I have one mesh for you that I gave you, and this is the real mesh. So we can select here to preview our material with the mesh. And all right, it's you know, it's looking nice, I will say. If you look at it from certain angles, you can see some hard edges that we most likely do not want at all, but we're gonna fix that. Anyways, I want some color variation on here. I don't want it to be so even like this. So I wanna multiply this on here, and I wanna bring our other noise texture that also works as a color variation texture. And I multiply this here. And how is this looking? Okay, nice. Now we need to move it around though. So texture coordinate, banner. And the texture coordinate, we probably modify this a little bit and make it look different. So 6, so they're thinner. Yeah, that makes it nice. And let's make it move probably 0.1 and minus 0.5. Yep, that gives it a whole different dynamic to this effect. That makes it look prettier. even if it looks very faint right now, which I don't like. We're gonna solve it though, don't worry. Anyways, let's keep working on the emissive of this material. Well, we're gonna solve it right away because I don't like this. Let's multiply it by 7. Make it brighter. Okay, looking better. Nice. Now the usual, right? Particle color, because this is gonna be a Niagara effect. Particle color, like this, and just plug it into our emissive. And that's looking fine. Okay, that's it for the emissive. I think that the emissive is fine. We're gonna do a lot of work on the opacity though. That's where the meat of the effect is gonna be. Anyways, so now I want to put this like this. I want the alpha of this texture to multiply it by a depth fade. In case, again, it intersects anything, any geometry, right? Okay, cool. Now, I'm not sure yet if I want this to be how do you say this? I don't know if I want this to be disintegrated or not. But if we need it, we're gonna add it. Okay, never mind. We should definitely continue. Yeah, I was just thinking ahead, but probably shouldn't. Anyways, we multiply this. We want a Fresnel, so we don't see these really hard edges that are so annoying. And I want to bring in a Fresnel. And I want to inverse it. Then multiply it by itself. This is a little neat trick to make it look really soft, like that. And let me think now. What if we add some kind of gradient on top and the bottom to make it even softer? I think that will make it look really nice. Yeah, I think that could be it. But this Fresnel should be definitely softer. So maybe 3 and refraction 0. Can we see anything? Of course we cannot see anything. Never mind. Let's do the mask though. So this we multiply it. And I want to bring in a texture coordinate. We're gonna make a mask without a texture. So duplicate it. I want to bring a component mask. Actually copy it for both of them. I just want to mask G. You can kind of see where this is going, right? Just mask G, and this is gonna be 1 minus. So it's the inverse. We're gonna combine them, right? Yeah, everything, really simple stuff. So we combine them, and you can see what is happening here. And if we wanna adjust it, we can just add a power. We plug it in, and probably power 2 is fine, but we need to multiply it to increase the intensity of this exact arc. Well, arc, no, this exact gradient. That's looking better. As you can see, we have black on top and the bottom, so we can mask the very bottom and the very top, and we don't see any hard lines in there, right? Now let's combine them. We combine these two together. You can probably order it better than me. Yeah, okay, probably like that. And well, lastly, you know what else lacks? We need the opacity. And I think that should be it. Now it is way softer, as you see. Perhaps a little bit too soft, right? We could increment some colors and some values, definitely. But I think, oh, well, what happened with this guy? But I think that so far, this is gonna look nice. We can also increment it on Niagara if that's what we need. But I think our flare is good to go for now. Should be good to go for now. So let's create our Niagara effect then. Let's save this, of course. we go to Niagara system. We want to create a single looping particle. NS flower, and we enter. This sprite renderer, we do not want it. We erase it, and we bring in a mesh renderer. Now, for our mesh, you already know it. It's the real mesh. We enable overrides. We click on the plus, expand it again, and add our new material, which is looking kind of cool. Now, how is this behaving? Do we see any harsh cut? We don't. We will see one here, but oh, even so, it's looking nice. Okay, nice. So what do we want to do with this flower? Remember that this is gonna replace our baguette, right? So we probably want some floating particles around and some elongated sprite doing its own thing. Yeah, we probably want to play around with it a little bit and make it look fun. I want to make this particle scale through time. I know that this is a looping particle system, but I think that we could make something interesting if we give it a little nice even curve. So scale mesh size, and we see that nothing happens. Let's add a curve here. Vector from curve. Okay, so same thing. And it happens because in here we don't have it set up. So let's make our scale mode be, I think, uniform. Let me think for a bit. Do we want it to be uniform? Well, you know, we want it to be uniform here. Here it's fine. But in here we can make it non-uniform, right? And you can obviously see a cut in here, right? Because it's going from 0 to 1, and this is not looping at all. Well, this curve is not looping. But if we say that, for example, well, I don't want this, but just to show it, right click. I'm just gonna add key. Oh, did we add it for every single one? That's great. Oh, that's amazing. Okay. And this one goes back to 1. See? Now there is no cut and it just flows. And that's good. This is not what we want. But I just wanted to show you. Okay, so we erase that. Now I want to find the balance on this. I want this shape to probably go a little bit higher and then a little bit lower. You know, kind of have a nice flow to it, right? That should be fun. So, okay, it starts at 1. We just want to modify probably X and Y for now. So, isolate them both. I want to say that at 0.5, these two go to 1.4. And then they go back to 1. How is that looking though? Can we see them expanding softly? Yeah, right? Yeah, this looks nice. It especially is gonna look better once we modify C. But now let's circle them all and make this a curve so it is smoother. And we isolate C now. Now for C we have different plans. We have it at 1 here, at 1 there. What about we put a 2 there? I'm thinking the time is too much. What if we say 0.1? And then it flows at 0.5 to 1. And then it grows again at 0.7. And then it goes down. Well, that makes it look more alive, right? Sure. Let's make it a curve again. Yeah, I think this is looking fine. Okay, nice. Now we also need to change the color of this. And we can just go color, and it's gonna be the same thing. Remember that 0 and 1 need to be the same value so you don't see the loop. And in here you see a loop because the opacity is going to 0. Just want opacity to be on 1. Like that. Okay, so it's never gonna change. Nice. Now probably here we up it to 3. I wanna know if it's working. No, it's not. 3, 3, 3. Now we do need to check that the color doesn't break the material. It's looking nice. Okay, cool. Now let's see. Can we change the color a little bit for the good? Not really. Let's switch it to this side. Not that much to my liking. I mean, are we even changing anything? Yeah, in there we changed a little bit, but this is the issue with having a mesh with a color already, right? If you add some colors, it could break a little bit. This is looking kind of fun, so I'm just gonna let it slide, you know? We can just put it probably on yellow, it can break. Okay, that's nice. One thing though, this rotation, it's coming from our material. What if we want to make this also rotate, mesh rotation force? We could make this local. What if this is 10? Well, that's not what we want. That's not either. It's a Beyblade, right? Obviously, we want a curve. And we just want C. Wait. So this should be 0. Yeah, okay. And now this does not need to be, this needs to be 0, 2. What about 0.2? This is 1. Or well, no, 1 is way too much. That's criminal almost. What about there? It's minus 0.2. And then suddenly it goes to 0.3. You may be asking, what are you doing? Well, we're just giving it a random variation so you don't see it as a static loop, right? This is our first little layer of the effect. And okay, I mean, it's looking cool. I like the color variation sometimes. Oh, did we see a cut? Oh, it's just a cut on the timeline. Okay, nice. So before you could not notice the cut on the timeline. Oh, and don't worry, this has nothing to do with your effect. It's not gonna happen. It is just a preview. Before you could notice it because we didn't have a rotation force, right? But now we do. It doesn't matter. Don't worry. Anyways, we could add some more layers to this exact one and make it a little bit cooler and a little bit taller. So this is the second layer, and I want this now to be modified as a random uniform. No, sorry, as a non-uniform. There we go. 1, 1, 1 as it was before, but now 0.3, 0.3, and maybe 2. Now you see the small one there. Yeah, that's kind of looking cool. We can add another one. We can just be playful with it, you know? And again, this one though, 0.6, 0.6, and 1.3, maybe. Yeah, that's looking kind of funky. I want to see how that looks on the map though. So let's bring it in. Obviously, it is super small. Oh, and we can barely see it. Huh. I can tell you it's looking really nice. But we need to up the colors of it definitely. Definitely. And we could increase them here, but it's too much work, right? We could just increase it in here inside our material. And let me see. So one thing that we could also do is just unplug this. Boop. And then suddenly it is just white, right? And we can just have the colors of our system, but that's boring, isn't it? We do want this. But let's increase it here, so 15. And let's add one eye adaptation inverse at the end. And what if we add some base color to it too? Let's make it a reddish passion red thingy. Yeah, that's a really cool tone to it. Let me look at it a little bit more. Well, definitely needs to be bigger, right? That's for sure. But I think the color is fine. And yeah, I just tried to scale it from here and I couldn't. If you didn't notice, I had to try it. We'll have to do it manually. So I'm just gonna add 1 to everything. So 2, this is 1.3, 1.3, and 3. And this is gonna be 1.6, 1.6, and 2.3. And our eye adaptation is, yeah, oh yeah, it's good. I mean, the goal could be something like that. We need to add some, oh, hold on. I just saw some cut. Let's watch, yep. So somewhere we have something that is breaking the, it's breaking the flow of it. So I wanna check exactly what it is. Yep. That breaks. Why though? I wonder. If we disable this mesh size, and you don't need to do this, just watch. How is this looking? Oh, it is still looping like that. And that's weird because this is a kill particles when lifetime has elapsed. Nope, don't kill it. Oh, I thought that we had a looping. That's weird. Well, now it just loops. But wait, this is creating more and more, right? I can see it. It's kind of looking cool, but it's gonna crash us eventually. Right, so I'm just gonna do that. Now let's try to solve this problem, because I'm thinking, I mean, if this lifecycle mode itself, yeah, I think it's better like this. Self and once. So it just appears once. And then it's looping, loop particles lifetime. So how does this look? It kind of went a little bit crazy, right? Yeah, I mean, well, now it is working. Now it's not cutting. But I guess that the initial configuration of our sprite looping particle didn't really work, or I just didn't realize, right? Yeah, they don't have the infinite sign on it. So now that they live forever, our whole configuration is making it go a little bit higher. This is way too much. This is way too much. So we need to modify it. Damn. Well, but it's good that we go through this together so we can sort of see what's going on. So we need to make this this loop shorter. There's no other way around it. Let's make it all over again, I would say, you know? So no more of this, no more of this. And also the color is going haywire too fast. So we get rid of probably this one. Just place it there and probably place it there. It's still too much, isn't it? Probably just one then. That's acceptable, I will say. That's not looking bad. Wait. There was another workaround that I didn't think of. I'm going to Control C. Luckily, I told you just to watch. So Control C. Did I tell you just to watch? Hopefully. So we have the color back. Okay. And our mesh scale size is back too. Is it? Why is it not going crazy? I'm gonna go edit, undo history, enable disable module. Okay, so now particle state, we cancel this, loop particles lifetime, and in here we wanna say it's self, and it's once. Okay, and it goes crazy. This is where we left off. No biggie. This particle state, its lifetime is being determined by the current loop duration. So if we say this is 5, it's solved. I'm sorry if you had to do all that. Hopefully you didn't do it. So I'm gonna do this. And we need to replicate it, right? So self, and this one is going to go self too. We do it like this, and particles, it's like this. And our loop is 5 seconds, so 5 and 5. Now it has a great flow. Let's see if it's breaking though. Okay, it's not breaking, it's working. It's alive. But did something break? I don't see it the same. And I see it spinning way too fast. Actually, maybe the rotation force goes away entirely. Mesh size, mesh size. Oh yeah, I think I Control C too much, didn't I? See, something definitely got broken there. That's weird, I think. Well, I want this to be taller, so I'm gonna do the 3. 10? Is it listening to me? Oh yeah, it is definitely listening. Like that, and probably 1, 1. Yep. Now, another issue that we are running across. The issue is that the 3 layers of this flower have the same pattern, right? So they are kinda overlapping and they look kinda unnatural too. And that's, I don't think that's too cool. So let's fix that. Initialize particle. We want to work with the initial rotation. So we type rotation and initial mesh orientation. Okay, mesh orientation. We align it to a vector, I think. Oh, I'm sorry. It should be rotation. It should be this one. On local. Now let me see if this affects anything. Nope. This is not it. This is not it. So was it the orientation mode? I don't think so. Let me check it though. It's not quaternion. It is not matrix. It is, if it is in vector, I'm not sure. Yeah, it is definitely not any of these. It should be the bottom one that we 2, 3. Yep. We could also give them different velocities, but I don't think that's gonna solve anything. Let me test it anyways, okay? So this is 90. Is it looking different than this one? Isolate. Are they overlapping? I don't think so, right? I think it worked. Let's see. Oh, that's... Oh yeah, then it is working. Yeah, it's not this, it's... Is it there? No. Okay, so... Yeah, I think this is working. Okay, nice. That was it then. Good. I wanna add then some orientation to this one too. I just say that this is 30. Okay, and I believe this kind of solves it. Yeah, I think this is looking better. Now let's add some sparks and some, probably some spark that is floating up and down and kind of signals that we need to take this, right? For this now, let's see. Well, definitely let's add some looping sparks, right? So simple looping particle. We are doing the same thing, and this loop particles lifetime, and I want to say self and once, and also 5. Same thing as the other, remember? Now spawn burst. I want to say that, or actually this does not need to be something looping, to be honest. Not at all. We erase it. Emitter, sprite burst. And instead of bursting, I want to say that this is a spawn rate. We can say also GPU fixed. And remember what we said about the fixed bounds. You can just do it however you want. All right. Okay, everything's good there. Spawn rate, let's do 400. That's huge and way too much. So as always, random uniform. When I say 1 and 3, maybe. Location, shape location. Sphere is fine. Although a cylinder, I think it's more akin to the shape that we already have in there. So height, probably 20. Probably something like that, right? Yeah, probably something along those lines. Probably not so big. Or actually, yeah, probably not so big. So 80. That looks nice. And why didn't we do this as a looping particle? Well, because we have a spawn rate and we can make them spawn infinitely. This does not need to have an exact loop like this mesh, right? Because if we did this, if you could call it a method, then you could see cuts in this mesh. These ones live and die, so it doesn't matter if you, well, you will never see a repetition, right? So it really doesn't matter. Okay, so we have these particles prowling around. The loop duration, what if it's every 5 seconds? But if they only live for 2, let's make it random. Let's make them live, let me see, 0.3, 1. We need to test it out after all. Yeah, it probably need to be longer to like that. Let's give it some velocity. So velocity, add velocity. This could look cool, but we probably want a from point as always. Right? This looks cooler. And we can say this is just 10, really soft. Then add a force, our usual curl noise force, and make it look really cool, like 100. Although this looks like flies, we need to use a drag. This could look nice. Cooled. Let's see how it looks with everything. Yeah, I mean it kind of works. It kind of works, but I don't particularly enjoy these sparks. We could have them, but maybe having 2 sets of sparks will be better, you know? So once again, material. We're gonna make a really simple one this time too, though. Don't worry. And this is m_spark. Oh, we have sparks? Okay, you changed the name, alright? I'm gonna go on additive. Elite is fine. Two-sided. Or actually, no. They're gonna rotate with us, so we don't need it to be two-sided. And radial, oh sorry, right click, radial gradient. We need 2 of these. We've done this, haven't we? No, we haven't. No, we haven't. Although, I'm thinking... No. That's crazy thinking. Although... Okay. We'll do something after. Anyways, we need to multiply these 2. No, actually add them together. But not before doing a multiplication to be able to visualize what is going on. Like that. And then multiplication. Particle color. You know how it works, right? Oh, actually, just plug it in here. We don't need this one. And this comes here, here, and here. Now, I hold S. Like that. Hold S. Like this. And we can just copy paste these 2. But change it to 2 and 2. That's all. Yeah, I mean, I guess we don't need this at the end if you're gonna make a material instance. My bad. So material instance, open it up. And let's have our particle here. Okay, so this is way too big, obviously. The first radius maybe 0.5, second one maybe 0.3, 0.2. So the idea is that I want my first radius to be really soft, 0.3, 0.4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like that, 0.8, soft, and then the density, it's like a really small point that is really high density, 3, like that. Maybe it's too much, 1.3, 1.4, yeah. This can be it, this can work. Let's test it out. Well, you could say it looks like nothing. And you will be correct. The density, I want to lower it down. 0.4. Aha, now they look more magical, you see? That's what we wanted. The color, I don't want to change it through time, I believe. Just something simple. But something emissive, definitely. So probably like that. Probably that is fine. Do we have an error here? Do I see them spawning? Yeah, they're spawning all out of nowhere. You know what that means. We can modify it here. Create another point. Point 1 is 1. And 0 is completely 0. Now they are softer. And this looks nice. I'm worried that it could look like flies still. Way too soft, and they do look like flies. And we don't want that. So we again change the values here. What if we do a 10? 10 looks better. We could definitely the size. All right, the cylinder. Let's offset it a little bit on the z-axis. 10 maybe. 20. Yeah, probably 20 is fine. And our curl noise is just too much. 20. 30. 60? Probably 60 works. Now, last thing. Scale sprite size. Oh no, this is mesh by speed. No. Scale sprite size. And we could do the inverse actually. They scale down. Yeah, like that. Can we take a look? I am enjoying this. I am enjoying this, but you know, the motion of these waves kind of go up too, right? Sometimes go up. Whoop. Let's add some sparks that go up too. Let's do this. And actually I was thinking, what if we use these sparks here that we had previously? Could they look nice? Sub UV, this was 2x2, right? They could look nice. I mean, they could. Let's give it a test, all right? Only a small test. We need a sub UV animation, remember? And this needs to be just random. From 1 to 3. Sprite renderer. There we go. That's cool. Let's make them smaller. So 0.3 and 1. I take back what I said. Probably not the greatest idea. Can barely look at them now. Yeah, probably not the greatest idea. Never mind. I do want to create those upward sparks though. And these are gonna be just not from point, linear. Yeah, probably like that. Or maybe 200. And then have an acceleration or gravity. Gravity force can be it too. Let's make a curve. I just want C, and it starts at 1, but it could go to minus 500. Something like this could be. Well, there are a lot of things that are not right. and mainly the radius should be way shorter, 30 maybe, and then it's too even, right? So we need to randomize it. Random 200 and what, 20? Yeah, I think this looks nice, although maybe a little bit too much, right? 100. Yeah, I enjoy that. Hmm. I think we need to add more variation to this. Yeah, we need to add more variation. I don't enjoy this. 10. Like 10, 0. Okay, fine. Our cylinder radius. We could also do with a random here. So it is sometimes 80. It is sometimes 30. Is that helping us? I think so. Yeah, I think this looks cool. But I am also thinking we could just add a flame here in the middle and then call it a day. We just stop with this. Yeah. Yep. So this is the last part. I promise. Well, I'm almost sure it is. At emitter, we make, okay, again, a simple looping particle. We make sure that it's gonna loop, not like the others. Self once 5 seconds. I want this fire noise to be here. And this, we will try to elongate it and make it look cool. Wait, why is it fading away though? Or I adapt, there we go. Let's make it non-uniform. Let's make it grow. Oh, actually, we need to change the pivot of it, I believe. So what if it's on 0 on Y? Is that how it works? I need to test. Yeah, so it's the inverse actually. 1. Yeah, and then it grows upwards. Maybe actually not like that. Maybe 0.8. Yeah. Yeah, I mean something like that could be the way to go. 60. Let's make it 40. Could be. Could be. Definitely also we need to change the colors of it. So color mode, direct set. And let me think. For now, let's just add a really strong purple. So 10. A really strong purplish. Now we do have a couple of issues with this though, as we can see in here. Well, definitely this wasn't the greatest of the ideas. We can see that since it's not the same material, it does not mesh well together, right? So most like, oh wait, why are sparks flying on top? Oh, of course, we moved it a little bit up. Our sparks update, but our flare does not update because it remains there forever. So visible, not visible, there we go. Yeah, this is not gonna work at all. This is not what we need. What we need then, that has the same material and that is working, is we go to material, to our flare ray. We're gonna make a duplicate. Flare ray 1, it's fine. And instead of this this mask, we're gonna put this mask, right? So this fire. And it's kinda not working as we intended. We need to take away some things. For example, this Fresnel is no longer useful for us because this is not gonna be a mesh anymore, right? So the Fresnel is out. And the rest, I think it's fine. We can compress it and make it look cool. Why can't we see anything here though? Oh, we are disrupting our order of events, I think. So this and this are probably just fine here, but this needs to go here. Yep, and that's better. We put it here. Okay, that looks better. And now we have the same pattern of colors and everything, right? We just have everything. We can go to the flower and create a... Oh, why did we erase it? Okay, it's fine. Single looping particle. And we grab our flare ray 1, add it here, isolate it. Yeah, I think this is gonna look cool. We isolate it. We perhaps want to add a different... No, it's fine. Okay, so 0.8. We wanna elongate it with random uniform. No, with non-uniform. This was what, 90? No, 90 is too much. No, that's too much too. 50? No, that's still too little. 100. And 40? Well, I'm glad that we're trying this together. We can see definitely this bottom part being too much of a nuisance for us. We can grab a gradient and cut this part open. You know, that could be it too. So let's continue working on it. We need to place it a little bit higher. And maybe this pivot, it's okay on 0.5, and we can just set the position offset here. 10, 20, 30, 40. 40 is good. 40 is good, I believe. Okay, so we have our looping particle here. We go on self. We go on once, it's fine. 5. Let's cut the bottom part and make it softer. We really need that. Yeah, these lines are proving to be a nuisance for us. We leave that there, and we want to multiply this by just this one, I believe. So we take away all of this. We click the power node there, like so, and we place it here. How is that looking? We add a 3, 5, probably a 3 is fine. That is looking better. Okay. No, that is not looking better. We still need more. Oh, of course, we could not preview it. We weren't plugging it in, my bad. Like so. This could be it. Yep. I think that looks nice, and it follows around. And that will mean that our up sparks can go up a little bit further, you know? 150. If we uncheck it, we need an alignment, otherwise it follows us like this. You see? If we isolate this, it's just following the camera. So we need an alignment. Align sprite facing an alignment, and this alignment needs to be custom, and we start to work on it. Local, the sprite alignment needs to be on C, and it needs to, I think, face C too. Oh no, no sprite facing, I think. Yep, like so, perfectly like so. Okay, that is exactly what we want. Perfect. All right, now we need a small core, and that's it. And this small core, you know, could just be our could just be this again. Copy paste, but this one is gonna be default sprite material. Well, something like that, but way shorter. Something like this, and we make it have a stronger color. 333. A little bit lower. Position offset 20 or 30. Something like that. Actually, I'm thinking we should use our Spark instance to have a softer core. Oh, come on. Our screen just exploded with intense colors. It's acting back to normal though. Probably something like this, right? No, we didn't add it like that. Place it. Yeah, probably something like that. Or we create another instance. Paste it. And let's modify it. So the density 2 is the one I'm interested in, I think. Well, the radius. Like so. Density 1 point something. Like that. That's fine. I like this. Now, it is bright, sure. We can make it brighter like that. And lastly, it needs to be either bigger or brighter. 555. We can see it floating there. You can kind of see the idea, right? Let's make it 10, 10, and 10. Let's make it bigger. Like so, like so. Okay, yeah. And this is the final part. Scale sprite size. And you remember what we did before? We're gonna do the exact same thing. So it's gonna start at 1, and it's gonna go to 5 maybe. Oh, that's too much. 3. You can kind of see the idea, but we need a non-uniform curve actually. And just first 1, 1, fine, but at 0.5 this is gonna be 1.5, not so thick. But on Y we do change it to like 2.5 maybe. That's too much, isn't it? When it grows, it's huge. X is too much then, I believe. one is fine. Or actually, okay, 1.2. Let's preview it. It's growing nicely, but let's make it grow faster so it attracts our attention more. Yeah, I think this is looking cool. I'm just checking if we need some more addition. Yeah, I think this price is fine. Maybe we overworked the price. I'll give you that. But we we could probably put it more to the base so it camouflages a little bit more. That could be it. That could be it. Um, that could be it, friend. No, 20. And yeah, I guess that we were wrong. We just 2.8. 0. Huh? Oh, that's so much better. Why make it grow 4? 3. And the color, I don't see it anymore. 3.7. Okay, guys, I think that's it for our effects. Oh wait, we haven't even replaced the baguette. Okay, okay. Let's save everything first, please. So we are not done yet. I'm so sorry. We got too entertained making a cool material. Okay, I'm closing everything. Let's enter the baguette here. And well, we can definitely replace this and add our flower. So our flower is gonna be, you know, inside the, no. Here's our flower. Our baguette, I just wanna say, it's invisible, but we can erase it. For now, we have our flower. And I wanna say, it's always on, right? And it just loops. And wait, this is our particle system. We erase it. This is our baguette price. All right. Now, I want to say that once we interact with it, it could disintegrate, you know? Because right now, let's see how it goes. Quickly, grab the baguette. F, you win. So it just disappears. I think this is good enough, though. We could make it disappear with, but you probably don't want to make all of that, do you? So in case you do want to do it, it's fairly simple. I'm just gonna walk you through it just by, you don't need to follow, but in case you do want to make it disappear, it's quite easy. First, we duplicate our system and we name it flower disintegration, right? Because once we pick this item, it just disappears, right? So what we will do is why does it look like that? Oh, we isolate it. Yeah, so what we will do is to create a effect that is no longer looping, right? So you don't make it loop anymore, and that it has its materials disintegrate. And that's quite easy. I'm just gonna show you really quickly. We're not gonna do it, don't worry. But in here, we just bring a subtract. We bring in a subtract and we can, let me see. Okay, we join it like this, and we bring in a multiplication. Oh, sorry, that's a normalize. A multiplication. We put it here, and two things. First, we bring in a texture, which probably is the wave one. And in here, well, I'm gonna show you. The more you increase the value, the more disintegrated it gets. So 1, nothing, 2, 3, 4, you see? So if you animate a curve, it's gonna disintegrate and it's gonna look cool. And how do the material interact with the system? So you type a dynamic parameter, you name it disintegration, you apply it, you go to your flower, and on update, you bring in a dynamic material parameter and you animate it. Curve. And then you can just say it goes from 1 to 10 and it disintegrates, right? And it's not gonna show too well in here because remember, this is a looping particle, but you could make a particle that is not looping anymore, right? And once you have your particle that dies, you go here in the reward, interact with object, then just spawn system at location, and you plug in your system, your other flower in here. You bring in your flower this, which will bring the same location. Get location, get world location, and you put it here. And that's it, right? And just to make an example that it works, we can just place the flower here, right? It's just gonna spawn it again. So yeah, we're here, we're fine. Our flower, oh Lord. I need to erase this and stop isolating it. There we go. Okay, now for real. There's surprise, we grab it with F, and then it appears again, right? So that's what you need. You just need to make another particle that it just spawns away. But that's it, guys. I hope that you enjoyed the effects part and that you created cool effects. Now Mao will amaze you.
Welcome to the new chapter of this tutorial. Now we will focus on creating the level that we need for our game. Because if we try our mechanics like they're kind of working, the problem is the game is not fun. And there are many reasons for that, but one of the most important ones is that you don't have a level. And level design, it may be important in some occasions, and in others they are not. And in this case, we want it to be important. Like, for example, in what case won't be important? Like, you have a wave kind of game where a lot of waves come, waves of enemy comes, and you only have the space, and it's like packed action all the way, and the game is just in this space. So we need to talk about the gameplay space. And for us, part of the fun is also the exploration that you will have in the level. So let's start by creating a new level. Let's go to empty open world. And now what we're gonna do is to go window, go environment light mixer, and we will just click everything. Now what this will do is create all the lights for our level, and you will see this in the right in the outliner. So let's click here. And there you go. Now you can see the mouse. Sorry, you can see the sky here. So the next thing I need to do is to save this. So before saving it, let's create a landscape. So let's go here, go to landscape, and by default you will have these values. If you want to create a really big world, you can just change this to something like 255, and that's a big world. You can also change the section size even bigger. So I'm just gonna leave it at 63 by 63, just because I don't want my game to be super big, and the reason is I don't want this to take forever, and bigger worlds actually require more time to polish. That's the truth of it. So let's just start with something small, and if you want to create something bigger, go ahead, but I'm just gonna go with the default values. Click create, And now what I will do is go out of this mode with Shift 1 and then Control S to save the map. And let's create a new folder here. Right click, new folder. Let's go to Maps. And this one will be my level open world level 01. Actually, let's just call it level open world 01, just like that. Click OK, save, and now you should be good to go. So now that we have our level, we need to add something here. First thing I want to do is to put the player controller somewhere, because whenever I start playing, I will start playing whenever my camera is set. So I will just leave. I will just go here to the green plus icon, go to basic, and go to player start, and let's just say it starts here. Okay, and if you move it and you want to snap into the ground, just press the End key, press F to focus, and now you will have your character, which is pointing into the wrong direction, I think. But anyway, let's just say we start here. Okay, so what can we do with this? Well, there are a few things we can do. We can go to landscape, and here we can go to the sculpting modes. Now, the sculpting modes are just a way for you to sculpt in the landscape to push up or down. So for example, if I sculpt here, now I have a little mountain here. If I press shift, I have something like this. So now when I play my game, now you see I don't see it because the player controller is rotated in the wrong direction, but we will fix that later. So what else you can do? Well, I'm going to show you my most favorite tools you have here. You have the sculpt, of course. You have the smooth, which you can just smooth things out. You can flatten. This one we're going to use a lot. So if we want everything even, we can just flatten. Click here where you want to start grabbing the information from the landscape, and you will just paint here. And now everything is flat. Another thing you can do with flatten is you can just go to the sculpt tool, sculpt here, and you can see it's very uneven surface. So you can just grab the flatten tool and even this out, just like that. There's another tool we will use is the ramp tool. So if I click here and then I click here, you will see that I have a ramp here. So I can just move it in whatever direction I want. And whenever I feel like it's ready, I can just press enter. And now I will have a ramp. So let's take a look how this feels like. Let's take our weapon. Now you can see that I have a little ramp here. And my ground here is totally flat, right? Now, there is an important thing that you will see here. As soon as I go up, have you noticed that everything starts looking more interesting? Just because there is some verticality in the game. So what I want to do is, let me just remove what we just did. It's going to be very easy. Just go to layer. You can have many layers here. So you can just go to layer, clear, and just click clear sculpt. We don't have paint layers yet, so it doesn't matter. So what we will do is to actually create a really big ramp. So we're going to start from the middle and we're going to go to the top here. And what we're going to do is to increase the size. Now, if I press enter just like this, you will have something that looks like this. And that's not exactly what we want. So what I want to do is to increase the width. Now, this is long, but not long enough. I want it to be long enough so that it covers the whole map. So I can just start like this. And what I can do is to actually change this number, put something like 32,000, for example. And if I click enter, you will see that you have something like this. Now you will see that the fall off is a little bit harsh. So what we can do is increase the fall off by a lot. So, and increase the size like 60,000. So now I can just move this thing here, move this thing, and let's not do it too high. Be aware of that, just a little bit, just so that we can have a little bit of room to work with. And let's click enter. And as you can see, I already have a little hill here I can play with. But the problem is this part is a little bit flat, so we're gonna do the same here. We're gonna click on the ramp, click here, and we're gonna click on this ramp. We're gonna do the same, but into another direction. So let's go here and click enter. And now you will see that you have something like this, where you have a little hill here, and then this part is flat, and that's okay. Now what you can do with this is go to smooth things out to make sure the transition is more more natural. So you can just smooth things out here, and just like that you have a little hill. Now the problem is, if we start the game, we will fall into the abyss. So what we need to do is to go here to the outliner, go to player search, click here. Let's take a look at where it is. So let's bring it up and press the End key. And also what we're gonna do is to actually we're gonna start up. We're gonna start like this. We're gonna start from here, and let's take a look at this. And now we will change the rotation of this so that the player starts, and look where we start. It's here. Wonderful. So that's gonna be it for this lesson. The next lesson, we're gonna continue to work on this landscape art. We're gonna talk a little bit about what is this thing that you see here in the background that pops out whenever I walk a little bit. Let's continue to work on this level. Now this can be a very daunting task, just because like you start and you're like, how do I even create a fun level? How do I know if my level is fun? How do I know if I'm doing things right? And those are valid questions. And those are questions that you need to answer little by little as you continue to decorate your level. So what we're gonna do first is to put our enemy here, just so that we know how far we are from the enemy. So let's start here. Let's just say my player starts here. I start walking a little bit just to know how to use the sword, whatever. And around this time he can find an enemy. So let's just move it here. And what I can do to make things a little bit interesting, it's go to the landscape and start using the flatten tool. So let's go here. Let's go to the flatten tool, and we can create something like this, for example. And now that you have this, you can even smooth it out if you want. Go for something like this. Reduce the strength. You don't want to be super strong. And you can just continue to flatten this out. And now that you have this, press end here. And here, let's just say you will find your enemy. So let's click OK. We start here, and now we have a problem here. The problem is you have two choices. You can go left or you can go right. Right? So the thing about this is that we need to guide the player where to go. And in open worlds, it's they still guide you. It's just a little bit less obvious, right? In platform games, it's like that's the only way, and you don't need to look somewhere else. So in theory, you could have like a couple of options, but for the beginning, we're just leave it at one option. So how are we gonna do this? We're just gonna sculpt here, sculpt a little bit, and we're gonna flatten this. Just like this. We're gonna flatten like this. And we can actually sculpt a little bit more and keep flattening. And just to check the height of this, make sure the player cannot go up. Okay, that looks fine to me. So let's do the same here. Let's go to sculpt. Keep sculpting and then go to flatten here. And what you can do is to even break this out to have like a little bit of an obstacle here. And now when you get here, you can just go to flatten. Have a little bit of an obstacle here. There you go. And now my player won't start here, but it will he will start here. Well, let's see. Now this gives me the impression that I can go up, and we don't want that. We don't really want that. So what we want to do is to flatten this and just sculpt things a little bit and then flatten, but do not put too much fall off, just a little bit, just like that, just like that. And then you can have something like this with less fall off. So now my player, he will think that he cannot go here, but he can here. So let's fix that later. For now, where we're gonna start is like we're gonna move, then we're gonna go right, then we're gonna find the space where we find our first opponent here. So the opponent doesn't work because we don't have the path. We're gonna put that later. For now, let's just imagine this is the start of the game. Now, like any start, you need a way to block the player. So it's very simple. We're just gonna flatten this like this. Actually, not like this. We're just gonna do it like this. And just to make sure, we're gonna make sure that this part is a little bit higher. Okay, keep doing something like that, and then we're gonna flatten this. I'm gonna flatten this out. There you go. And then we're gonna do the same here. I know this part may be a little bit too much, so let's do something like this. And now this part also something like this, and then we can flatten things out just so that we have a little bit of a interesting obstacle in our environment. The fall off a little bit intense, so let's go back like this. And actually, I like what we have here. It's a little bit of a happy accident. We can go for a ramp here. Let's go to the default values. Let's just go for something like this. And now you start high. You have a little obstacle here. An obstacle, I don't mean like it's blocking you from anything. I just mean that you need to move, right? And if you move, it's gonna be more fun, right? So let's go here. And now let's do the same here. There you go. Now let's try it out. But before we try it out, let's go to our player controller. See where it is. There it is. So let's go up, press End. And now when we start the game here. And we cannot go up, that's for sure. And we're going down. I'm going deep, brother. You see, and here I have a small little hole. Make sure we don't have those. We're gonna smooth it out. And for now, I think this is working quite well. And you see how the happy accidents when working with this flatten method happen just because we're making the surface even more uneven so that you can have this little thing. So let's fix this thing. Before we continue to the next section, we're just gonna sculpt this. Just gonna smooth it out. Reduce the size. We'll just do something like this, right? Smooth things out. You don't want the player to find any hole here. There you go, something like that. There you go. Beautiful, beautiful. Do the same here. You can see how these smooth transitions actually help a little bit. So now let's play our game again. I have a little bit of a place where you go up, you go down, you go up, you go down, a little bit of a slope here, and then you will find your first enemy. And that will be the first area of our level. Let's keep adding more stuff to our level. So what I want to do first, before doing anything else, is I want to try my level. So what I will do is go to the green plus icon and type nap and go to nap mesh bounce volume. And this will create the navigation mesh for our level. So what we will do is to make this really big, like something like that. And you can see it's building the navigation. Now you may think, well, but what if I have a huge open world? The navigation is going to be so huge. Don't worry about that, because what we will do later is to specify which areas of the map has gameplay and which areas have not. We're just going to keep it like that. Well, this should be good enough. Let's reduce the size of this. Looks like everything is in place already. So let's just keep it like that. And the navigation will be built soon. So click play. Now you will see that you have your opponent already moving. So let's try it out. You go here, and then you see your first enemy. And then here you can try out, like, for example, we can have a tutorial like, oh, you press left click to attack with magic, right click to attack with the sword, and that's pretty much it. So after you have this, you have a little bit of open world, right? So we're gonna choose two paths, one that goes to the left and one that goes to the right. So how are we gonna do that is we're gonna go to the landscape, and let's see, this path is going up. So let's create a ramp here. And let's go like this width. Click OK. And if this is too much, don't worry about this. You can just put it something like this. And then we're gonna flatten this. So let's work on the left side first, and then we're gonna work on the rest. Okay, so let's increase the size of the brush, and then go here, and then just flatten this. Now you see that I have something like this. Don't worry, just smooth things out, and you will be good to go. So this is the next area. I'm gonna flatten this. So it's like, you can think about big sections. Like let's do this one very big, very big. You can think about big sections here where you're gonna have this section, and then you're gonna add the details into the section later. So let's just smooth things out, just like this. It doesn't matter if it looks ugly, we will fix it. Now we start here, and now you will see that you have a choice. You can go left, which there's nothing, we can go right. If we go right, have something like this. You go up. Now I feel it's taking a little bit long to go up, so let's fix that. We're gonna go here, and this ramp is just gonna go like this. It's gonna be less up, just something like that. And we're gonna flatten this from this distance. I think it should work. It should work from this distance. So naturally, when I do that, I will create this kind of slopes. So I will use that to my advantage. It's kind of like when you're painting and your brush strokes create interesting shapes. I'm gonna do the same here. Now what I can do, I'll actually, when I go up here, I'm gonna flatten this. It's like that. And I have more slopes here, even more options. You could have more options. For example, you could go down. Let's try it out. And you see, as I continue to do this, I haven't planned anything. It's just a matter of seeing, like, maybe the player can go down here. And when you do that, you smooth things out. You can smooth things like this just so that it makes more sense. And let's try it out. Let's save it and go here, and you will see that I have a little slope here. I can maybe go here. Slope maybe a little bit higher. I could go down if I want, or I can explore more things here. So I'm gonna make this thing a little bit more obvious, just because I feel like it's not that obvious for me. And the most important thing at the moment when you do this kind of stuff is that you make things obvious for the player. So in my case, if it's not 100% obvious to me, for sure it's not gonna be for the player, so don't even think about it. So what I'm gonna do is to smooth things out, and maybe I can have like a... Let me flatten this thing here. What I have is contrast here, and you'll see here that I have this black area, it's the shadow, and then I have the lead one. And this contrast is exactly what you're looking for, because it creates a line that goes into this way. So how do you know you can go down? Well, we apply the same theory. It's very easy. You can just flatten this thing like that, and look at that. Now we have a shadow, and the shadow gives us contrast, and the contrast creates the line, and the line is what will tell the player, hey, I think you should go here. So this is the way we suggest the player where to go, even without being too obvious about it. We can do something like this, for example. And if it's too low, we can sculpt things. And now we can flatten this, because we don't want the player to know that can actually go there. Oh, look at that. Now we have a shadow here. We can smooth things out, and as you can see, as I smooth things out, the shadow will get a little bit smooth too, just like I did here. You lose the shadow, so you don't want to smooth too much. There you go. Shadow here. And you can see we're creating interesting shadows for our level. So start from here. We see our first enemy. We defeat him. Oh my god, that was wild. And then we can go here. And here you have a choice. You can go down, or you can continue in this area. Now I like this area, but this one, it's a little bit noisy. So let's go here to the landscape and let's just smooth things out here. I think we need to smooth things out. And because the player thinks he can go here, you can actually flatten this. And let's sculpt a little bit. And then flatten. You can see we're using the same basic technique. Sculpt and flatten, sculpt and flatten. And just like that, we have created what it is, a path for the player. Now let's smooth things out. There you go. And I don't know if the player wants, I want the player to go here, so let's, to make, at the moment, make sure he cannot go up. Like, this is too high for him. Let's make it even higher here. Flatten. And if we don't like it, we can always go back. But anyway, let's play now. And where we have, it's a very interesting setup for the level design. Now there is the option to go here, and we may leave it like that for now, but now you have the option to go down or the option to go here. And let me see if this path it's kind of clear or not. If I go here, I can see that I can definitely go there. But I can also go this way, and let's see if we want to go there or not. But for now, we'll just leave it like that, and we will work on this area next. Now that you have seen how it will go around creating new areas, let's create the rest of the areas for our level. So the next one is going to be very obvious, actually. It's going to be go to the right here. So the way we're going to do that, it's we're going to flatten this. Just like this. And we can actually start closing some areas. Like, for example, I can just increase the size and just flatten all this to make sure. Be careful with this, by the way. Just smooth things out. There you go. Don't wanna, by mistake, stuck the player. There you go. So the next one is gonna be this one. So what we're gonna do is to create a ramp. This one going up. So this one maybe go down. So let's do that. Let's create a ramp. And now we can actually go below what we have. Something like this. Let's click enter. Now you will see that I actually have the option to go down. So I can just flatten things. Let's increase the size. Just like that. Have the option to go down, just like that. Or you could go up too. You could go to the right if you want, and you will end up in the same place as if you were going down here. So let's try it out. The best thing you can do to see if what you have done makes any sense is just to try things out. So we're going here, and now it's the right. Actually go here. Actually, I like this because if I go this way, I have a way to go up, and then I will find the same place I had before, right? And this is called level flow, where you don't necessarily need to go all the way back to go to the other side of the map. And there you have this path here. So what you could do potentially, it's to have another slope here, but we will just leave it like that. What else you can do? Well, you can start creating another area. You can even go even more down if you want. So let's try it out, and if it doesn't work, we can always go back to what we had here. Let's go here, increase the size of this, and hit enter. And look what you have here. It's actually keep going down. So now what you can do here is flatten. You can see how the ramp, the flatten, and the sculpt tools are the only things we need here. And we're also gonna smooth things out here. So what else you can do? Well, you could go to the right. So let's create another ramp, which could start from here potentially. And let's decrease the size. Something like that. And we can do another ramp here. Just like that. And then let's flatten this. You can see making games can take a long time. So make sure you you're aware of this before I start making a game. Otherwise, it's just you're gonna get disappointed. I didn't know it was so hard. It is. It's not like it's hard. It's a lot of tedious work, actually. This is not hard to do if you think about it. But it's the decision making that could cause some problems here. I'm gonna block this part because I don't want the player to go up. So it's very easy. I'm just gonna sculpt here. And I'm just gonna flatten this area. Just like that. I'm gonna flatten all this. I could potentially flatten this too. But anyway. Smooth things out. Just because I don't want the player to think he can go up. Let's just do it even more flat, like that. And let's try it out. Let's start from here. I really like this area. You see the enemy works. It can go down. I like it. I like it a lot, actually. Let's smooth this area a little bit. Let's go here to check how this is going. Okay. So this needs a little bit of work, for sure. A little bit of work. So let's go back and smooth things out a little bit, like that. And now I can see if I go up, like this part still doesn't feel right to me, so I'm just gonna do another ramp. Just like that. And what we're gonna do is to flatten this. Make it even bigger. Just like that. If we wanna go down, we can do that by putting another ramp. Click. Okay. And what we can do is to flatten this area. Actually, not flat, just smooth things out a little bit. And smooth things out, just like that. And just flatten this area too. So what you can do is flatten this. And just do the smooth again. And then flatten. And then you could potentially put a ramp here. And then smooth things out. If that's what you want. It's like two places to go to, two paths to go to the same way. If that makes any sense. Let's just move this. And this part is a little bit narrow, so we're gonna We're gonna do another ramp here, but this time we're gonna increase the width of it. There you go. Now we're gonna smooth things out. We're gonna flatten this area here. Like that. And then smooth it out. And now you can go down here, which I don't want, so let's just flatten this. I mean, technically you can if you jump, right? But it's not what we want. And now we have something like this. A little ramp that goes diagonal. The next thing, of course, is we're gonna block the borders. That's something we need to make sure. So we're gonna sculpt here. Or we're just gonna flatten this. Make sure the borders are nowhere. Like you cannot go past there. So let's keep sculpting here and let's just do another flatten. We'll do the same here. Now what you have, it's something like this. So let's fix this. This ramp is going up. Let's smooth things a little bit and let's flatten this area. And what I can do actually is to do something like this. Now this will make you think, oh, I can go there, but you cannot. So let's just put a ramp. Something like that. And then we're gonna flatten. There you go. We can smooth it out if we want, but okay. So let's try. Let's try. Actually, what I want to do is to actually flatten this. Make sure all this area is covered. You cannot go here. This area, let's just say, will be unplayable. Okay, so let's make sure the player cannot go there even by mistake. And if that's the case, I'm gonna continue flatten this just like this. Don't worry about the looks of this. It's gonna look much better. We're just laying the foundation for our level. Let's go here and start playing. Let's see. Can go here. And now you have the option to go up. You can also go there if you want, or you can go up here. If you go up here, then you can always go down. And that's a long one. That's a long one for sure. So let's just leave it like that. And then here, if you went through this area, you will find something like this a little bit more often. Something like that. And we can try even better with some enemies to check like how many enemies you can put in one area. So I can just duplicate this, press End, duplicate, press End. Let's start with 2 here, another one here, another one here. And let's just say you have areas of combat and areas of rest. So potentially you could like put like 3 enemies here in this area. And you can see that even if I duplicate those, they're not exactly in the same level. So you still need to snap those Let's try again. Go here. And you see that with enemies, everything makes much more sense now. And now I have two things to worry about in the map. I have to see where I want to go, and at the same time I need to decide who am I gonna kill now, and if I'm gonna kill them now, like, you know, if it's a good idea. Like here, for example, I feel this guy's too lonely. We can add another guy here. This is how you can start adding more and more gameplay areas into your level. I want to stop a little bit and talk about world partition, because if you close your project and you open it again, you may have something that looks like this, and then you may start panicking. And when you play, everything is just normal. Don't worry, like, your level is not gone anywhere. But what just happened here is that the cells that are here are not loaded. So let me show you what I mean. Basically, each cell can be loaded into memory. Let's just put it like that. That's a terrible square. Let's do it again. Let's go like this. And this is like half and half, and there should be another one here and another one here. So depending where the player is, like if the player is here, you will load cells around the player and unload cells outside the player, so that the memory you have, it's saved on things that you're not gonna see anyway. And what's happening here is that not all the cells are loaded. So what we're gonna do is go to Window, World Partition, and then go to World Partition Editor. And what you will see here in the right is that you have World Partition here. Now, nothing looks like it's changed here. You can see the cells I'm talking about here. Each square, it's basically a cell. So what you can do is right click and then load region, and then you will see the whole map. Now, if you ask me, why don't I just load all the cells all the time? Well, the reason is some projects can get really big, and some games can be like have big worlds and a lot of assets. And right now our project doesn't really need it, but if it gets really big, this will become very handy, because, for example, I can just select only this, like for example, unload everything, and then, you know what, I'm just gonna work on this side of the level, and then I will just load this. But when I play, everything will be loaded as it should be. But just when I'm working with, I'm just working within this region, and it's just not gonna load the rest. So if you have a bad computer, or it's lagging, or whatever it is that happened, just make sure that this thing, you only load the regions that you want. And that's it for world partition. So let's continue working on the level design. At this point, you should be very familiar with the process already. We're using the sculpt mode, the ramp mode, the flatten mode, the smooth. It's basically flatten, smooth, and ramp, right? So what I have here is basically two paths. Like my player starts from here, it goes forward, and then it has the choice to go left. It has the choice to go back here. It can go right. So it will be a good idea to maybe put like something that goes down, that goes like this area. Something that probably maybe goes up and goes here, or eventually they mix, right? And that could be a choice. So let's get into it. Let's go to the ramp, click here, and move it just like that. And when you're here, you just smooth things out. Make sure you have a nice smooth transition. And we can start playing from here just so that we can test. Take a look. Okay, so the problem with this is you don't know where the exit is. So as always, it will be very easy. We're gonna go to landscape, we're gonna sculpt, we're gonna put this one up, just like that. And then we're gonna flatten this. And then we're gonna create this wall here. So let's move the brush size a little bit, just like that. Now that you're here, you can even block this way. Like, for example, this is a not playable area. It could be a choice. Okay, and you can also do the same here. You can go here, for example. And let's leave it like that. And although I really want to put a ramp here, so let's decrease the size. Press OK, and then smooth things out, just like that. And also flatten this area a little bit, and then smooth things out. Smooth things out, and then flatten. Let's decrease the size of this brush. There you go. Much better. Much better. And then we can smooth things out. All right. So now that we have this, let's try it out. So we play from here. We go into the next area, which is this one. Now there is a little bit of a go up and down and here, and that's not really good for level design because you can get stuck. You don't really know until you put the props and the enemies. But there is a possibility here. You also have this one. And you know, here you can go down, but you cannot really see that you can go down. So what you could do potentially, it's put another wall here. Let's go to landscape, sculpt a little bit, flatten this out. There you go, something like that. So now that you have this, is much more evident that you should not go there. Something like that. Let's play from here. So you can still see it, and the reason is the slope is too high. So what you can do is go to the ramp and just go to here and start putting something like this, right? It's a little bit. Something like that. And then you can put another ramp here. Let's try to put it in position here. Something like that. We can even increase the width and the fall off. And then we can go to smooth things out. And here we will make sure the player doesn't fall here. So let's flatten this and continue our flatten process. Now these flattened areas, we will basically remove them by adding some meshes here. But for now, they work just fine. So let's keep them just the way they are, okay? Just bear with me for a second. I'll just try again. Yeah, now you can see it easier. You can go down like this. And let's just smooth areas that we find a little bit annoying for the player. Like for example, this one for sure, this one for sure. So let's continue the flattening here and Make sure there is no hole. There you go, just like that. And also here is a lot of smoothed areas, so you can smooth things out. And if you want to make things a little bit more interesting for the player, you can do what we did before, where you can just flatten things out just like this, just so that the player goes like more to the right. Or you can do the same here, something like that. Well, let's try it out from here. Now you see, like, you have a block here, so you need to go left and right, like kind of like you're playing basketball, right? Left and right, left and right. That makes the level design a little bit more fun to navigate. Whereas this part, like for example, it's full of flat area, so when you walk, it's like, oh my god, when am I gonna arrive? And that's not a good thing. But this kind of area can be solved by putting props in the feature, so I'm not really worried about that. Okay, so now that we have this area, let's try to put another one here. I believe we still have some time, so it's very easy. Just like painting, you just want to go for some nice strokes here. You can put, there you go, something like that. And you could like put a ramp too in one of these places, for example, like here, and go up, increase the width and the fall off to have something like that. And then you can put a ramp here again, not like this, is too big. Let's remove the size. There you go, something like that. Something like that. You can put another ramp here. And then flatten this. And then we can smooth things out just like that. And now that we have this, we can just try to duplicate some enemies here. Like at this point, I just want to feel like how it will be like with some enemies. Is it too big? Is it too small? Is it too easy? Is it too boring? Those are the questions that I need to be asking myself constantly here. So for example, this is a big area. Try to put a little bit more enemies here. You go. And here you could put another one. There you go. Now this area looks very empty, so let's just duplicate this. And here we can just smooth things out. Just like that. You can smooth things out here. And eventually we can create like a focal point in our level, but let's just try it out from the beginning. This time we're not going to the right, we're going to the left. So let's see. We start here, you see the first enemy. Then you can go here. You can actually see a lot of enemies here. Now why this area looks more interesting is because of the verticality here. Like we're up and we're looking down. Let's kill this guy. There you go. So if we go up, have something like this. I believe we can have more elevation here. A little bit too flat. A little bit too flat. So what I can do, it's maybe increase the size of this by a bit. Just like that. Start flattening things out. There you go. Now here I can just sculpt things like this, just so that I can have something like that. And then I can continue to sculpt this and also smooth things out. Actually, let's just flatten this and just put another ramp. Decrease the width, decrease the fall off. Not like this. Fall off with, there you go. Then smooth things out. Increase the size of this. Sorry, smooth things out. There you go. Now when I play from here, like this looks a little bit more interesting to me. Definitely. Definitely much more interesting. I still like the other area more. And the reason is like we're going, this more verticality here. This is much more flat. It's okay for now. It's okay. So the next video, we're just gonna continue with this area of the environment. So I've been reflecting about the size of this map, and you know, we're just gonna do the same over and over until we finish the whole thing. So we just might as well just finish it here. So what I'm gonna do is to put a focal point. So for example, like if my player is here, my focal point will be this area. Now you may have heard about the focal point. It's basically the point of interest in a picture where you need to look at. And in the case of games, it turns out to be the main objective. Always the focal point needs to be the main objective, otherwise the player won't know where to go. So the easiest way to do this is by putting something big here. So we're gonna just continue to use the tools here. I find that this part is a little bit flat, so I'm gonna put another ramp here. And I'm gonna make it shorter. Click here, go to flatten. Not that part, there you go, this part. Flatten this area. There you go. Now, and then we're gonna put another ramp here. Let's reduce the width, increase the... Take a look at the fall off. There you go. Now you can have like a couple of ways you can go here. So as soon as you reach here, we want the player to actually go up. So I think from here, like we walk here, and then here we can start going upwards. So let's do that. And let's increase the width of this ramp. There you go. Make sure you smooth this out. I mean, at this point you can see already what kind of tools we use to make this kind of maps. Let's decrease this smooth intensity. Yeah, now we will just flatten this out. Just like that, and let's increase it. Let's increase the size just so that we can work faster with this. There you go. So that's the first one. Now it's not high enough, so we will do another ramp here. Let's see if this one is fine. It looks okay to me. So let's go to the flatten tool again. And then we will make this one bigger. Okay, so it's starting to show what it could be our focal point. Let's do another one. This time it will be... So let's think about it for a second. It could be like here. And try to make it shorter. I know from this point of view looks like it's not that long, so just make it like this. hit the ramp button, and then do another flatten here. Now this is not very... It's not a place where the player can easily go, so let's just leave it like this. There you go, something like that. And then we will flatten this part. Okay, look at that. Now let me flatten this area because I feel it's a little bit too big. There you go. Like something you could see from all the angles, right? And if it's not, you can even make it higher. It's always not a bad idea to exaggerate things a little bit when it comes to the focal point. It needs to be super clear. Oops, let me redo. There you go. Go to the ramp here. Yeah, something like that. Then we will do a flatten here. And this will be like my main objective. Something like that. Well, it's not too high, so let's do it a little bit higher here. Actually make it just like this. And then we can flatten things out a little bit better. Can smooth things out. Change the tool strength and the size to make sure it's nice and smooth. There you go. And now this looks like the focal point no matter where you look at it. Alright, if we play our game, let's play from here, just so that we can try the size of this. So we still have like a little bit of elevation here, which is nice. We can go down. And then you will see that all the paths point toward this direction here. Like this must be the way. Right, so let's just try and see how this feels like. There's a little bit of a trouble here where I cannot go up. That's why we test this stuff first. So let's go to the landscape. Let's go to the ramp here. And here, and we will just put something like this. We can do something like that too. So let's play from here again. And now it makes more sense. So it's like a place where we can put more enemies. Okay, let's do the same here. Looks like we still lack a little bit of path. It's normal when you do this kind of things and you only see from one point of view. How, you know, if you put the camera from distance, it's normal that you think like this is okay, but as soon as you play your game, you will notice that still it's not quite good. But this part should be fine. A little bit too much uphill for me, but still, like, it can be a good idea, because if you're that much uphill, then you will get a surprise, like what's in here, and then maybe there is a boss or something. I don't know. I don't think we're gonna do a boss for this tutorial, but there's something to consider. Now that we have our main objective, let's close everything, and we're gonna do that with flatten. So I'm gonna do something like this. Let's increase the strength and the size. We can just go and do something like this, just so that the player knows that he cannot go there. Same thing here. Something like that. The thing I think I'm looking for is lines that point toward this direction, right? And we already have like an uphill here. We're gonna work with meshes later, but for now, I just need to make sure that the player cannot leave the gameplay area, which is this one, and looks like he cannot. So it's like here he can go, and that can be an interesting point for playing. So I will just leave it like that. But that's our gameplay area. Take a look at this. We play from here. It looks from distance that is not too much, but it is a lot. And you can see even from here, you know, the focal point, the objective is quite clear. That's a good thing about it. And we're gonna put more things there, but for now, it's important that you see it from every angle, almost every other angle. Doesn't have to be like, for example, here you don't see it. That's totally fine. As soon as you go out, you see it again, and everything points toward that direction. So we got our level design layout. Now it's a good idea to think about the material for this landscape. And what I'm gonna do is to start little by little. I know this can be a little bit challenging, especially if you're just starting out. But I will guide you step by step on how you will deal with this, okay? So let's get started. First thing is, you need to open Bridge. I already have it open here, so you can go add, then add Quixel content, and you will see that I have this window here. So if I go home, you will see that there are a lot of assets, like have a, oh my god, I said chicken? Oh, this looks great. But anyway, so there are a lot of assets here that you can use. Materials, well, textures, 3D assets, decals. So if you want to download something, for example, I'm gonna go for ground sand, something like that. And I don't know, I will just choose one of them. Let me see if I find something that I will like. Like for example, this one. I can just hit download and it will start downloading. Now, make sure that whenever I hit download here, notice that I have 4 options. I have the low, medium, high, and highest quality. But right now, I only need the medium quality, which means 2K textures. I don't need the highest quality for this. So for the 3D assets, we're just gonna download the highest quality, but for these ones, you don't really need to go that far. So as soon as you have it, you can either click here to send it to your project. So let me show you. I just click on this, and now you will see that you have your material with your textures, but also you will see that you have all your assets that you have previously downloaded will be shown here. So let's start with maybe this material. Okay, so the way we're gonna work on this is we're gonna go to our project and let's create a new folder called materials, and let's go to a new folder called landscape. Double click on this and then right click here. I'm gonna create a material. It's gonna call M landscape master. Master. I will double click on this and you will see that you have this window. Now, you have done some materials before, so I'm sure you're very familiar with this. The way we're gonna work with landscapes is it's very simple. So the first thing is I'm gonna go here to my Megascans folder. Now I find it a little bit hard to get, so there are a couple of things I will do. I right click, set color, and I put a new color here. We already have something like pink, so let's go for green. So that's our color. It will be very easy to identify where is it. So double click on this, go to the surface. And what you can also do is to create a collection of assets if you wish. For example, I can go to collections here. If you don't see it, go settings. And here should be somewhere. I think collections are always shown. It should be. Yeah, you should always see this. New collection. We'll call it landscape. So as soon as you do that, you can put your landscape master here, for example. So now you will see all the assets related to the landscape. So let's grab these textures here. Put them here. And now, there's a very important thing that I want to show you, that it's related to the landscape. A lot of people ask, like, I will add 5 materials into my landscape and it just doesn't show up. And the solution is very simple. But like you see here, I don't know, where is my, let me see, window stats. There you go, stats. You will see that here in the bottom side, you will see texture samplers 2 out of 16. Means we have the limit of maximum textures we can put in our landscape. And whenever you put more and more, this limit, you will reach the limit and the textures won't show. So that the way to fix this is you select all this, and here in the left side of the property of the texture, wherever it says sampler source, you can just go to shared wrap. And there you go. And now all the textures that you put here, you will increase the maximum size. I believe it's up until 64 or something like that. I may be wrong about this, but you can put a lot. You can put a lot. So let's try it out. Let's go to base color. This one is a mask. We're going to talk about it later. Normal. And this mask, double click on this, you will see that this weird color, what it means. So in the top side of the window, you will see that I have a R, G, and V buttons. So if I unclick those, you will see that nothing's there. So if I press the red, you will see that I have a grayscale texture. The red one basically means ambient occlusion. How do I know it's ambient occlusion? Well, usually it's like the texture with the shadows. It's basically how the texture will look if it had shadows on it. Then you have the green one, which is the roughness one. How I know it's the roughness? Because it's basically, well, there is no shadows here, of course, and also the white parts are less reflective, and the darker areas, such as this one, are more reflective. So typically it looks like this. And then you have the blue one, which looks a little bit different. This one will be used for the displacement, where the black parts are the parts are at the bottom side of the texture and the white parts are at the top. You can think about as a height frequency map like this, where imagine this is the ground and this is your feet here. And so the white parts will be here and the black parts will be here. So at this point, we're going to use the 2 textures here. So red one will be our ambient occlusion, as we saw before. And the green one will be the roughness. And as soon as we do this, let's hit apply. And let's try it out. If we put our click here on the landscape, you will see that I have a slot for landscape material. This is where you would put your material. So let's go to our material and let's create an instance. So right click, create material instance. You don't really need to do that at this moment, but we will call it MI landscape sandy, something like that. Because we're gonna put sand here. Click here, and then we will go to landscape material. And take a look at what has happened here is that I can see my texture here. And it's repeated over and over across the whole landscape, right? The problem is, if I go here to paint my landscape, go to that paint tool, you will see that I cannot paint my landscape. So I really have no control over where I want this texture to be. It's just repeated all over the map. And if I play here, you will see, like, it's not really what we want, right? So what we're gonna do is to start working with these textures first. Well, let's worry about the landscape layers later. And when we get this texture right, we're gonna add other textures easily so we can start painting our landscape. So let's start adding some features that I would like to have in this texture. So let's talk about the tiling first. If you check here, this texture is repeated over and over again, and it's easier to see whenever you put the camera here. You will notice that this is one texture, this is the same texture repeated over and over again. And that's okay when you're close, because you won't really notice it, especially when there are more than one texture in the material. The problem is when this comes very far, it's very noticeable, right? So let's deal with the close distance first, and then we're gonna deal with the far distance. So what we're gonna do is to right click. So we will add a new node. You can also press tab, grab texture coordinates. And here what I wanna do is to multiply this texture coordinate. So I'm gonna multiply it, and this will be the value that I have for all my textures here. So what I will do is to go to a constant, right click, convert to parameter, and then I will put this like close tiling, something like that. I will put it 1 by default, and then hit apply. And looks like nothing has happened, and the reason is we haven't really changed it. So let's go back to the material instance we created. And now let me just drag this here. Let's close this, we don't really need it. And you will see that I have our parameter here called close tiling. As soon as I change this, if I change this to 5, you will see that it repeats, like it's 5 times the space in a 0 to 1 space, something like that. So the lower I go, 0.1 for example, you will see that my texture, it's, you know, it's getting bigger. Now, I don't know, let me try this something here. I don't know if it's gonna work, because since the new version of Unreal, it's not working quite well. So let's go to require texture resolution. It works. So I'm gonna show you now. If I go here to optimization view modes, require texture resolution, you will see that I have this this black canvas. So if I go here to textures, I can click on the mesh that has the textures and can go to one of these textures that I'm using, right? So it will show all the textures that this material is using. So if I click on this one, you will see that I have, when white, it's good, the resolution is good, which means the player, when you play the game, you notice that it's a little bit blurry. And the reason is, like, if we go too close here, you will see it will get red, which means this is too blurry. At the same time, if I get far, it will get green, which means it's 2 times the resolution it should have. So if I go to lit, you will see that the texture is nice and crisp, and from this distance actually it looks pretty well, just because we're not really close to the camera, but as soon as we get close it starts getting really blurry. So let's go back to this mode. Now, a lot of questions that I get is like, how do I know what texture resolution to use? And their answer is, it will greatly depend on the camera. In our case, our camera is really close, so we need a lot of good resolution nearby. So what we will do is to, instead of putting this to 0.1, let's go and multiply it by 2. You will see that it starts looking a little bit better. The problem is at distance, when you're close, is like, right, if I go like this, it's too much. If I go 0.5, so 0.5 looks like a decent number as long as I don't look at the ground like this. If I do this, this looks like a really decent number, to be honest. Especially when we will add more textures. The problem with this resolution is, if I look at the distance, you can see the tiling. When I look here, you don't really notice it, right? So we're gonna keep it at 0.5. And in the next lesson, we're gonna work on the tiling when we look from distance. All right, so now that we solve the tiling from the close distance, we're gonna worry about the far distance tiling. Now this one is gonna be a little bit tricky, but I'm sure you're gonna be able to handle this. This is quite easy. So let's go to camera depth fade. That's the node we're gonna use. And let's take a look at this for a moment. Let's put it on the base color. Just like that. Let's see what happens here. As I get far, everything turns white. And if I get close, it starts getting dark here, right? So let's change this value here, fade length. So I'm gonna hold 1 and click so I can get a constant. Actually, you can go to the palette if you want, like you can check all the nodes available. But for me, I already use it so much, so I use the hotkeys for 1 for constant, 2 for double, 3 for triple kill, V for a parameter, and 4 also for a quadruple kill. There you go. So 1 is a constant, so right click, convert to parameters, and we're gonna call it camera fade length. And we're gonna leave it at 1 for now. Now, what we need to do is to play here. So that's our camera. We're gonna leave it like that. And let's go to unlit mode so we can take a look at really what's going on. Now we will just change this value. Let's try something like 1000. And you will see that starts changing. So 5000. And now you will see that the tiling, like the darkest values will be at the beginning. Let's try something like 8000, 10,000. Okay, so now you have something like this where in the darkest areas, whenever your camera is, your tiling will be close. At this point, the tiling is the same, but it will get darker. And the closer you get, the darker it gets. So that's what we need. Now, how can we use this? Well, it's very simple, actually. So I'm gonna just duplicate this. Control C, Control V. Or you can also press Control D, I believe. Yeah, Control D. So this will be the tiling from distance. So this is my close tiling. Okay. And this will be my far tiling. So let's multiply this. And the far tiling, it's gonna be like, for example, 0.1. Maybe. So this is the far tiling. And now what I need to do is just to lerp between these two. So how can I do that? It's very easy. The alpha will be this one. I can just put this value here. Okay. This value I can put here. And now the white parts will be the one that are from distance. So it goes to V. And the black parts are the ones are gonna be close. And then we're gonna put it like this. Okay. Let's remove this for now, just so that we only see the color. And look at that. As I get closer, the tiling changes. And you can see from distance, the tiling, it's much better. So let's take a look at our resolution, optimization viewports, require texture resolution. Let's go to this one, and you will see that no matter where I look at, the resolution is quite okay. Now these parts are stretching a little bit just because the UVs are not that nice. But let's take a look at the parameters for this one first. So from distance, we're gonna change the tiling So if I press something like 0.01, actually, this is working not the way I expected. This is a close. Yes, this is a close tiling. So if I press 0.5, and then yeah, it is working fine. 0.1. Let's go to far tiling. Let me see here. Let me debug what's going on here. Close tiling 0.5. If I press 1, okay. And the far tiling, if I press 1, okay. So far tiling is fine. Far tiling, we're gonna put 0.5. Close tiling, we're gonna put 0.1 for far tiling. Close tiling 0.5. So if I'm close, I'm gonna see the texture like this. And if it's far, we're gonna see it like that. And you can see it's like changing, right? If I go far, you will see that the texture is changing. Now, you will want to test from this distance, because at this distance, I can still see the tiling from here. So I'm gonna go for 0.05. Now you will see that it's actually changing a lot. So let's keep up 0.1. And we're actually gonna change the fade length. I'm gonna go to 20,000. Actually, not 20,000. We're gonna go 8,000. 7,000. And now you will see that from distance, this area, I'm gonna point it out here, you cannot see the tiling well. And that's good. That's what we want. We can even go lower. Like, for example, if I put 1,000 or 100, you will see that the far distance tiling gets too close to us. That's not what we want. So let's go for 3,000, 5,000, something like that. Another thing you can do is just to clamp this value, because this value may change a lot. So we can just clamp this. And what the clamp will do is to, whatever value is above 1, it will keep it at 1. And whatever it's below 0, it will just keep it at 0. So just to make sure that our values don't mess up with the tiling in weird behaviors. So for me, this value looks okay to me. From distance, it looks like that. So what we're gonna do is to apply the same for the rest of the textures. It's gonna be quite easy. Actually, we're gonna go here, and we're gonna duplicate this one as well. Then we're gonna put a lerp, and this will be the close one, so it will be on V. And this one, actually, we're gonna use the same one here. We're gonna organize the graph later. For now, just bear with me for a second. Now, what will you do with this? Because you're actually using the 3 values that you have here, you're gonna float 3 components. And now we get the 3 components that we had before. So the red one will go to ambient occlusion, the green one will go to roughness, the blue one we're gonna deal with that later. So let's do the same for this one. Control C, Control V. Let's do a lerp, and the alpha will be the same. The close tiling will be here, and the far tiling will be here. And now that I have the far tiling, I can just put it on these ones here. And I can just put the normal map here. Now if I play my game, we see that the normals are actually working. So from distance, the resolution looks fine, but as soon as I get far, you don't really see the tiling that much. And as I get closer, the tiling change. In a really nice smooth transition, you won't be able to see the tiling that much. And that's only using one texture. So you can imagine when we add more and more texture, it's gonna look even better. Now you don't really need to worry about this stretching here. Some people like to do some triplanar projection stuff and this kind of materials. My advice is that you don't really need it, because you're gonna add meshes on top of it. So the simpler your material it gets, the better, because you're not gonna see it anyway. Now, before we continue to add more and more behavior to this material, we need to organize it a little bit, because right now it's only one material here. only one texture, and we will add more in the future, so we might as well organize a little bit so that we can make our life easier. So let's start with this styling here. Now you see a lot of spaghetti nodes here going from up and down, up and down. I can get a little bit messy. So what we will do actually is to reroute those. So we will go here, type named here, and you can check add name reroute declaration node, and just click on this one, and this will be my global part tiling, because we may have like a specific cases where we want the tiling to be closer with one specific texture. If that's the case, we're ready for it. Let's do the same here. Named and called global close tiling. So what we can do is to type here global part tiling, and we can put it here. We can Control D here. We can press it here too. We can do the same. And then we will do the same for the close tiling. Close tiling here. We can put it here. Control D. Control D. There you go. So let's apply, and we shouldn't see any changes on our material, which means it's working just fine. Let's save everything. You don't want to lose your progress. So let's keep this here. And if you want to comment stuff, you can just go here and press C and type your comment like global tiling. The next thing we're going to change is this camera fade length. So what we're going to do is to actually move it here. And this one will be a named reroute declaration node, and this will be my camera fade alpha. We're going to leave it like that. And now we're going to change the alpha here, camera fade alpha. We're going to put it on all the alphas that we find here. You go. This is the wrong way. Close goes to... I'm going to take a look at that later. Because the black parts will be... Hey, yes, that's correct. I've been messing up this node the whole time. I'm sorry for that. The black parts will go to A, which means it's the close styling. Now it's a little bit funny here. You can always change the position of this if you want. If it makes more sense to you, close styling at first. We will do the same here. Here you go. And now for this one, put it here. There you go, much better. So now everything looks much cleaner. We can even comment this with selecting everything, press C. Camera alpha. And there you go. Now let's apply and take a look at this. Now everything is much more organized. So what we will do next is continue to expand on this material. So before we continue with working in the landscape, I want to add a really cool feature that is the displacement. So in order to do that, I already closed my project. So make sure you do that. Go to your projects folder, go to config, default engine, right click, edit, and you will find the render settings here. Let me see if I can find it. There you go, render settings. And there's a couple of commands I want to add. I already put it here, so you can copy and paste. R nanite allow tessellation, R nanite dot tessellation equals 1. I'm just gonna enter, go here, paste, Control S, and now I will add those features into the engine. Now this may seem like a little bit like a weird way to add stuff into the engine just because it's not like inside the editor, but it's pretty common. One thing to notice is that this may not be needed in the future. Maybe this feature it's already enabled by the default settings of the editor. So in the future, you may not need to do this, but just in case, I'm gonna show you how it's done. So we're just gonna wait a little bit here for the shaders to compile. It's not gonna take long. Can take advantage of the situation to tell you that usually creating games, you will find that it usually takes a lot of time in those loading settings and not so much on the creating the game part. But there you go. Now we have our landscape. Go to the level we had. And now nothing has happened because we haven't really changed the settings. So what we will do is to open our material here. And now you will see that I have a new feature called Displacement. Now, if you already have this and you didn't enable anything in the notepad, it's because Unreal already put this default as this feature as the default setting of the editor whenever you download a new version. At the point of this video, we're using 5.3.2 and it's not enabled by default, but just take that into consideration. Remember when I talk about the blue channel here, where you can just check this and it's like, I'm gonna draw you again like the picture. This is the ground and this is your feet. Horrible feet. But anyway, those white areas will be on the top of the surface. Those black areas will be at the bottom of the surface. And let's say this is just the middle grays, and the gray tones will be around in the middle of this. So that's exactly what this means. And usually it's the most important texture for the material just because every other texture derives from this one. So it's very easy. We're just gonna grab the blue one and put it on the displacement. Hit apply. And looks like nothing has happened. And the reason is this feature requires nanite to be enabled. And if we check our landscape, you will see that nanite is not enabled here. How do I know? Well, it's the triangles are the same size, and it doesn't really matter where you put them. So what you need to do is to go to landscape and go to enable nanite. Okay, and it will reveal the navigation again, and then build data. And as soon as you do that, it will build all the components of your landscape. In this case, we have 16. So now you will see, now we're using nanite. The cool thing about this is that we're also having the displacement here. Now, the displacement is not exactly what we wanted. Here, go here, go to displacement. You will see that the center is okay. Let's give it at 0.5, but the magnitude, we're gonna put something like 0.52. Hit apply, and let's take a look at this. And now it's much better, right? Now it's a little bit extreme, and this may be what for, but in my case I'm not. So what I'm gonna do is to go to divide by 2 to get a 0.25, and this should give me enough to work with here. There you go, and I can just play here. Now you may have noticed that this picture is quite heavy, right? Like I'm already starting to see some frame drop here. So it will depend up to you if you want to use it. In my case, I will keep it Like, look at that detail here. Beautiful, beautiful detail. And it just looks so nice to have, right? I'm just gonna increase the intensity a little bit just so that we can see it from distance. Just a tiny bit. 0.35. Looks like a decent number. And there you go. Now, it also may be that it's building the data. It's also a possibility. But in any case, this feature is really cool, and we're gonna use it at least for now. Okay, so let's. It's because of the navigation. Who knows? At this point, we really don't care. Let's leave this feature on for now and work on the next materials we're gonna use. Okay, so let's continue to work on our material now. Remember I told you that the feature is too heavy? Well, it's not. I just had 2 windows of Unreal Engine open, so yeah, that thing can happen sometimes. But anyway, let's continue and work on the material, because right now we cannot paint anything. So what we can do is to actually duplicate this and put it here, and then duplicate again and put it here. That's not a really smart way to do that. I have already done that before, and I wanted to kill myself. So just let's organize this a little bit by creating a function. Okay, so it's very simple. We're just gonna copy this. Okay, and we're gonna right click, go to materials, create material function, and go to MF and call it layer, landscape layer. There you go. Now I can double click on this, and I can just paste these nodes. Now this will be a material, so I'm gonna make material attributes, and I'm gonna put this one here. And yeah, this one we're gonna put the ambient occlusion here. Where are you? There you go. The green one will be the roughness, and the blue one will be another output. We're gonna take a look at that later. The normal will be here. So the output will be the material. And let's create another output here. Function output will be the, let's call it a displacement. There you go. So the displacement will be this one here. Have the material and the displacement. And we need some inputs here. So right now we're using, we're using this one, unfortunately. So let's go to input, and we're gonna use a vector tree, and this will be my albedo texture, right? So my albedo texture, let's just call it albedo closed, and this one Control C, Control V. This one will be my albedo far. Is it this way? Let me take a look at this. Yeah, it's the close goes here, far goes here. So I'm gonna just replace those. Albedo close will be here, and albedo far will be here. There you go. We're gonna do the same here. This will be the mask far, and this one will be mask close. So we're gonna replace those. Okay, and then the next one will be Control C, Control V. This one will be my normal close, and then normal far. And I can just replace those. Now I can just delete those. Delete, delete, and this in alpha, we're just gonna put an input here, and this will be my scalar input. It's not gonna be a vector, and we will put camera alpha. And we're just gonna connect this to all the alphas here and delete these ones. There you go. So now that I have my alpha here, everything should be good to go. So let's try it out. I think I miswrite this landscape layer. And one thing I can do is actually expose this. So I can expose to library, and I can put a description, material used for landscapes. There you go. So there are a couple of ways we can add this into our material. We can, of course, drag and drop this, and you will see that you have your material here. And the other way is we can actually go to landscape layer, and you will see, because we expose that function, you can see it here. So let's try it out. First things first, we're gonna create a parameter here. So this will be my albedo, layer 1 albedo. And we're gonna convert to parameter this one too. Right, not preview, convert to parameter. Will be the same name. And this one will be convert to parameter. L1 mask, Control C, convert to parameter. L1 mask, make sure it's the right name. If you don't, you can actually just convert to parameter L1 normal, Control D, duplicate this one, and then if you want to change the nodes, just press Control, and this will change all the nodes here. So that way we use the same ones. Okay, that's one thing. The next thing, it's we're gonna connect this, but you see that this is kind of unorganized. So we're gonna organize this. Albedo close. Let's sort priority will be 0. This one's sort priority will be 1, and this one's sort priority will be 2. And this one will be sort priority will be 4. If I can take a look at this, you will see that now the albedo is just right here. So it's gonna be very simple. Albedo close, albedo far. It looks like we're gonna have to change those positions again. There you go. Albedo close. Sorry, mask far, mask close. Let's move this here. This is gonna pay off in the future, trust me. And then we're just gonna move this here, and we're gonna put the normal close and the normal. Sorry, normal close, normal far. Far tiling, close tiling. Okay, it's like we made a little mistake here. Here you go. And we're gonna move this again. And then the camera fade alpha will be here. So now what you need to do, it's you're going to, this is the output of the material, right? So we're gonna create another output, make material attributes, and this one will have the base color here. The roughness, sorry, the red one will be the ambient occlusion. Sorry, we don't need this anymore. Yes. The material is here and the displacement is here. So we're gonna change the displacement sort priority 1. Save everything. I know it can be a little bit confusing, but our material is here. So what can I do is to break material attributes, connect my material, and put the base color here, the roughness with the roughness, the ambient occlusion with the ambient occlusion, and the normal with the normal. And the displacement is gonna get from here. Okay, so now I can just delete those. I don't need them anymore. And now you have something like this. This is your first material. And this is your, your material, your layer 1. And we're just connecting this here for the moment. So right now, the best thing we can do is to try it out and see if it works. And it does. Everything works just fine. The closer I get, the more tiling. And at distance, it works just fine. It works brilliant. So let me try it again. Look at that. Everything is fine. There may be some artifacts here because of the displacement. This is still in beta, I think. So don't worry about it. Okay. So now that we have this, it will be very easy for us to add other materials into this landscape. So let's add other textures now that we have our function. One thing to make sure, I already said it before, but just in case you skip the video, you need to make sure that your sample source is set to shared wrap. Because if you don't do that, you won't be able to add more textures into the mix. Okay, so that's one thing to consider. So if you don't see, if you're adding more and more textures, you're not gonna be able to see your landscape material. Make sure you have the shared wrap. So now that we have this, it's very easy. Let me add a group here. Let's go to select all of those. And let's group this by L1. It will be my L1 group. Okay. And let's copy this. Copy, paste. Now we just need to change the texture. So which texture are we gonna use? Let's take a look at our Megascan surfaces. Know which one we can use. Let's go to bridge. Go to local. Let's see what we have here. Let's add this sand here. Click OK. Now we have the sand. So now what we can do is to go to the diffuse here, click here, go to these two and change those. Go to the normal, change those. But actually, because you are having the same name, let's go back. Let's go back. We're using the same name of the parameter, so we're actually changing everything here, and that's not what we want. So what we will do, let's move this again. Let's move this here. Make sure here in the L1, you're having your rock. Okay, so everything's fine. Make sure you have the same mask. Go to rock here. Okay, so now it's fine. So now we will change the name of this L2 albedo. L2 albedo. This will be L2 mask. L2 mask. And then L1, we're just gonna L2 normal. Then L2 normal. And the next thing I'm gonna do is to grab all of those and change the group to L2. So now what I can do is to go here and change those textures. So go here, and now you will see that this one is not changing because we changed the name. So make sure you do that. The mask is here, and then the normal, it's here. So now what we will do with this is we're gonna use the material layers. So if we go to our landscape, go to landscape here, let's go to paint. You see that I don't have any layer to paint with, and we're gonna change that. So we're gonna go to landscape, layer blend. Okay, and here we're gonna put the layer. So the first one is just gonna be the default weight blend. We're gonna put L1 here. Okay, so what we will do instead of using this, we're gonna put the material here, and then I'm gonna add another material called L2. But this time we're not gonna use the weight blend. We're gonna use the height blend. So we're gonna grab the L2 here, and the height we're gonna use this one. Okay, so now we have two materials that are blending. So it's gonna be very easy. Instead of putting this material here, we're gonna put it right here. Okay, so the problem with this is we haven't blended displacement. So we need to copy this, paste, make sure it's the same name. So go to displacement and just put it here. Displacement will be here, and the layer 2 displacement will be here. There you go. And now we can put the displacement here. You know, it may be a little bit complicated, but it's actually very simple. Or just copy and pasting stuff. And now we have our blends. Now we will hit apply. And you will see that nothing shows up because we don't have any. Right now, we are connecting the layer blend to this material, and the material is connecting to the output of the material. So the reason it doesn't show is because I cannot find these layer blends. And if you go to landscape and go to paint, you will see that there's nothing here. So it's very easy fix. We're just gonna save. And sometimes it works now, but in case you're gonna open a new level and then open the level you had before. And now when you go to landscape, now you will see the two layers here. So what can I do is click the plus icon here. I will put the default folder inside your maps level. So let's just save this. Click this one. And now you will see that I have two layers and I still have my displacement. But now the difference is that now I can paint here. Let me show you a small part of this. I can paint here. I will load. And now you will see that I have another material here. Now, which material I'm using here? Oh, okay. It's a sandy gravel. That's not what I wanted to use. I actually wanted to use the sand. So it's gonna be very easy. You can either change in the main material, or remember, we have a master material here for our landscape. If you take a look at this, go to materials, landscape, you will see that all my textures are here. So if I want to change this, I can just go and change it here in the sand. So I can just go here, sand, mask goes here, normal goes here. And now you will see that I have my sand here. And I can start painting just like this, add a little bit of rocks here. Let me just decrease the brush size. Add the rocks here and there. Not too small. And you'll see because of the height blend, look at this. Now we're having a nice blend between our sand or sand and the rock. So if I play from here, let's take a look at this. You will see that I can see my sand. And I can also see the rock, and you see that blending here is looking much nicer. You can even take a look with the detail lining to check how it looks like. Right now, of course, you can have artifacts like this just because your displacement is just like that, right? You can either increase the size of the height blend to be more precise, or you can just play with the magnitude here. Let's go back to 0.25. I believe that one was too much. Oh, there you go. If I play here, I still have my displacement. And I have the sand here, which looks really nice. So that's how I will add another material into my main landscape. Let's keep adding more materials into this. So let's add more materials into this landscape. It's gonna be very easy. I just add a few textures here. I add this sandy gravel ground, and I'm gonna add this rock cliff material. We're just gonna work with 4 for now. The more you have, the better. Just keep that in mind. So what I'm gonna do, it's very easy. I'm just gonna duplicate this. And then I'm gonna change all this. I'm gonna change the name. It's gonna be the L3 albedo. L3 albedo here. Now, this will be my L3 mask. L3 mask. And we're gonna go to the normal L3 normal and L3 normal. And because we used the same texture before, I don't really need to change it. So I'm just gonna grab all of them and put this into the group L3. So now I'm gonna duplicate this and put it again here. And now I'm gonna put this L4 albedo. If you're wondering why I don't name this like rock, sand, or snow, or whatever, it's because this material is very generic. So if it happens in big projects where, you know, at the beginning it was rock, but you know, you decide to change something and now it's not rock, it's snow, but the names of the layers are really hard to change. So what happens is that you will paint something that says rock, you paint, and then you paint grass, and it's just much easier to name this by numbers instead of name them by its real material property, just because in the future, if you change the material property, then you're gonna have a bit of confusion whenever you paint your layer. So that's a tip I can give you so that this problem doesn't happen to you, because it's very common even in big projects. So there you go. Let's work with that now. Now it's gonna be a little bit hard to connect those layers. We could add a rename route, but let's just try it out. Let's add a new one. This will be my L3. It's gonna be a height blend. And let's add another one. This will be my L4. And also it's gonna be a height blend. So what I will do is to drag the material for L3 and put it here. Also, I'm gonna grab the displacement. Now you can add a reroute node if you want. I'm not really gonna do it because it's like, it's gonna be very easy to, I mean, I'm not gonna change this that much, so it's only one time work. There you go. Now I can just delete this, Control C, Control V, and I can just put the displacement here. The displacement for what assets here. I can just move this down to make this quicker. Displacement layer 3 goes with layer 3. You can also try the layer before it. Try if it blends better. Like it works better. Like that's also a choice if you want to use the layer behind so that you blend between the layer 1. We can actually try it later, but for now, we're just gonna put the displacement here. Click apply. Now our material will be changed. So I'm gonna save everything and I'm gonna open it again just so that I can see my new layers. So open a new level, open recent level, the one we had before, and it's like not in sync. Oh, so we need to save this. No worries. Landscape, paint, and now add a weight layer here, and add another weight layer here. So let's go here, and let's start painting. So let's start painting the cliff here, and go here, and start painting here. It doesn't make much sense because it's like a really awful texture stretching that we're having here. No worries, we're gonna use a material for that. So let's keep adding those. And let's increase the strength from this and the size just so that it becomes more obvious at the beginning. And then we're just gonna change it little by little so we can just paint here. At this point, I'm just gonna paint on areas. I don't think you need me to show you how I paint those. I'm gonna show you some tips. On my side, I'm just gonna paint everything, right? And then I'm gonna show you how it looks like after. And no worries, if you have parts like this where you're not really like very confident about how they look, don't worry about this. Paint this one here and a little bit of sand. Now this sand, I'm not super sure about this, so I'm not a big fan of this sand. May want to change it later. It looks nice with the cliff here, but take a look at this. Like when you paint a little bit, it's like that. Let me decrease the strength. Look at least the sand should start from the bottom here. I show you. Here you can see the sand is starting from the bottom, and as I increase the size, the sand goes up, and so you have a nice blend in between those two. Let's keep painting here. Increase the tool strength, increase the size. Just like with painting, you will want to just have like big brush strokes at the beginning, like just paint and then refine small little details little by little until you have something you like. Just go here, paint something like this, a little bit crazy here. Well, you get the idea. So let's try our landscape. Now you will see that my game is really slow, and the reason is I'm using the displacement on all. I'm grabbing the displacement feature for all the landscape at the same time, and that's really heavy. So when I go to these areas, some parts is fine, some parts is not, but I don't really need the displacement for those. So we may change this in the future when we don't add the displacement on areas that are far. That's also a possibility here. And look at this nice rock texture here, blending with this small little, the cliff and the small rocks. Now it's a matter of painting. So I'm just gonna paint on my side. I'm gonna show you how I go about painting this, so you can just I mean, it's not hard, right? You just need to click and you have it. So I'm gonna paint this on my side, and then I'm gonna show you the end result. So I finished the painting for this landscape. So I want to give you some tips on how I will do. The first thing is I changed some textures here. So I went to the bridge and, you know, just try, and if it doesn't look right, just try to select another texture and try it out to change it in the material instance to see how it looks like. In my case, I changed a couple of them, like the sand. I start putting this dry mud, and another texture here for the rocky ground. I start changing it for another one. They're all pretty similar to each other, so they blend quite well. So one thing I did, and it's hard to notice when I play, but what I did, it was to create the path for the player. So if I take a look at this, you can see that I can see the path here, or where to go. And in a way, it helps me to see where is the main objective. And if you take a look at the top down, I choose one layer and decide, okay, this is gonna be the main paint layer for me. So what I did is just create this kind of paths that you could have in theory. So for example, I chose layer 2 for this. I can just start painting here and have a path like this, right? And then to blend it with another layers, we can just start painting a little bit of the layer 3, for example. Layer 3 can come here. Layer 4 can also come here and increase the size a little bit, just to break things down, right? Just so that you don't have you know, you have the sand, but then you also have other areas like this one around here, and then you paint another one here. I don't really need to paint the layer 1 because layer 1 is applied to all the paths of this landscape. Another thing I did is I flattened this area here just like this. So I had a very big open space. Let me show you. It was kind of like this, and it was too much for me. So what I did was just flatten things out, make sure the player doesn't go those ways. And that's pretty much the result for this. So if I play my game, you can see there's still some parts. Sometimes it's laggy. It may be because of the displacement. It may be because of the universe or something. We're not really sure yet, but after a while it becomes just fine. So you can see how these paths actually help me to know where to go, right? So, that's the main point when you're painting landscapes, and especially if it's for games, you're gonna make sure that the player knows where to go. And you can see I have my, like, this area is like, okay, this is only one material. It's a little bit boring for me. But what I'm gonna do is just to change this by going to the landscape, going to paint here, and then choose one of those materials here I can paint, and just start adding more variation here, like that. Start painting on top of each other, just like that. And I can paint again here, and then another one, until you find something that you like. And now when I play from here, it's not gonna be that obvious compared to the other one. Now this is still a very first pass, and we're gonna add more meshes into our game. So I think at this point we are pretty safe to add some meshes, because these kind of things we need to hide them, and the best way to hide them is by putting on some meshes. So I'm gonna show you how I will go around this, to how I can decorate this level. So now we are in a good position to start adding some meshes and remove these parts that don't look quite well. But the good thing is we already have the level design layout ready, so it will be very easy to do that. So I'm already on Bridge. I already download all these assets. You can download whatever you want, but in my mind, I just choose, I type the word cliff and I try to get those assets. Now you will notice that they look very different from each other. Like this one is green, this one is gray, this one is like reddish, this one is like has a light brown color. So you may think that, hey, you cannot mix those two, they won't match, but in reality it won't matter because we're gonna change the material of those in the future. For now, I just want to put the layout there. So I have those assets here. I can go to Megascans and 3D assets. And if I want to check all of those, I can easily go here and then go to static mesh. And there you go. Now you have all your static meshes here. So what's the procedure to start doing something like this? Well, it's very easy. You can just start with this, for example. Okay, so this is this will be our first mesh. So let's make it big. Now you may think that there may be some issues here because one, it's open, and two, like it doesn't fit the level design layout. And you may be right, but at this point you need to consider, do you really want this part of the level to be shown? Like, for example, something like this. If the answer is yes, you may want to, you know, move this thing around just so that it kind of blends nicer with what you have here. But if it's not, then you don't really need to do much about it. So let's leave it like that. And this part, we don't really need to change it. Okay, so what else we can do? Let's try another one. This one we don't really need now. Let's take a look at this one. Okay, so this one looks a little bit interesting. So let's take a look at this and try to put it here. Now you will notice that you have things like this. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna show you what you need to do now to remove them. So in order to do that, like you're gonna have the flatten tool, but you're not gonna do something like this where it's like flatten these areas and then you are good to go, because you're losing a lot of nice details that we had in the sculpt. So instead, what you can do is put the flatten target to something. Let's grab this and put here. Use this button here. It's the eyedropper. So basically, it will like change the height of this. And now you can go very, very low here. Sorry, flatten target, and then tool strength. And where is the brush settings? There you go. Brush settings. Tool strength, go up. And here we can just, you know, just like that, we have changed all these issues here. So we can just do something like this. And eventually, like if you want, you could like smooth things out like this if you want, or move things a little bit, or alternatively, if you really want, remove the flatten target here and just flat this out. Flat all these areas that are composed of your mesh, and there you go. Now you have something like this. Now these parts you don't really care, so we will deal with those later. Let's see what other assets we have. Look at this one. This one is quite big, and it's like in a concave shape, which is perfect for what we have now here. So we can just leave this like this. Let's try to put it in position. Just like that. Now you don't need to match your layout as like perfectly. The only thing that you need is to put things in somewhat close to what they will be here. Actually, I can just remove this and put this mesh here. Let me try. I can just put this mesh here. I can remove those two meshes if I wanted. Let me delete this one and delete this one. And this one does a really nice job, actually. So let me rotate this. Whenever you see this, you can always flatten things out. Put it here in position. And now we have something like this. We can make it a little bit bigger. And now that we have something like this, we can just go here. And you can always create like a new layer here. And you can put like design pass, just so that you know that you can always go back to what you had before. So you can now, without any kind of guilt, you can just flatten this out. Just remove this, reduce the size a little bit. There you go. Now you have things like this. You will notice that some parts like this one are not exactly great. So you may want to smooth things first, just like this. And you're gonna always like flatten like this, like that. And then flatten this area, just like that. And then you can think about the smooth transition between those two. And in case things are floating here, you can always sculpt, smooth things out. And there you go. Now we can do the same here. Let's we can grab, for example, not this one, try another one. This one looks like a nice little asset that we could use. So let's put this one here. Try to match the height. I mean, we already tried the height, so it will be a good idea to match the height. And then try one of this. I think this is a great asset if you want to make your level. Such a good asset, actually. And you will see that I'm blocking a lot of parts that I had in my environment. That's okay. So here I can just go and flatten this. And then start to smooth things out like this until I have something like that. Okay, so let's try it out. Go here and let's play. And look at that. We can already have something here. And I think it's looking great. So another thing you may want to do is to add collisions. So I'm gonna go here. And the thing about collisions is that it will greatly depend on the size of your object. Like this object, for example, is very big. So if we do a collision like this, for example, go to collision and put the box, you will see that I will have problems with collisions. If I press Alt-C, or I can just go here to player collision, you will see that the player won't be able to go there. And what this will do is that as soon as I walk here, I cannot walk longer, right? And that may be something that you want, but in many cases it can be a little bit awkward, especially with these concave shapes. So my advice is the bigger your static mesh, the more details in your collision. So we could try to go, so we go to collision, auto convex collision, and you will see a window like this. I can just grab something like this, just increase the size, just like that. Now let's take a look. This one should be pretty fast, actually. At any moment. Okay, there you go. So this may look a little bit complicated for the shape, but it's gonna work because this shape is very big. which means we're gonna use it in a lot of places here. Okay, so for example, I could use it here. You see, I was playing with the shapes here. So for example, this one, this is quite a big shape, so I wanna put it in position, and then I wanna go here, make it really big. And I can play with the size a little bit. Try to put it in position here, just so that I have something to work with. And now that I have this, I can place it like this. And now I can remove these parts of the landscape. Just like that. And if you see it's not working quite like you expect, you can always go back here and smooth things out. Like for example, like this. Smooth things out here. Flatten. There you go. Smooth things out here. As soon as you get to somewhere like this, you can always double click on this. Let's close this one and let's add another collision. So let's go to collision, auto convex collision, and let's go really high on this one. I mean, at least in the middle should be good enough. This is a very big asset, so it worth the time to actually increase the quality of the collision, because the bigger it is, like for example, in these areas, the player won't be able to get here. And that's something you need to test. In my case, I feel like it's okay. It's not a big deal. You save the game and then let's play from here, just so that you can test the collision here. Okay. When it's loading like this, like looks like a little bit slow, it's because it's loading the tessellation on different parts of the landscape. Or you can see, like for example, here I cannot go. It's not much of a big issue for me. Like if you find like you cannot really walk, like for example here, I can walk a little bit, but not too much. So if you find this is annoying, you can always increase the resolution of your collision. Yeah, and I'm just doing more examples because what I will do on my side is to actually do the rest for the environment, because this will just take a long time and it doesn't really, you know, I want to show you all the process, but it will just take a long time. So I will just go here and, for example, this part, I can just put it like this. And these parts that are like intercepting with the mesh, I can just flatten this and fix this just like that. And then I can just smooth things out just in case there's something not working quite well. So let's try it out. And you will see that when you play your game, you don't have the collision on this one. So you can just double click on this. And because this is a very big asset, at least the intention is that to use it in very big areas, you can just hit apply here. And don't worry about small little details, because we're gonna work from big to small. Like we're gonna use the big assets first, and we're gonna put them in the game. And that way you check if you have the collision or not. Just go to Alt-C, and if you don't see it, for example, this asset doesn't have it, you can just double click on this. Let's do another big collision here. You don't need to be exactly the same values, just eyeball it, and you should be good to go. Collisioning Unreal is quite good. Let's take a look at this one. This one may require a little bit more resolution just because it's a really big asset, and also its shape is very concave. So may need a little bit more of room to work with this one. Because you, like, for example, you see something like this, what you don't want is the collision that is like this, right? And then this part you cannot go, where what you want is a collision that is like this, you know, as close as possible to the shape that you have. And indeed, that's what you get here. And now don't worry about the top because our camera, it's at the bottom. So let's take a look at this. Now you see it's a very, very simple process. Here you see that it's floating. What do you do in these cases? Well, you just go to landscape, go to sculpt, sculpt a little bit here. That's it. That's all you need to do. Don't worry about the colors. We're gonna work on that later. About these intersections, you either put another asset. For example, I may want to put like something like this. Make it big. Make sure it's like in position here. You can always rotate things. Go for something like this. Now you can rotate this and actually put it in position here. So you can have like an asset like this. I mean, it doesn't need to be exactly the same. That's the thing about the level design. Things are gonna change based on the objects that you put on the map. So you don't need to be exactly the same as you had before. You always need to adapt here. So I can just apply this, then play with this one again. This one is quite a good one, so maybe useful for this kind of cases where I just put it here and make it lower like that, and you have things like that, which works quite well. And for things, if you see like artifacts like this where the mesh is floating, very easy, just try to sculpt a little bit and problem solved. Now, because the collision of this, it's, you know, it's a very big object, you may not want to show this part of the level, so you may want to go lower with this one, just because, there you go, something like this. And actually what you can do is try to smooth things out here, increase the tool strength, make sure that the collision you have not really affected by this big mesh. If the collision still bothers you, then you may want to think about increasing the resolution, or, you know, place it somewhere else. Don't worry about these details here that you see. It's very obvious because of the color, of the difference in color. So that's very normal. At the beginning, it's gonna be like this. The important thing is that you don't have places where you see these openings. That will break the immersion for sure. So make sure you don't have this kind of openings. As little as it may be, just go for something like this. And if things still bother, you can always add another mesh here, or maybe you replace this one for this. Just the same, I guess. And just try it out. And now you can move this to have something like this, and then move the rest. This is a very simple process, but can take quite a lot of iteration here. Take a look at the collision. This one don't have, so let's open it and add the collision. This one doesn't have much of a complex shape, so I can go with the default values here. So now let's try and play our game. And you can see how adding these meshes help tremendously. And you can see, I already see this artifact here. That's pretty bad. You don't want that at all. So this is the point where we need to fix those mistakes. So it's very easy. You can move this thing just like that. And you can also make it bigger. And now you have the problem that you have this. So what do? Well, you could try to add another one here, like a small one. Ideally, you may want to have other meshes to work with. I mean, don't worry about the colors. Everything's gonna blend nicely after we create a material. Let's just put this thing here. And now it's much better. So let's try it again. There you go. I can still walk here, and I may need to increase the resolution of that mesh. Like, I think I see like a landscape somewhere. Just make sure you don't have those landscapes there, otherwise it's gonna break the immersion. So things like this here, I don't see anything wrong. So I'm gonna, on my side, I'm just gonna do the same for all these big walls. And then I'm gonna show you the end result. I'm just gonna repeat the same process over and over again until I finish to put those rocks in the level. Alright, I finished to put off the big cliffs first. The reason I did that is because you will need a little bit of care for areas where the gameplay is closer, such as this one, right? So we start with the big cliffs. I believe I got all the parts. You want to have all the parts of your landscape to show that you don't want to show any kind of, landscape from the distance. Let's take a look. So as you can see here, I already have some medium assets here I was trying, but let's wait a little bit. It's lagging. Look at the floor. Look at there. There we go. Okay. So as you can see, putting these cliffs in the background, I already kind of have like my gameplay space is pretty clear, right? So that's the thing you want. And another thing is that the colors don't match. Like, I have some cliffs that are brown, some cliffs that are, reddish, and that's not good. But we're gonna take care of that in the future. The important thing is that, for example, this part, I feel it may. I feel you may need. Wait a second. Loading. I think this loading stuff comes from the comes from the, what was the name of this? A navigation mesh. So what can I do with this? Well, this kind of shape kind of works like this, right? The problem with these shapes that are close to the gameplay area is that usually you will need an extra help for finishing this off, because you don't have the meshes to work with this, right? Because it's open. So we're gonna deal with that later. But for the most part, I think it's done. You don't really need to worry about open areas because the player will be inside this area. What I wanted to show you is I have here in the outliner, if like top right side of my panel, if I check the large elements, you will see I group some of them. So what I need to do is to choose all these large elements. There are not that many. Let me choose all of them. And the idea is that you could organize yourself a little bit better by putting those assets. There you go. putting those assets into a folder where you can easily hide them or you know, just show them whenever you want. So as soon as I have them, I can just right click, then move to, and I already have a folder here. If you don't have one, you can just create a new folder. I already have the large elements and the medium elements. So the large elements will be this one. I'm gonna move them here. Now when I move here, I can just hide them, and you will see that I still have something here. So I will move. I'm not sure if I can move it here. I don't think so. I can just move here to large elements, and everything will be more organized this way. So I can just go here, hide and hide, and there you go. So the next thing we're gonna work on is these medium size elements, because as you can see, these assets are open from the back, and whenever we are close with the player, it's a little bit hard to deal with those. So we're gonna work on these small areas next, now that we have the big ones there already. So let's talk about how you can decorate smaller areas like this one. I already have a folder here called medium elements. I already put something here just to show you what is the issue. I can start putting these assets here. The problem is, if I get like from here, for example, I may be able to see the top of it, right? And you will see that these assets are not closed. So my recommendation is you should go to bridge, type here, let me reset everything so I can show you. You can type rock. You can also type closed. So it will show closed assets, and all these assets are closed. So what you can do is change the size, because you don't really want to use these small boulders. When you scale them up, it may look a little bit funny. So you may try the size higher than 8 meters, or between 4 or 8 meters. You can get something like this, or maybe this one. So the idea is you get these closed assets. So for example, I want to get this one here. I can just add it into my project, and it should be one of these. What I did add was a lot of Nordic elements. So what I did was, instead of rock, you can also put cliffs, and you can scroll down and try to see some shapes here that you will enjoy. And all these assets are closed. Like if you take a look at this one, this is closed, so you won't have any trouble working with them. So I add a lot of Nordic coastal cliffs, and I already have them here, and I already add the collision too. So what you can see here, I have another example where I put these cliffs here, and now what I have is like I have a closed environment. So what I can do now is, for example, delete these areas. And if I want to decorate this part, I can easily do that by going to one of those closed assets that I have here. So I can, for example, go for this one. I can even go for, let me double click on this one. This one looks like a great asset. Let me increase the resolution of the collision. If I really want it, I can just put one asset here and just, you know, make it big enough. If I want it, I can definitely do that. Now, it will be times where this just doesn't work quite right. So for example, if I put this here and I start removing the landscape, my gameplay elements will still not work quite okay. So what I can do is to actually make this one smaller. Okay, and now I can start putting more elements here. For example, this one. I can start scaling, and don't worry about the textures. You don't really need any kind of resolution at the moment, just because we're gonna change the material in the future. Let me nav mesh bonds volume. Let's take it out for the moment because it's getting really annoying. So let's put it up. And I think we just put like, let's go to the default value of, oh, it's okay. I don't think we need to change it. Let's see if it updates again. Yeah, it doesn't update. So you can just use the same asset. Try to use the same asset over and over again, just so that you can utilize to the best of what you have, right? Try to cover the most amount of the space. Like for example, here I can use another one. I could try this one. And I can rotate. And you see these assets are smaller, so we're gonna have a different type of behavior when it comes to decorating this environment, because it's just gonna be a lot of them, quite easy. And that's okay because we're working with smaller areas, so it's normal that we duplicate more and more assets the longer we continue to work on them. And also rotate those. Don't worry about open areas because we're gonna remove this landscape anytime, at any point. You can always use this one. This one actually is a great asset. It works for big assets but also for smaller ones. I can go here and easily I can just, this is such a great asset. Sometimes you just have assets that work in most cases, and you will find you use them over and over compared to other ones. So I can just like go here and scale this one a little bit, just like that. And let's try to finish this up. Like, just try this one again. You can go for something like this, and you can overlap the meshes. It doesn't matter because we're gonna change the material later. You're not gonna notice. And now that you have this, you can add smaller elements here. For example, this one. You could like put something like this, and then put another one. You can even try this one too. This one actually a very good asset you can use. Now that you have this, then it's just a matter of removing the landscape that is here. So let's deal with that. Let's go to sculpt. If you don't see the design path working, sometimes it happens. Just go here to sculpt on the base layer. That's also okay. If I hold shift, I will remove the landscape that I have here. Notice that I will have a hole here. I can just smooth this out, and that will pretty much solve it. And same here, I can smooth things out if I want, or I can go to sculpt and press shift. The idea is that I don't want any kind of hole here, so I can just remove this, put this one here. There you go, something like that. And look at that. Now we have a little like a small little block here that we could use in the future. So let's check the collisions. They look fine to me. Let's try it out when we play the game. The enemies won't work because we're not having the navigation mesh, but it doesn't matter at this point. So you see that this rock is flying. That's why it's important to play your game. Otherwise, you won't be able to see those issues. Let's take a look around this rock. Like how is it looking? Okay, looks fine. Looks fine. The path looks okay too. Everything looks okay to me. I don't find areas where the player can get stuck. Collisions looks like it's working fine. So we just need to fix this area here. So it's gonna be very easy. Just gonna move it down a little bit. And there you go. So now you have a little prop here you can use. So let me just duplicate this one. You can put it here just so that we can make it like this. And that's how I will go about decorating all these areas, like for example this one and this one here. It's a good example just because it requires smaller assets, and also it would be a good idea to have closed assets where they're not open like this. This ones don't matter because the player won't really see it, but this ones the player will matter, so just keep them closed like this. On my side, I'm gonna do the same thing I did, but I'm gonna choose all these assets. Okay, let me make sure I have all the assets here. And if you want to make sure, you just move them. Move everything. Looks like we have everything. And now what we can do is to actually move them to our medium elements. Now when I go here, take my medium elements, I can hide them and I can put them. So what I will do in my site is just to finish off the medium elements for the whole scene, and it's gonna take a while, so it doesn't matter if it really doesn't matter if I record it or not, because it's just the same process I just show you. It's just that I will repeat it for all the parts of the landscape. There is one issue you will encounter by doing this method, is that it's a lot of repetitive work. So I'm gonna show you what you can do to avoid this kind of issues. Like you can see the measurements from these walls are kind of similar, right? So means that I could group some assets. So let's try to do that. Let's go for these small assets and let's try to put them in a line so that we can use them like this. For example, we can go for something like this. We can grab another one. We can duplicate this one. Rotate it a little bit. There you go. Go for something like this. Make it a little big. Then go for, I don't know, maybe this one. And you can put it like this. There you go. You can also put like another one. You can put something on top of it if you want. Like at this point, we're not really into like small little details. But you know, it's always a good idea if you can put something there. But when you're making this method, it can actually help you. I'll go for something like this. Actually, this is the same asset, so we're trying to do something different. Let's try, for example, it's a little bit big, so not really gonna use it. Let's try another one. We can try this one, but if we rotate it, you will never guess it's the same one. That's the beauty of these assets. Okay. So now that you have this, actually, let me remove this. There you go. Now that you have this, what you can do is actually group this. Okay, right click, and then we can go to level and then create packed level actor. And what this will do is create a preset for you that you can use in the future and you can update it. So let me just put the pivot point on the minimum C axis on the center of all these 4 actors and click OK. And I will just find a place to save it. I will create a new folder here called environment. And then I will create a new folder here called mass. So I can call this like mass rock medium size 01. And then I create a new folder called BPP, which stands for blueprint. Double click on here and then click saved. And as soon as you do that, you will see here in the top right corner that my actor has changed and now I'm using the blueprint. So if I press Ctrl B to check where is this actor, you will see that I have an actor like this. Now, the cool thing about this is that I can just rotate here, right? I can just move it into position. And there you go. Now I have something that I can use. And if I don't like this, for example, I can just go here to the landscape and, you know, change the properties if I want it, or paint a little bit here. Like, for example, go to layer, go to layer 2, start painting something like this, layer 3, and layer 4. You know, you get the idea here. Let's go for some cliff. There you go. So now that I have this in place, I can use this for other places in my environment, such as this one, for example. And, you know, this is the same asset, and you may notice this, but the cool thing about this is that I can rotate this 180 degrees, and because all assets are different from different angles, you will notice it's the same asset. I can just go and do something like this. Now, the cool thing about this is that if I were to change something, for example, let me edit this. Let me step back a minute. If I right click on level, then go to edit, you will see that everything turns gray. And now I see these actors with color. So what happens is that I can actually add more actors if I want. So for example, let's go to Megascans, go to static mesh here. And let's try to add something, for example, like this one is a little bit big, so let's try another one. Let's try this one. So we can add this one here. Okay, and we could also potentially add another one, for example, another one of this. We can put it here. There you go. And now what will happen if I click exit here, it will ask me if I want to save the changes. I just click yes. And now this actor has also been updated. So let's take a look at this. This actor is actually using the same assets that I have now. So if I want, I can also scale this up if I want it. All right, I can see those assets here. If I really wanted to do that, I can definitely scale those things. I'm not constrained to the original size of this. And where else I can use this asset? Well, I can just duplicate this and rotate it around. And if it doesn't fit, I can scale it. I can try to put it in position. I can rotate a little bit. And if I feel like, you know, this part wasn't meant for the player to go, no worries. I can just go here, rotate. And basically I'm surrounding this area if I want it, but let's just leave it like that. And what I can do is to go to the landscape, go to sculpt, and then just flatten this out like this. Not use the flatten target, just this one. There you go. And now you are changing your landscape to match your mesh. And then you still have a huge opening here that you can use. Make sure this asset is like here. There you go. And eventually we will remove this. Like, for example, we can use the same thing for this one if we want it. Maybe this asset doesn't make justice. So let's try to create a group from this. And the cool thing is that if you don't really like it, like, yeah, I put this asset here, but I'm not super sure that these assets will go to the final, but I just like the size of it, which is my case. I want to improve this asset in the future. I can just go here and update it in the future to have something that looks nicer. But in the meantime, I have my main asset. So I will do the same. Let me redo the steps. Right click, create pack level actor. This one will be my M, size M, because it's not like large size, 0.2. And then go to BPP, and automatically it will rename the asset for you. Just click save. There you go. Now you have a blueprint. And now here, it's like, okay, I was having a little bit of a problem here. Maybe I could delete this one and actually put this one here and rotate it. And what this will do is to actually like create this asset that you have here. And you can actually duplicate it if you want. If you find that it's not really working for you, you can just go ahead, make it bigger, rotate it a little bit if you want. So you can have something like this. Now it looks a little bit funny because of the different materials that this have. We're gonna work on that in the future. But for now, I just want you to focus on, let's not scale this non-uniformly, otherwise it's just gonna be a mess here. So you can put something like that, for example. And now that you have this, you can remove the landscape here. So I can sculpt, and I can hold shift to sculpt back. And now I will have this asset here. If I don't like this, I can always change it or put something else. But for now, like this part is working. So I just need to deal with this. So I can use this group. And let's try it out. It looks like this group may work here. So I can just rotate things around, put it in position. Just like that. And as soon as I have this, I can remove the landscape that I had here. So I can just go to flatten and flatten this thing out. And now what you will have is it's a mess of rocks here. So you can just duplicate this again, rotate around so you don't really notice it's the same asset. Go here. There you go. And now you have something here. All right, for things like this, maybe you don't have a group to fill that out. You can always go back to your Megascans, go to static mesh, and try to find an asset to fill this hole, just like this. Just for specifics where, oh, I don't have, like this group is not working quite well. Now, this is a little bit noisy for me. I may change it in the future or add something else. But for now, let's just leave it like this. Looks a little bit weird, but let's just leave it for now, just to show you what you can do with that. So now what you can do is just play from here. Now I will start lagging because our video memory is loading a lot of textures. We're gonna take a look at that later, but for now, just take a look at this. There's a bunch of issues here in the landscape that I would like to fix, but other than that, I think it's pretty cool. So let's go here to the landscape and go to smooth and smooth things out. I'm gonna actually sculpt something here. There you go. Do the same here. Smooth things out and sculpt, and then smooth. And there you go. And if that doesn't work, when you wanna put another asset here, you can always do that. The cool thing is that you can select all these assets and you can put them into your medium-sized group. So I can just right-click, move to. Somehow the folder doesn't show here. Oh, there you go. Let me right click, move to, and there you go. M elements, should be M elements. So let's grab all of this and move to. There you go. I didn't see it. M elements. That's for some reason I had another folder. That's very funny. M elements, and that's how you can keep adding more elements here to your folder. M elements. Let's go up. And look at that. Like, it looks very funny. You see your landscape here, but it's actually working quite well. Let's just click on this, right click, move to M elements. And you don't necessarily need to do the same. It's just a matter of organization for me. If I want to move those, just leave those large elements here, M elements, and that way I can organize myself. So now that I show you this, I can go on and continue to decorate this on my site just to show you what kind of things you could do with this potentially. But it will be the same process. So I will come back and I show you what's the end result. Okay, so after spending like an hour or so placing those rocks in the right position, I end up with something like this. You can take a look at, like, you can go to this path, and basically what you want to avoid is things like this where it's too flat. And don't worry about the colors, because we're gonna take a look at them later. So when you find some areas like this, you can of course always go ahead and put something here, just like that. Now you will notice that the colors here are not really matching. Like, everything is like, it's a little bit red, it's a little bit white, it's a little bit brown, it's a little bit gray. That's normal because we're using assets from different sources that have different textures. So the thing we're gonna work on now, it's let me fix this one quickly. The thing we're gonna work on now, it's those colors here, because it's very heavy. So I'm gonna show you now. If you take a look at the Megascans folder, right click, go to size map, you will see that we have 14 gigabytes here, and that's not really good to have, especially if you're making games. You want to optimize it as much as possible. So we're gonna make everything use the same texture. In order to do that, we're gonna create a new material. So let's get started and take a look at this for a moment, just to give you an idea of how your scene will look. It doesn't necessarily need to look exactly the same as mine does, just to give you an idea. Try to avoid places like the one I mentioned, like, for example, if you have something like this, definitely you want to cover it. So I'm flying around so you can just take a look at how it looks like, just to give you some inspiration. I know I haven't like really been there show you step by step, because it's a really boring process. I don't think you want to see me doing that and do something like that. Again, don't worry about too much the material. So for example, you have things like this where everything is just different colors and looks weird. That's okay. That's totally fine. We're gonna work on that later. But for now, just try to do the best you can. Try to avoid places like this. And we will see you in the next lesson where we're gonna work on the material, okay? All right, so let's start creating our first material. Just need to go to our ARPG folder, go to materials, and here I'm gonna create a new folder called rock. Okay, and then I'm gonna double click on this and right click, and I will create a material. I will call it mrock master, just like that. Okay, so I'm gonna double click on this and you will see that I have my brand new material for the rock. So the first thing I want to do is to actually put a word align texture. So what it is, I'm gonna show you now. If I go to surfaces, let's just try to get this rock cliff, for example. This is a really good example. We can just grab this texture here, and let me grab a cube here. Go to the cube, and now we will apply the material that we have. Just gonna put it here, and then just put the base color here. So hit apply. Now what you will see is that if I duplicate this one, like, you can start seeing the tiling little by little, right? Because basically it's the same, the texture is mapped on the space of this object. It's based on its UVs. And what we want is to actually have unique world UVs for this texture, because we're gonna repeat it over and over again. And it's in places like this where you get a transition where this is one texture and this is another. This is one static mesh, this is another static mesh, and this texture goes here. And this is where you want your texture to be the same as this. You don't want this to be a brand new texture UV. So we're gonna do that very easy. There's an easy way to do that in Unreal. Let's cancel this. And what we're gonna do is to actually go here and type world. Let's see if we can find the I believe it was in texturing, world align texture. There you go. You want this world align texture. So when I connect this one here, you will notice that I cannot connect this one because this is not a texture object. So I can just right click and there you go. Nice texture object. And just like that, I can just put the X, Y, and Z texture here. Now let's take a look at what happens. So if I duplicate this, you will see even when these ones are overlapping, you don't see that the texture is like finishing at starting again. And so when I move this one, you will see that this texture is aligned in the world, which is exactly what we want. So what I want to do now is to have a property where I can change the tiling of this. And we're going to use that by using the world position, which is the vector tree. So instead of like putting a vector tree and we need to change the tree colors, because I know it's going to be a uniform scaling, uniform scale for the texture, we just need one variable here. And we're going to put append. You can go to append many, and this is where you will append this one here, red, green, and blue, and we're gonna call it tiling scale. And let's go for RPG here, and we can go for something like 500, just for now, just to try it out. And look at that. Now, what we're gonna do is to actually apply this material to many of our rocks. So before we do that, we can right click, create a material instance. This will be my M rock base, something like that. Okay, and I'm gonna apply this material to all my Megascans assets. So I'm gonna go here. I don't actually need to open this. I can just go to my 3D assets, go to static mesh, open each one of them and go to rock base, change it. I'm gonna see it soon. I'm gonna see it applied soon. So it's gonna take a while the first time. I'm just gonna do this for a couple of them, and then on my site I'm gonna apply to the rest of the static meshes, okay? Come on. Now, this is the thing about game that it's usually like take a long time. So let's take a look at this. So now we have our texture here, and you can see it's here. So we're gonna do this one, okay? We're gonna do the next one, just so that you can see what I'm talking about. In my rock base, it's gonna work a little bit. What you will see is that these two textures here are gonna be seamlessly transitioning between one another, even though we are having like a different static mesh, a different static mesh, and then having different UVs. It's okay because we're using the world align texture. So it's just gonna take a while. I'm gonna show you. It's worth the waiting. A lot of game development things is about waiting. and this is one of them. Unfortunately, that has to do with a lot of your time in game development will take on this kind of screens where everything is loading or something's changing, the shaders are compiling, and that's why you never want to underestimate the amount of time a feature takes to finish, just because there is a lot of extra time that is out of your hand that usually is stuff like this. So there we go. Now we have the texture like this. But now you will see that this texture is actually, if we take a look at it without the lit mode, only with the color mode, you will see that you can't really tell which mesh is what. It looks like only one mesh for everything, right? And that's exactly what we want. So I'm gonna close this, and for the next session, what we're gonna do is to actually apply the rest of properties into this material. Okay, so what we need to do now is to basically add other material information to this. So what we're gonna do is to just go to this rock material and grab these textures here. And we're gonna go here to right click, convert to texture object, do the same here. And what we're gonna do is just to duplicate this one and go to the texture object here, texture size, and do the same here. Go to the texture here, and the texture size is here. So now when we connect this ones, we can just connect this to the base color. We can connect this to the normals. And here in the X, Y, and Z, we can go and put break float 3 components. That way we can get access to individual channels. Like the red, we will connect to ambient occlusion. The green one will be in the roughness, and the blue one will be nowhere because we're not using the height map for anything. So just gonna leave it like that, apply it. Now you will see that my rock actually has some nice normal information besides the color, which is great. Let me delete this. So what I want to do is to actually blend this with another color, because if you take a look at this, like, it's styling, it's okay, but it's too repetitive, it's too boring. So what I want to do is to actually put a color into this. So there are many things you can do with the blendings. You can even only put color or put like blend another texture. Or most likely we will blend another texture, but just for now will be the color, okay? So bear with me for a second. So what we're gonna do is to actually try to find a noise here. So if we go to the engine folder, we can type noise, and you have a bunch of noise you can use. You can use this styling noise. So let's go here and convert to a texture object, duplicate this one, put it here, and this one we're gonna duplicate too. I'm gonna put it here. There you go. And now I can just change the text of this. For instead of tiling scale, it's gonna be mask tiling scale. And we're gonna put this in the texture size. And just for now, we're gonna put this in the X, Y, and Z, just so that you can see the color. Okay, so that's the mask. Okay, so what we need to do is to actually, let's go back to our material instance. We can play with the scale because this mask is repeating over and over, and that's not what we want. So we can do like, that's not what we want. You can do 5,000. You could do something like this. Now you will see that some of these areas are very dark, some of them are not. And when it comes to masking, it's a good idea that you have control over the sharpness of this texture. So what you want to do is to actually put a cheap contrast here. Okay, this is a texture 2D, so let's just go here And what we're gonna do, we can even just grab the sea texture, but anyway, let's just grab the red channel. So we're gonna break float to components if you want. There are many ways to do this. We can just do this something like this. Let's grab the red channel and let's connect this to see how it looks like. So it looks the same, right? And that's expected just because this is a grayscale texture. So what you need to do is to actually put a constant here, just call the mask contrast. Okay. And then we're gonna do a clamp node because we don't want the contrast to be over 1 or -0. So we're gonna clamp those values to 0 and 1 only. So let's hit apply. And that looks like nothing changed, but if we increase the contrast, like 1 for example, you will see that actually our mask becomes more and more evident. So we can actually, like 0.5 here, we can actually start blending between those two values. So this mask is actually pretty useful if you want to add color variation into it. So or things like that. So the next thing we're gonna do is to actually blend another material using this mask, where we're gonna use the white values to put another material and the black values to leave our previous material here, because this one is working quite well. And also on my side, I'm gonna apply the material for the rest of the rocks, just so that you can get an overview of how your scene looks like with this method. All right, let's continue. You will notice that I changed the material of these rocks to use my base rock material we just created, just to make sure that I update those on my side, because it is just a very long and tedious work. But now that we have our mask, we can start organizing things a little bit. Okay, so the first thing is I need another material. So before doing that, let me rename those by put name and put world mask, something like that. World mask alpha. Okay, so what I will do is to actually make this into a material. So I will put make material attributes. So this will be my first material. My X, Y, and Z texture will be here. This is the normal. And of course, the red channel will be here and the green channel here. So now I don't need this. I can just remove those. And what I can do, this is my first material, right? So I could just create a function and, make things a little bit more organized. But in my case, I just want to duplicate this and copy, just so that I can change this on the fly. So in my case, I'm gonna choose another Megascans asset. Let's take a look at which one we have. Like we have Rock Cliff and have Mossy Rock. Yeah, I think Mossy Rock could be a good one. Let's take a look at other one. If we're not really satisfied with the material, we can always change it. So take a look at this one. Okay, let's go for salt covered rock. That's how it's gonna be. Let's take a look at the material. Okay, looks fine to me. Let's grab this one. So it's gonna be the diffuse color. We're gonna put it here, and then the normal, we're gonna put it here. And of course, this one can also be an instance if you want. So let's grab this one here, and this will be my material 1. This will be my material 2. So what will happen is that I will blend between these two materials using my alpha. So I'm gonna use material layer blend standard. And what I can do is the white parts of this will be this material here. I'm gonna put a top material here, and the base material will be this one. And then the alpha is just gonna be this one. I can just put a work mask alpha. You don't necessarily need to do this. You can actually plug this in if you want it, but just for organization purposes, I'm just gonna leave it like that. And now what I can do, I can either break these attributes or I can just connect those. So I'm gonna go and show you something different. I'm gonna click here, and in the left side corner of the screen, you will see use material attributes. Click OK, and now it will use the material attributes that you just sent from this. So it's a nicer way to just duplicate stuff. Now, what you will see is that you actually have two materials. Now, it doesn't look like one, but let's go to our instance. Let's go for here, materials, rock. Let's open the instance. Now, what we will see is actually, because it actually, they have pretty much the same color, it's very easy for us to check which material is what. So what I can do is to increase the contrast, like for 1. If I put 0, you won't see anything. I can just put like 5 or 1, 2. You can see the stone here, right? Hopefully it's enough, but 0.3. And with this one, you can actually see it very big. It's actually there. And it's pretty much the same color, that's why you don't really notice. But so what you can do here is actually make it 1, so it's very obvious, and then mask tiling can be something like 5,000 or 4,000, 3,000, 2,000, 2,500, 3,000. Take a look at that. That's too much contrast. If we put like 10, it's gonna be like nothing. Yeah, it's too slow. Too low. 500, 1,000, 1,500 looks like a decent number here. And you can just put like 8. Make it really obvious. Go back with what we had here. Yeah, something like that. Can even go bigger. 10,000. Yeah, 10,000 seems like a decent number. Look at that. Now this go for 10,000 and 0.3. And there you go. Now you have like a different material for your resin. If you want to make things a little bit like more obvious, you can always add here, for example, and this will be my layer L2 brightness. Okay, and I can just put it here, and now go to clamp. And now what I can do is go to my instance here. I can increase the brightness to 0.1. So now you will see it's much more obvious here. 0.05. If I put -5, -10, you will notice that it becomes really dark. So I can put, if I put 1, it will become really white. That's not what you want. So any value from like, I think 0.1, it's a good value. And now you can increase the contrast even better. So now this works quite well. 0.5, 0.2. That's too much. 0.1, 0.05. Yeah, 0.05 looks like a decent number. So now we have something like this where everything, it's, we're using the tiling textures here, and just textile density looks nice to me. At least for the moment, it repeats enough times. So what we're gonna do now is talk about a little bit about performance. So let's talk about performance for a bit. Now remember that a good way to measure how much your game it's gonna, what's the size gonna be, you can go to Megascans and you can see the assets here that you have. You will see that you have 14 gigabytes. but that's because we were using the previous textures that if you go here, every asset has its own texture, which we're not using anymore. So if you take a look at the size map of this, right now we're only using these textures here, the small ones. And the asset itself is only 88 megabytes. So what we will do is to go here to 3D assets, put a filter here to texture, and also to material. And what we will do is to select all of them and delete them. And looks, take note that there is no reference here. It means they are not using this asset at all. So we can just delete those without any fear that everything will just break in our game. So when we delete those, we're gonna see how much our folder weighs. Now let's just wait a second here. If it takes too much time, I'm just gonna pause the video and come back. Saying 3, 2, 1. Okay, I will come back. Okay, we are back. Let me clear the filters. And now, when we take a look at the size of our 3D assets, look at the size map, only 2.2 megabytes, and most of them are just the size of these assets here, the triangle count. Now we're keeping the triangle count high because we're not really using unique normals for those assets. Instead, what we are sharing here is actually only 135 megabytes that come only from textures. So if you think about it, all these assets are using the same texture here, exactly the same one. And that means our game will be extremely optimized. And the good thing about using the same texture here is that now everything looks like more solid. Of course, there are more things we can put to improve the quality of our material. For this part, I feel we are okay for the moment, and let's just continue to work on it. So the time has come, and we should start testing our game. So how you usually start testing your game is basically you see the game flow. Okay, I start here, I move, and then I need to fight this guy. So I will just try to do my best. Looks like, I mean, I'm kind of a memory issue here. It's a little bit of a heavy project for my old computer, but it should be better than me. I'm almost sure of that. So let's go back here. And I feel like here we will need more enemies, so let's just leave it like that. Just put this one here. There you go. We're making progress here. At this point, just making sure that we're actually, I like the number of opponents becoming a little bit challenging. It's, it has its own thing. I can easily kite them, which is not a good thing, but how you can actually improve this is like you make the opponent throw something at you, for example, when you are far away, so that you can avoid to do this. And you died. So if I press retry level, looks like there is an issue here where I start the game and the player start is below the ground. So we will do a couple of things. So let's take a look at our player start. Type player start, and there you go. That's your player start, and there shouldn't be any issues, but just in case, we're gonna put it up just like that. And also, it's a good idea to think about our kill C volume. So what is this? Basically, it's a volume, and if I go below this volume, I'm just gonna die. So where do you want to place this? Basically on places where your player shouldn't go. By that, I mean probably underground here. Or maybe Let's see, probably here. And now what we need to do is to actually make it bigger, just like that. And let's just put it here in position. And for this one, you can actually put it like this. You can make sure your player, no matter what he does, when he falls, he will be, you know, killed. So let's go to the right side just to take a look at how this looks like. So we're gonna go below anything that we have here. So that should be good enough. And now let's play. Let's actually play from here. So we can start playing from here. And now what we will do is to actually jump from the cliff and see what happens. And yeah, so we die. There is no condition that after we die from the cliff, our player should go back to the original position, because we haven't added that logic, but we did die. We didn't fall into eternity. I don't know if you play some mods on PC, sometimes it happens things like this where you fall and then you die. I remember I play one of the private servers of Blade and Soul, and if you fall, like your character will fall forever and you die, and basically you have to restart your game from scratch. And that's an MMO, so you can think about how much frustrating that can be. But anyway, looks like we have a solid start here. Of course, there are a lot of things that you may want to change, but it works. It works quite well for now. Now, one cool thing I can add to all these rock materials is a slope texture. And we can put like this material here that we have and put it on top depending on the slope of our material, and it's gonna look great. So let's try it out. Let's go back to our rock master material. And first we need to create the slope texture. So we're gonna call this like world masking alpha. Now we're gonna go for slope mask. This is exactly what we need. The tangent normal. We're gonna put let's just put this one, okay? For now. Actually, yeah, you don't really need the tangent normal for this one. Or let's just grab any kind of normal that we have from our assets, just so that we have something to work with. Let's just go for this one and put on shared wrap. Put the tangent normal here. The slope angle, it's gonna be very easy. Press 3, and we're gonna actually make it a variable. A slope angle, and by default it's gonna be on blue. Why blue? Because this is X, Y, and Z. Take a look at the bottom left corner, X, Y, and Z. You can see that. Go to a darker area. Actually, this helps. Take a look at that. Z value is up, which means the slope will be projected on all the vertex that are pointing up here. So if this one, for example, it's pointing this way, all the normals, then the mask won't work here. It will only work on slopes that are pointing up until it goes to this place where it's like not really pointing too much up. We're not gonna mask those. So that's exactly what we're doing here. And then we're gonna add another variable, slope fall off. Gonna leave it at 1 for now, and then go to slope contrast. We're gonna leave it at 1, and now we're gonna add another clamp, and then we're gonna add a name rewrote declaration node, and this will be my slope alpha mask. Okay, so that's our mask. Let's move this out here and call it slope alpha mask. Now what we need to do is add another material. So we're just gonna copy this, paste it, and we're gonna add this. Let's see which one we can add here. It must something that looks a little bit different. This one is not really what I'm looking for. Yeah, probably this one is a good one. So let's go back here. This will be my slope material. And now we can just change those to this. And the normal map also here. And also this one. And now what we need to do is to blend those values. So instead, we're gonna use another material layer blend standard. And the base material will be what we had before. And the top material will be the new one with the slope. And now with the alpha. And now, before actually doing this, let's go back to... Let's go back here to don't use material attributes. Let's preview the mask. So go back here, slope alpha mask. And we're gonna put it just right here. Okay, let's put it on the base color. Now you will see that your mask is on top of everything. Now what we can do here is use this mode to actually preview how our mask is gonna look like even before we apply the material. So we can go to slope contrast, fall off. If we put 0, like the more fall off, of course, the stronger it is, the intensity of this thing. Also the contrast, if you put 0, you see the mask is less obvious. So you can just leave it at 1. And the fall off, you can just leave at maybe 1 is a decent value to start. Now what I want to show you is different slopes. So take a look. If we want, we can put the Y direction. And now everything will be coming from the positive Y. Also we can go to the red channel and it will come from the other channels. It's like here. Now you ask, when is this gonna be actually useful? Well, sometimes maybe you have trees and the sand, it's basically on the bark of the tree. So you can use this as a mask for masking those trees. If you have snow in your environment or moss or something like that, you can definitely use that. So let's go to the alpha mask here. And now what we're gonna do is to go back to use material attributes. Go here, and there you go. And now we're gonna take a look at how this looks like actually. Now this is really cool, if you ask me. It's working quite nice. If you take a look at the colors of this, it's quite nice actually. It's really cool. I think it's working quite nice, especially in those areas. Well, let's wait a second and just play our game for a while, just to have a feeling of how this feels like. Let's just play. Let's just look at the ground for now. Everything's loading. Look at that. Beautiful. Now our rocks are using the same texture, but they all look like they were unique because of their unique shapes and everything. So we're gonna leave it at that for now. It comes a time in your project where you just really want to add more stuff other than rocks, and the marketplace is a really great place to start finding assets because there are a lot of free stuff. Like for example, if I put Paragon, I think it's Monolith. Let's take a look. There you go. So these are free assets from Epic Games. You can also go to free and go to free for the month, or permanently free collection or Epic Games content. And what I like about this package is that it has basically architectural assets that we can use in our project. So they're gonna come very handy here. So let's close this. And I think it's here you will see a button to download. I already downloaded, so I don't need to do it again. So once you have this, just go to add to project, and you will see that a list of projects that are compatible with this. Now, if you don't see your project, it's because you download a version that it's different from the one you're using in your project. So what you need to do, there are two things you can do. You can download the version that it's using your project, or you can just check show all projects. And in my case, I only have this one, but show all projects will actually show all the projects, and it will ask you like, hey, this content is different from the project version. Are you sure you still want to migrate? And you can just click yes, and it should be good to go. So let's click on that. You can see it's 5.3, add to project. And looks like I already add them. So in my case, I'm just gonna click cancel. Okay, so let's go and check our project now that we added our assets. Okay, so now that I imported my assets, you will see that I have them here in Paragon props, and you will see a bunch of folders here. But what I'm mostly interested, if you're having a hard time finding your assets, you can just go to filters, go to static mesh, and here you will see all the static meshes that are available for you. So in my case, I will just go to monolith and just select down. So basically, I will just work with these assets for now. You can always use other assets if you want. You have the desk, and you have the ruins. And one thing I did on my end was because these assets are for Paragon, it's a little bit old. Make sure you can select all of them by holding Shift, right click, go to Nanite, and then enable Nanite. You can go for enable Nanite here. I won't do it in this video just because it's gonna take quite a long time, and I don't want you to look at my screen for like 20 minutes. But it's already done on my side. So how do you usually use these assets? It's entirely up to you. My recommendation is you go through each one of them and see how you can combine those to create new assets. So let's do this process for this, and you can do the same for other ones if you want as well. So let's go for this one. And you see that this thing doesn't really make much sense if you really think about it. So you could try, for example, to put it like this, right? And if it doesn't make sense to you, just delete it. Usually when the asset has the pivot point in some part of the, like in the center or something, you can just go right click here and go copy. You can also shift and right click if you want. And then you can go for other parts of the asset and you can paste here. So what you have here is basically, it is like a different asset in the same, position. Now, this doesn't make much sense with this, so I can just right click and paste. I can also shift and left click if I want it, and you will see that this asset aligns perfectly. So I don't really want to use those assets. So let's go back to this one. So we see the gate here. You see we can have the gate here, or we also have individual pieces. So for example, I can just grab one of this. I can duplicate, and I can just scale this by -1, just to have like the mirror version. I can just put it like this. Let me just try to copy the location of this and paste it. And now I can just move it here in this direction. And now I can just go here and put this orb here if I want it. Now these are flipped. So what I will do is just move this one here and then this one here. Let's try to put it in position here, just so that we can play with it a little bit better. Just because this asset here doesn't really, the material is not working quite well, and I want to have it. So I will just go here and try to align this as nice as possible here. So for example, this is the location for X. Let's just try to, you can just eyeball it. Okay, so this is our first asset. Like this floating stuff. What you can do is just select all of those, right click, and then go to level, create pack level actor, but just put the pivot point on minimum C axis, and we will call it mass. Let's just call it down 0, 1, something like that. And just save it here, and it will just create a pack level actor for you. So now that you have this, if you feel like you want to change the position of these things, you can just go to level, edit, move this one around or whatever, and just save the changes. So let's delete those. This is our first asset. Let's take a look at those, at the other ones. So let's go back to down here, put a static mesh. Let's continue. We'll take a look at all the assets here. So this one actually is quite interesting here because it's pretty much like this, which means there must be something here. So what we will do is to copy the location, or shift right click and shift left click to paste. And with this, you can just drag and drop, shift and paste, drag and drop, shift and paste, shift and paste. This one is the same one, it's just modular pieces. So let's just change this one. We're gonna use the center of this. So shift right click, copy, shift left click to paste, and you will see it actually makes much more sense when you do it that way. So let's move it a little bit, just like that, and let's copy again this part. Let's find the other ones, shift left click, and you will see that I have something like this. Let's see what other parts of the mesh you can use. So for example, this one looks like it's something that you can duplicate. So let's just duplicate like this. Do it a bunch of times here. For some reason I'm lagging, so let's just put everything on unlead mode, much better. And Alt and click to duplicate. Looks like they don't match perfectly, so I will just leave it like that. And let's see if there is a Z-axis problem. You know, that comes with the assets. So now what you can do is actually duplicate those assets, and with that you can have another group for yourself. For example, something like this. Another thing I saw is like we have this one here. We can actually move it up just like that. Okay. Let's check this one. Paste. I actually can. This actually works quite well. And then let's go for this one and paste. And look at that. Now we are starting to create an asset that can potentially be used in the future. There's no wall here that we could use, unfortunately. I believe this one is not really the best of the assets we can use. So let's just delete this one. Apparently, in the game, like, you don't really need to see this part. This is why you can just hide this one. But let's just use it like that. Let's grab all of those. Let's grab this ones first. And then let's grab these small assets. And then the stairs. And then this one. And let's take a look if we select everything and indeed with it. So let's right click, pack level actor. And this is gonna be my down 2. You can put another name if you want. I'm just using it because this project is gonna be very small. I don't really need to worry too much about naming conventions, but you can definitely feel free to change the name to whatever is it that you want. So let's just leave this one here. Let's take a look at another one. Probably this one. Potentially we could use this one. Let's see, like, for example, I don't know if like maybe this one can go into here. I haven't really tested that out. It has the potential, but let's just leave this asset. Oh my god, the lag is incredible here. Sorry about that, guys. Just go here and right click, level, create pack level actor, down. It's gonna be 3 PPP, save, and there you go. Let's leave it like that. Let's delete this one. We don't need it. Let's take a look at another one. So let's go back to down, static mesh. Let's take a look at those. Corner top, we don't really need to use those. I mean, it's pretty cool, if you ask me. It's very cool. It's looks like it's the top of the core. Let's just move it. I'm not exactly sure how you can use this. I guess it's like this. So let's right click, copy, paste. Let's see if this is really how it was intended to be used. You can just be creative with this. You don't really necessarily to use everything that I'm doing here. Take a look at this one. Click. So definitely this must have something to do with this. So like if we duplicate and we start doing that several times, this will make much more sense to me. So let's just go like this and try to create something interesting. At the end, you can you don't exactly know where this is going to be used, but at least you have an idea like how your assets look like. Okay, so let's just leave it like that. It's not perfect, but it will do the work. So let's take a look at this. Currently, I put 2 of them. Let's paste. Let's see how this looks like. Apparently, there's something that goes here, but we don't know exactly what is it. Paste. Okay, so it's something like that. I have a feeling this is just for, I think it's the players that enter here. So let's just delete those. I'm not really a fan of this, so I really like the big structure. We may use it later, but for now, let's just leave it like that. And it's normal that you find things that don't necessarily need to use everything. Take a look at this one. Now this one is quite interesting. So shift right click to copy and then start pasting here. Shift left click. Shift left click. And this one doesn't really need a, I don't think you need a group for this. For the big one you do for sure. Talk about the turret floor. Can become handy in the future if we want to add more floors in the game. But for now, let's just group this one. So it's 2 assets. And what we're gonna do is to go to level, create pack level actor. This is gonna be my down 04, EPP, save. Now we have more assets to work with. Especially you want the big ones. The small ones we can take a look at that later. Let's go here to say it. Let's do one more and then we will call it a day. Let's see. The 2 red floors, I don't really want to touch them. Take a look at those. Those are like medium-sized assets, so we can use them individually actually. They are not part of a whole thing. That's part of the design, so I can just leave it like that. And let's take a look at this. So this for sure, when you have the pivot point that is like in an awkward position, you can just shift right click to copy. And let's see if there is another one here. Yeah, if left click to paste, and you can see this one is actually working for us. So let's see if there is another one. Not this one. I mean, all this you can use it in your own creative ways to create interesting shapes. Just trying to find the ones that for sure need to be mixed, but let's just leave it like that. I think we have enough, and with that you have a bunch of assets that you can use. Here you have this big one here, some smaller ones, some floors, and you also have some smaller assets here that you could use, like this one for example, or Okay, now that I have my assets, it's time to work on the focal point. In my case, I want the focal point to be in this area. What is exactly a focal point is the main point of interest that your scene is having. So in my case, I want to put something here so that the player knows that he needs to go here. In painting, usually is the most important part of the painting, the one with the most details. In games, that's also true, but it's also something that you need to consider when you have the main objective. Usually your focal point is the main objective. So we need to go here. So let's just try to grab some of these assets. For example, this one can work perfectly for us. Let's see if we can see it from here. Let's go to the main start. Let's just rotate it a little bit. There you go. So we will leave it like that, and let's just say, just put it just like that. You don't really need to be perfect. Another thing you can do is actually put one of the assets that we put here at the beginning. So we could potentially like grab something like this and just put it here if you want it. You don't necessarily need to do this, but you can if you want. So let's just move this one here. Make sure like everything is well connected, and you're pretty good to go. So let's try it. Let's play our game. So we'll start playing our game. It's gonna load a little bit. Okay. So let it load. Let it cook. There you go. So now, as I walk into the game, you will see that my building just pops out like this. And the reason it's happening is because what I'm using is for partition. So how it works is you have the player here, and basically everything around the player will load, like the trees and the rocks and the bridges and everything. And everything outside of this range, it's not gonna load, and the reason is you're not gonna see it anyway. And it works great for smaller assets like rocks or things like you're not gonna see from distance. But in this case, this asset is quite big, and I want it to be seen from any kind of distance. So what I will do is to go here to a setting. I will just click here, and what I want to do is to go here to the warp partition, and you can see here a setting called is spatially loaded. So if I uncheck this, now my asset won't be loaded based on the distance, and now it will be just loaded the whole time, which is great for assets like this where you just want to, oh my god, my frames are terrible here. It's great for assets that sometimes it just look at the ground and it just fixes itself. But anyway, it's great because you can see it from any part of the level. Like you're here, you know where to go, right? Like that's the main objective. No matter where I go, like if I go this area, it doesn't really matter because I will always be able to see the main objective. Now, the thing about having a main objective like this is you cannot put this kind of asset all over the place. Otherwise, you're going to confuse the player like where to go. And that's not what we want. But what we want to do is to blend this asset between the rest of the environment because it looks a little bit off and you don't know exactly why. I can tell you the reason is we don't have more of this type of assets in the level. So this feels like it's forced to be here. So what we're going to do next is to start decorating with smaller assets of this kind in the map. All right, so let's try to decorate this environment. I will show you just how I would do it, and let's just do some parts, and just like the rest, I will do on my own side, most likely. So let's go here. Let's find a ways for us to find this these meshes easier. So we can go here to Paragon, and then go to down, go to meshes, and select all of those. Is it the down or the task? I don't quite remember here. It's like, let's just put it here. Now what you can do here, it's basically put some elements of this here. So for example, not this one, but we can start with some towers here. Okay, we can definitely start with some towers, especially because a very big environment. So we can put this one here, and also just because you just don't want the tower here to be here, you can just go here and put the floor. So I will shift right click to copy the values, shift left click to paste, and you will see that I have this thing here. So what I could potentially do is to actually put this thing down and leave it like that, just like that. Okay, and this works. It works for me. If you want, you could potentially make it bigger, just like that, just so that you have like another mesh. Up to you how you wanna put it. I feel like I want to put it a little bit up here, just like that. Okay, so let's play with this tower, because I find it's very interesting. So we can just go here. But just leave it like that. We can rotate it if you want. Now remember, these things may or may not have collision. This one has collision, so you don't have to worry about this. How about this one? This one also has collision, so we're fine. We're fine. We are doing fine. What else we have? Let's try another mesh. So for example, you could potentially have this one. So this one, the pivot point is not really in a really good spot. So momentarily, what you can do is right click, go to pivot, and then set pivot offset here. And with this, you will have the pivot point somewhere in a decent spot. So what you can do here is, let's go back here. Go to pivot. You can always change the pivot point forever if you use the modeling tools, but not really worried about that. Okay, so let's just leave it like that. The idea here is to place these elements in the world, just so that you could have like different kind of elements to play with here. So something like that. Make it like that if you want it. Let's try to play with the ground. The ground is always a really nice asset, especially for flat areas like this. Well, let's just try to find the floor here. I don't want the one that has the hole there. Let's see if we can find another one. Otherwise, we will just put a turret there. Let's see, I'm sure there is something here that we can use. Just bear with me for a second. Do you have the ring? So we could potentially use that as well. Let's see, floor. Look at this one. This one is not. Look at this one. Also note, like all of them have holes apparently. I don't really want to use the ones with the holes, but it's it is what it is. So let's go back here and let's just try with this one. And now we will put this one here. Shift right click to copy. Shift left click to paste, and with that you have something like this. So you can just essentially make it smaller, just like this. There you go. Now you have a place to put this, but also just move it here, like just like that, and with that you're really good to go. Like So what you can do with this is actually group this with Ctrl G, and now I can just start placing it in different parts of this world. For example, here. There you go. And also put it here. So the idea to have this ground here is to make our environment, you know, a little bit more blendable. Of course, you can fix these areas here if you're liking. You can always put it like this part is like forgotten or something like that. What else you have here? Oh, this one looks really cool. We could potentially try to put it here. If you want it. Yeah, it looks cool. It looks cool, has nice shapes. Another thing you could have, it's try to put this one here. So this one, let's just put the pivot point center here, and let's just put it like this. So now you want to have, like, if you have a big object, you also want to have smaller objects to support your design. So now this thing, it's a little bit annoying. So let's see what you can do in this case. Before we put more of this, let's go to the modeling tools, and we're gonna change the pivot point here. So let's go. I believe it's in. I don't think it's attributes. It's transform. Edit pivot. We'll put a center. Let's put it at the bottom. Click accept. And there you go. So now what you can do is just place it normally here, like you would with any other asset, and also play here. Just like that. You can also start putting these meshes here in different areas, like for example this one. So you want to have like a zigzag, right? Let me tell you what I mean by that. Is like, you want to go here, you want to go here, maybe you want to go here. So like, it's like your eye works as some kind of like a ping pong ball where you go through different directions here. So that, let's just move it here, place it in this area. Now this one, it's in the same distance as this one, so let's just put it here. Beautiful. So let's try to put more of this, because I feel like this one is helping a lot. So let's just put this one here, for example. You could, or potentially not, do something with this. But for me, I think that this is too much. Let's try another one. Let's try the last one. And with that, we don't really want that one alone. Gate also not. You can also try to play with the ruins here. I'm sure there is some nice ones. Like, I don't know if they're really gonna have to load here. Like this ruins, it may or may not work. We may need to change the material. Let's see. It could potentially work. And try to play with it. Oh, this actually move. Very cool. Yeah, I feel like this could potentially work. So let's just try to put a statue here. Let's just copy the location of this, paste it. Actually, is not where I want it to be, so let's just put it here. There you go. Very cool. Very cool. And also puts like some ruins like this. And let's just go here. no, the trims we're not really gonna use, but for example, some staircase, this one can be actually very useful, because if we put them here, just go here and try to put it in position, you will see that actually blends quite well with the environment. Actually, this type of stairs are really good. There you go, beautiful. You can always fix those small issues with the landscape later if you want it. So let's try to put stairs here. Try to play with this one. So it looks really cool. So let's see where we can put it. Most likely here. So let's put it on local mode. And as you can see, this is a process that actually takes a long time to get. Check the collisions. This one has collisions, so we don't need to worry about this. There you go. A couple of stairs here. That's all we need. We need some stairs. And these ruins help quite a lot, actually. Like for example here, because you don't really want to use your like this part of the mesh like that. Let's see if we can cover it with other. Probably this one, actually. Probably this one. And of course, you can always add smaller meshes. You can decorate it better than what I do here. Obviously, I don't want to take like a long time just because this is a tutorial. I don't want to spend like hundreds of hours decorating the environment. Otherwise, it's just not going to work quite well. But I feel like this works really well. Okay, so this is a glimpse of what my environment could potentially look like. I think on my side, I'm going to start decorating some, and I will show you the end result. It's just the same stuff we have been doing, but it's just it's gonna take much longer time to finish. So let's see where we can take this from. All right, so I just add a little bit of meshes here, like some architectural elements here, this ground elements, this floating statues look to me like really cool. Kind of like it. Why am I lagging here? There you go. So I start putting the ruins here, and then as I go further and further, I can just see this kind of architectural elements. All right, like even here I can see like this is an entrance for this, and this is what we call blending. So if you take a look at this, like this element by itself, if you remove everything, it feels like a little bit isolated. So you need to put elements like this, like to blend between these two elements to have a smooth transition. And in a way, like you're doing that by putting meshes of the same kind, just so that it doesn't look too abrupt. So it's the same here. I didn't touch much this area, just this one, for example. I start putting this, and you know, here I just put some stairs. You can take a look at those. Really very few meshes. It's just enough to start with. This can be much better. The more meshes you put, the better your environment will look like. That's basically my tip for you. But we won't go into many details in this tutorial, because there's a lot of things we have covered already. One thing I want to add is some background elements, because why this feels so off is because of the background. I already add this like kind of really cool sorts in the background. You can feel like as soon as I add them, it feels much better, right? Just because if we have an image, let's just take a screenshot from here. This is the foreground. This is the middle ground. And if you don't have a background, which in this case we do, it feels off. We need to have the 3 elements here, and if we don't have those, it just feels weird, you know? And the reason is we don't have a background. So our background can be a little bit better. So what I did was just to download this gigantic sandstone terrain. So how you can do that, you can just go to 3D assets, filter by size, and here you will see that you have this gigantic sandstone terrains. I just add this one. It took a while to load, so that's why I already did it on my site. So what I will do is just to drag this. You don't necessarily need to have the nanite version. In my case, I just did it because it's like, I don't know, why not? But it helps a lot. It helps a lot. Take a look at this. We can just move it here, for example. And this sort, like, we can just move it like this if you want it, or you can put it in the background if you want. Let's play with the background a little bit. Let's put it like, for example, something like this. Let's rotate it just so that you don't notice it's the same asset. And there you go. So now we can just put it in the background just like this. Let's move it. Let's move it just like this. And try to have a point of view where you can see the environment. Can scale it a little bit. And if you scale it, make sure to put it even further, just like that, so that you see it in the background. And just like that, you have like a mountain in the background that you can see. You can make it like that, just so that you see it from every angle. And the same you can do here. You can just grab one of this, duplicate it, and put it here. And just like that, it feels much better, right? It feels like much more depth into the scene. And this is not something that it's like it's very easy to do, but it helps so much for our environment here. We can just put it like this, for example, put it in the background. And just like that, you have like a nice background for your environment. Suddenly it doesn't feel like a game, it feels like a real world, right? So just like that, let's play our game a little bit. I'm sure I will lag. I don't know why I'm lagging, but anyway. So look at this. So we start with this, like this two-sided. This one is a destroyed version. This one is the clean one. So I can just go here. There's so many elements here in my scene. I have the stairs, a rock here. It's just so much nicer when you take a look at from the first-person perspective. I have some stairs here, and everything has collision, so it's nice. And also put some terrain here. I sculpt some terrain here on this one's. Have some stairs here. This part's a little bit empty. If you feel that your area is a little bit empty, feel free to add more meshes to your liking. So let's walk a little bit. For example, this is the part that we worked on before. So I have these meshes here, and as I continue, for example, this part looks a little bit empty. We need to add more meshes. You can do that on your own. And then I'm getting closer to the main objective. I can just go here. And you know, as soon as I go here, like here, I can put more meshes if I want it. At this point, you can think about smaller props, like small little pebbles, or you know, this kind of stuff that really adds up. You really need to put the small elements, like a small, medium, and big. Right now we only have big and medium. We don't have small elements. So now you get here and you finish the game, basically. So of course it's gonna be a little bit harder because we're gonna add enemies. So now that we have this, let's go to nav mesh bones, and I believe it's here. So what we need to do is just basically put it here in position. And with that, we should be good to go to actually, like, as soon as this navigation is finished loading, it's gonna be like pretty much 1 second. So let's have a look. Building navigation starts with 4. You can see it's much more alive when you see the enemies here. Like, notice like this is not only a like an environment, it's also a game. So oh my god, my frames are really something. If you're wondering what kind of computer I'm using a laptop. So it's for these type of projects, it starts lagging a little bit, especially when I'm recording. When I'm not recording, actually it's pretty fine. It's 4 years already since I used this laptop. 4 years or 3 years, I believe. I'm not super sure. I believe it's 4 years. In your case, should be better. But anyway, looks like we have something here. It's starting to feel more like a game, right? I kind of enjoy what we're having now. All right, so now that we have most of the assets laid down, it's a good idea to start thinking about the lining. And lining can be a very complex subject, but I'm gonna show you the way I learned by painting and how you can apply the same principles here in Unreal. So let's go to our let's look for our lights. I'm sure there is our lights are somewhere here. Let's put my skylight. Our skylight, we're gonna decrease the intensity to 0. This will mean that there won't be any any indirect lining here. Now we're gonna go to our directional light, and we're gonna indirect lining intensity 0. Okay. Now let's go to the sky atmosphere. We could potentially turn it off. Clouds, volumetric clouds, also turn it off. Now let's take a look at this. So now what you have, it's basically a black and white image that you have in your game. So let's volumetric clouds. Sorry that I did sky atmosphere. There you go. So this is very interesting because now you see where the light is coming from. It's coming from the top, right? Now this creates a really interesting pattern if you see it from the top. Like here, you can see that you have your white areas, like here, like here, like here. And then you also have your black areas. And the problem with this is our camera is not from the top, it's from here. So we need to think about the lining that will come from this angle, okay? So let's go to our skylight. And at this point, this is a little bit of a, how do you say, not logical way of thinking about it. Just think about a pattern that you will like. So let's go ahead and try to move it. So for example, something like this, I kind of like this shape here. This shape that you see here, I like it a lot. And you see the shadow here. So we could potentially go there. Let's see how it looks from other parts of the level. And I like this a lot because there are some parts that are dark and some parts that are white. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good for us, actually. So I like it. So let's just say you like this this concept here. By the way, this is called design matrix. Let me type it for you. Design matrix. Go look it up. It's a painting term. If you want to learn about painting, go check that out. So your design matrix is basically this. Your blacks and whites. But your blacks and whites are too extreme. So let's go for our skylight again. Let's go for the sky atmosphere. Let's put it here. And you can see it is working the way it's intended. I love this sort here where one part is like part shadow, one part is lead. We're definitely going for that. And then let's go for clouds. Just leave the cloud here. Wonderful. And now that we have this, let's go back to our directional light and put the indirect lighting intensity to 1. This will make sure we're having some indirect lining. So what does indirect lining mean? indirect lighting means that, so the light will come from here, right? And if it goes here, it will bounce as soon as it goes through an object and then bounce back. So that this area is also lit, and then it will bounce back. And if it touches another surface, it will, every time it bounces, it loses the intensity. So basically, your indirect lighting intensity is how much intensity those bounces have. So if, for example, I put something like 50, that's a very extreme, by the way, but you will see that almost my scene becomes completely lit because the bounces are much stronger now. So let me go leave this at 1. I really need to change this for now. And what I want to do is to actually go to my skylight and then go to intensity scale and go back to 1. And now we have a much more interesting pattern, like more, more pleasant to see, more like better than black and white image, right? And if you take a look at this, it looks much more interesting to me. Now, I really like this feeling. So if you want any other type of feeling, make sure you have your right design metrics here. So for me, this works quite well. I like the shadows and the lights. Basically, you want interesting shadows everywhere and lights, basically a balance between the two. And yeah, I think this is a really good start, actually. Very, very good start. I like where this is going. The next thing we're gonna do is to actually make some tweaks to the post-processing. Now let's talk about the post-process volume. It's a good time to add it because we are working with lights, and post-process and lighting work hand to hand. So what is a post-process volume? I will show you now. Click on the green plus icon, type post, and you will see that you have a post-process volume. You can just drag and drop here. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger just so that you can see what's going on. Now there are a bunch of properties here in the post-process volume. I want to look for something like saturation. And saturation, what it does is basically we can make everything black and white if we put it to 0, just to put it that way. Now, the reason you don't see it is because you need to be inside this. So as soon as you are inside this post-process volume, you will see that the saturation becomes 0. Now, if you want to apply this post-process to everything, make sure that you go here and type unbound, and you will find this property that is called infinite extent unbound. Click here, and now you will see that my post-process is applying to everything. So let's leave the saturation like this, just because at the beginning it's very important that we see everything black and white. Now we have a really, really good start. I'm not kidding. We have a really nice lighting, really nice design metrics. So post-process is just to put the cherry on the top. So what you want to do is to, for example, if you go for more contrast, you will see that it looks like this. Now, this may or may not be what you're looking for. I can just give you some tips about what is this. If you want to go more stylized, more cartoony, increase the contrast a little bit. If you want to go more realistic, decrease it a little bit. Not too much, but that depends on what you want to do. For me, I find that this contrast is pretty okay. The gamma, you can put it like this or low. It's up to you, actually. And also the gain. You can also change the saturation of the shadows. So let's go back and put the saturation back to 1. You can even put like 1.5. You will see everything is much more saturated. Some games like it that way, like everything is a little bit more saturated than what it should be. I'm just gonna leave it like that for now. Let's go for 1. What if 1.6? That's too much. 1.1. Let's go for 1. Okay, and then I can go for the shadows and increase the saturation of the shadows. I can have like a different tint here. Okay. And also the contrast of the shadows. The midtones is basically the grayscale values. The highlights are the whitest whites. So for example, the highlight will be here whenever I have the light. So when I put the saturation up, you will see that the light, the lit areas become like yellow, just because the sun, it's a little bit warm and it's emphasizing this. So that's something you want to think about. So basically that's what this area is. It's basically colors and this kind of stuff. Film, it's another stuff. So for example, basically you can add contrast to this. So for example, take a look at the slope. The more slope, of course, the more contrast I have. Basically, you want to play with this a little bit until you find something you like. For me, I like the default values, to be honest. I think they work quite well. Global illumination, let's not touch anything from this because we're using lumen and we're gonna keep it like that. Reflections also. Ambient occlusion, we don't necessarily need to do that. Let's just leave it like that. Let's go for this one is quite important. So motion blur, you will see that as I move the camera, like everything like has like this dynamic range. It's gonna be very obvious when we play the game. Let's just put a little bit here. Film grain, I don't really want to add this. And there is a setting that I want to show you that is really important, and it's called the exposure. So what is the exposure? By default, if you go into areas like this, and then you go like this, you will see that there is eye adaptation, right? Like you go here, you don't see much light, and then you see the sun, and oh, my eyes. And that's a cool feature to have. Like, for example, games like Final Fantasy 15 use that. The problem is, sometimes you want to have control over the lighting in all your environment. And if that's the case, you want to change the exposure here. So the exposure is auto. I'm gonna put it to manual. By default, 1 is just gonna be too dark. So let's put something like 12. And 12 is a little bit darker than what we had before. So let's put something like 12.8. And that looks fine to me. So now when I look at this, and then I go look at there, I don't see the eye adaptation. Now this may be a feature that you may or may not want to have. I want to keep it that way, just so that it's our lighting is consistent between everything. So now that we have this, feel free to play with those settings. For example, the saturation is a good one. Now this is really really warm. Another thing you may want to play with, it's the color temperature. So you either have white balance, so you can make it warmer or cooler. So in my case, I want to make it a little bit cooler, just so that I have something like this. Whenever you play with those settings, make sure you don't really go to the extremes of this, like this, for example. That's too much. Sorry if that hurt your eyes, but just to show you that you can actually play just a tiny bit of tint. It will go a long way here. It's a tiny bit, just a little bit here. A little bit of cool. And also the shadows. Let's go for the shadows. So actually the shadows, we're gonna go for the skylight. Feel free to play with the post-process volume. It's a really cool thing to use. You can also use the depth of field. Maybe we use it that later. Also have the bloom. So let's put the intensity up. Make it everything look much more fantasy. Actually, I like it a lot. So let's leave it like that. The problem with the bloom is it will also affect the VFX that you have, and they may become a little bit too shiny. So don't overdo it. Okay, just a little bit like this. And there you go. All right. So before going to the skylight, let's touch a little bit more on the post-process volume, because I feel like it's we still have a couple of settings that can actually bring your game to life. So the first thing is I'm gonna add a lens here. If I go lens, you will see that Let's see if I can find it here. Camera, local lens, there you go. Lens flares. So lens flares, if you look at the sun, you will have something like this, right? And which is great, actually. So you can just leave it like that. Or you can increase the intensity if you want, but it's not really like everything. Just keep everything a little bit subtle for you. Okay, the next thing is the depth of field. So why depth of field is important is because whenever you have an image, there's always the main part, like the focal point, for example here, and there are some parts that, for example, in painting, they do very rush brush strokes like this, and or like, for example, like this, I don't know, like a very detailed face here that you have here, and this is a terrible eye placement, by the way. But then in at the distance, you see only like things like this. That's sort of like very undetailed humans, right? So exactly, in games we also can add depth of field to emphasize the areas of gameplay. So when you type depth of field, you're gonna see here depth of field. We're gonna play with the focal distance and the sensor. So let's bring the focal distance a little bit up and the sensor way up, just so that you can see in a really extreme case how it looks like. Now, the focal distance basically will be like how far I want this to start. Right now it's really close if you think about it. So let's go back to, for example, 200, 500 actually, 1000. And you can see it starts like it's really far away. So we could potentially leave it like that. And then the sensor, the more we have, the stronger it is. So we're gonna decrease it just like this. And now I will have a little bit of depth of field. Now you may or not want to leave this one here, especially like it's really cool. Like at the beginning, like you have this depth of field. Let's see if it affects the gameplay or not. That's the real question. And it does. So I really want to use that. For now, we will need to play with the settings a little bit, so we can leave the distance to 500, for example. That's I'm lagging badly here, and then decrease the sensor to 400, 450 maybe. Let's play again. This is not working quite well for us, so you can just play with the settings if you want it. In my case, I'm just gonna leave it there, and I'm not really a huge fan of it. So the next thing we want to show you is a really cool stuff. Let's go to our directional light, and here remove everything from the description, and we're gonna go here to light shaft. Are you gonna click both of them? Light shaft occlusion, okay, and light shaft bloom. And you will see that as I move the sun, like let me move it here just so that you can see what I mean. You have this beautiful light shaft, especially when the sun is like here. Now this is really extreme, so I don't really want to use these values. So what I want to do is to basically bloom scale like 0.1, 0.05, just like that. So when you see the brightness here is not super strong, let's go a little bit down. There you go, much better. And now when you see these areas, for me it looks much better. So let's play our game to see how it feels like. Okay, so we start here, and a little bit of light bleeding here. Apparently, these meshes are not working quite well for us. They're really strange. We can start trying those post-process. Sorry, so those VFX, take a look at the post-process. It's working okay because we didn't use any extreme values. So most likely everything is just fine. And when we go here, we can see the live shaft. Look at that. The live shaft is here. And it's just, it works quite well, if you ask me. It works really well. It just looks much better now. So we're gonna leave it like that, okay? And we're gonna continue working on this little game. So let's talk a little bit about fog, because fog can be a really interesting asset that we can add. So you have the exponential height fog we added at the beginning. If you don't have it, make sure you type here fog and you put the exponential height fog, okay? So what we're gonna do is the first thing, we're gonna go here and volumetric fog, we're gonna click here. And what you will see is that instantly my scene changes. And now it feels much more volumetric, much less 2D if you ask me. So what settings you can change here? Well, of course you can change the fog density. Like the more density you have, the better it is. So, I mean, it's much more intense, right? And you can leave it like that if you want. The fall off is how far it will blend with the environment. Now, why fog is important is because we usually in games we try to sell the depth to the player, right? We try to sell the idea that everything is bigger than what it actually is. And that's true for this. Like, for example, these mountains look really far away, but they're actually not. They're just right away. And actually, without fog, we will see everything like this, right? We don't really want that. So we're gonna keep it like that. Okay. You can play with the settings, like second fog data. You can play with it a little bit if you want it. Okay. Of course, it works quite well here. Now maybe that's a little bit too much. You just play with the settings a little bit. What else you can change? I believe there's something to change here. No, not really. Extinction scale, that's a big one. So if you put this one, you will see that it basically becomes really foggy here. So, and you also can change the albedo of it. For example, you can go for something like blue if you want it. I want to leave it like that, just because I don't want any tint. I just want the environment to be what drives the color of the volumetric fog. You also have the scattering distribution, of course, and the view distance, how far you can view it, and the default values work quite well for me. You can play with extinction scale if you want a little bit. If you put 0, it's like none, so you can just leave it at 2, 1.5. 1.2 looks like a decent number here. So fog actually helps us a lot to sell the game. If we remove it, you will see that it looks pretty flat, right? Like, take a look at this one. With fog, without fog. So it works quite well. So let's try to play our game. See how it feels like from the beginning. Look at the ground, so that our FPS don't freak out. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. And now, you see that we actually have fog here. And it looks quite nice, actually. Looks quite cool, if you ask me. Take that. Take that. There you go. Awesome. So fog actually helps us a lot with the environment. So just play with the settings and just work. Actually, my advice is to take it to wherever you want. You can be crazy with it. You can have crazy values. Or you can just be a little bit more conservative like me and do not put too crazy values, just a little bit here and there. I like to go to a very subtle style myself for most of the things I do. And it works quite well. So, but if you are more of a crazy person, can go and bump those values and maybe you find something extreme. All right, so one thing I want to do before working in our environment, we need to fix that UI because pretty ugly. It's programmer art and it doesn't help me to see the big picture of how the game is gonna look like. So we're in Photoshop and I'm not gonna go through the basics of Photoshop. I'm just gonna guide you step by step how to create this. You can create this in any type of software. So let's create a new document. Let's put it like, I don't know, 800 pixels by 294, maybe? Something like that. Let's just close this one, we don't need it. Okay. The right tab, you have the layers. So we're gonna need a couple of things here. First, we're gonna have the border. That's one image. Another image is gonna be the fill layer, like this. Just the fill layer. And basically, we're gonna combine the two of those to create our material. So let's create it. It's gonna be very simple. So we will go here and let's go here to this tool here in the left. It's gonna be the rectangle tool. So what we're gonna do is to actually grab this just like this, and with pressing spacebar, you can just leave it like that. So just find it in a way that you feel, you know, this is pretty okay for me. So just leave it like that. Okay. One thing we're gonna change is the background. The background, I'm gonna press X to swap the colors here on the left, and then I press Control backspace. Okay, so I change my background to black. And the fill stroke, it's gonna be here in the top. The fill, go to white. Okay, now if you don't have Photoshop or you don't want to follow along or you don't really care about learning Photoshop, don't worry about that. We're gonna provide the project files for you. So if you're interested, just watch. If not, skip to the next session where we will use this texture in Unreal. So let's use, pardon my manners, I haven't told you what I did. I just went to the crop tool, press C, and then you will see this window here, this gizmo. You can just make sure it's as close as possible here to your borders, as close as possible. I know it cannot be too close because we're gonna add a border here, but there you go. So that's the base. We're gonna put it in the middle, exactly in the middle, just like that. Okay. And then what we're gonna do is to actually duplicate this with Control J. We will duplicate this and we will go here and let's go here to the fill. Actually, before we do that, yeah, let's do the fill. So in the field, we're gonna remove the stroke here. So here, the stroke, it's gonna be 0. Okay, it's gonna be no stroke, and this will make this a little bit smaller. And then the border, take a look at this one. We're gonna go back to the rectangle tool, and the stroke, the fill will be nothing. And the stroke, we're gonna put a green color for now, just so that you can see what's going on. And let's put the stroke to, I don't know, maybe 5, something like this. Okay, and then now that we have our stroke, we can actually put a feather here. Let's put something like 5. Let's see if it works. Is this the feather? Let's take a look at this. Thickness. Let me take a look at this very quickly. This one is fine. Path options. I think this is okay. We don't really need that. What if we put 50 here? Oh, okay. So okay, I get it. Oh, sorry, it's in the right. So here in the right, you will see the properties, and then you will put like maybe 5. and everything will be like a little bit rounded here. And that's okay. That's okay. Remove this. Press Z to zoom in and zoom out. Now let's take a look at how this looks like. Okay, so let's play a little bit with the roundness of this. Maybe put like 4. Okay, and also the thickness. We're gonna leave the thickness here because we're gonna duplicate this. Okay, and here what we're gonna do is to actually go to Filter, Blur, Gaussian Blur. Let's rasterize it, and we're not gonna put too much blur of it, just a tiny bit, just a little bit here. There you go. Awesome. So now that you have this, okay, now that we know exactly like what kind of order we have, let's crop this pressing C, making it really tight here. You don't want to be too tight. Okay, you don't want to be super tight. Let's take a look at this one. Press C and just leave it here. Let's go to the left and just drag it here. There you go. Go to the middle. Where is the middle? There you go. The middle is here. So let's grab it here and let's just put it here. It's like that. Just make sure you don't have like this is like a grading here, right? So make sure you leave it there. Now we don't need this ugly green color. So what we're gonna put is to actually I did a mistake and I left the color here. So what I will do is to actually sorry about that. I cannot see my actually let me do a quick thing here just so that okay, just for now bear with me. We're gonna see my taskbar for a minute just because the taskbar got in front of our menu here. So we go to effects, go to blending options, and we're gonna do a color overlay. I want to keep it on white. Okay, we're gonna keep it like that. Okay, so now that we have this is gonna be our first mask, and this is gonna be the fill mask. So let's create a mask now. Now it's gonna be very easy. We're gonna go to File. Actually, let's Control A, Control C to copy, and this will copy exactly what we have. So this will already give us the same dimensions that we're using here. So what we're gonna do is to actually put this one in the red channel. So let's Control A, Control C. And here on channels, make sure you go to Mode, RGB color, 8 bits, and go to channels here, go to the red channel. Actually, before doing that, let's just put here on black, okay, and then we're gonna put it here on red. Control V. Now you're gonna see we have the red channel here, and now let's go ahead and go to our rectangle. Control A, Control C, and now we're gonna go to channels and we're gonna paste it on green. And now you will see that my mask looks like this. And why am I seeing my mask here like this? Oh my god. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. So red, it's fine. Red is fine. And actually, let's just copy this and paste this in the red channel. Leave it like that. Just bear with me for a second. Let me see how can I do this. Maybe I can just put this something here. Actually, let's just duplicate this and rasterize layer. Control C, Control A, Control C, and Control B, and there you go. Apparently, working with rasterized layers is not really the best thing you can do. So, see, we have a little bit of a issue here. That's an easy fix, actually. But we're going to leave it like that because it actually works. It actually works quite well. We have the background and the fill layer. So we're going to export this. So we're going to go to Control-Shift-Alt-W. There you go. And the thing is, we're not going to convert this to sRGB. We don't want that. We're going to leave it like that. Remove the transparency. And that's it. That's all you need to do. So go here, export. And we will save it. Let's go here to my project. And then go to HP bar. There you go. Now we have our mask. Let's go and jump into Unreal to use it. Okay, so we're back in our project. So let's go back to the UI. Let's go here to ARPG. Let's go, no, not the interface. Let's type HUD here. If we can find it. There you go, player UI. So we're gonna import the texture here. I'm gonna go to import. Let's go to videos and my project HP bar. There you go. So that's my project here. Now what I will do is leave it at user interface. That's okay. sRGB is off. It's off. Just because this is gonna be used as a mask, okay? So let's see if this works. We're gonna leave it just like this. Let's just turn off the sRGB. Okay. So now what we need to do is to create a material for our HP bar. So let's go and right click, material, and MUI HP bar. And now that we have this, let's put it here. Let's grab this texture. Okay, so we're just gonna grab the texture that we created here. So the border, it's gonna be the red channel. So let's go and put the border here. So first off, let's change the parameters. Let's put this into user interface. Okay, and also let's put it to, let's put translucent for now. So the color, it's gonna be very, very simple actually. So the red one, let's take a look at the opacity here. And also, let's take a look at the resolution of this is 577 by 43. So we will put it here like 577 by 43. Try to put it here in the opacity and the RGB color. We're just gonna put it this for now. There you go. So the opacity, it's gonna be basically all of this together, right? So the red channel and the green channel, they're gonna have a different color, right? So let's put the V here, and let's call this border color. And we will blend this, okay? And let's put lerp, and then we will gonna put a fill color. Border and fill. So the border, it's gonna be something like orange or something like that, just for now. And the fill color is gonna be something like gray. I'm just gonna put a little bit of a tint here. Now, what's gonna be the alpha? The alpha is gonna be driven by the border. So we can either use one of those. So for example, if we put this one, it means this one is gonna be here, and this one's gonna be on A, I believe. So let's see. Let's check the final color. And there you go. So it works quite well. Let's put this one much darker. Okay, and now we're gonna play with the opacity a little bit. So the opacity, it's gonna be basically we're gonna add the border and this background here, the green one. If we put this one here, well, looks like nothing has happened, right? Well, so all we need to do actually is to add a little bit of opacity here. So we're gonna press M to multiply, put it on the green channel, press 1 to get a constant value, right click, convert to parameter, and we're gonna call this opacity. At this point, I'm sure you're pretty familiar already with materials. I'm speeding things up just a tiny bit of complexity. So just be more specific, this will be my fill opacity. So we're gonna put it something like 0.7. Always nice to have opacity in our borders, so there you go. And now we can just go here and just put this here, and now you will see that you have opacity that it's not really working that well for us, so we're gonna leave this one a really gray value here. There you go. So this is gonna be our opacity. We actually put something like 0.5. So now we have our material. So if we create a material instance here, right click, create material instance, mi UI HP bar. And we can change the colors if we want, but for now we're gonna leave it just like this. We can change the border and everything later. Now that we have this, let's go back to our UI. So unfortunately, my computer crashed and I lost the recording. And what I did was to apply the texture that we create into the widget. So it's gonna be very simple. We just go to our health bar, and there are a couple of things I did. First, I went to the overlay, right click, wrap with size box. And in this size box, I just put the value that my texture had. Now, you will see that it's not the same. The dimensions are 577 by 43. You will see a different value here. And the reason is I multiply by 0.7, I believe, just so that I can make it smaller. So that's one thing. It's a good way to, it's like, oh, I want to be 30% smaller. So you just multiply by 0.7, a little bit of math there to get the right size for you. Then in the progress bar, you're gonna see the style here. So the style, you're gonna put your material instance that we had here at the beginning with no changes. Just like that. The thing you're gonna inherit, otherwise it's just gonna have like different values. So you're just gonna inherit this. And then you will see that I have another material instance for this, where I don't have the border. So if I take a look at border opacity, I can just make it like this, and you will see that you can actually see the border. So let's leave it at 0. And how I did this was, I did the same I did for the green channel. I multiply by opacity, and this is the border opacity here. And now that I have this, I can just create a material instance with the opacity 0. And this border opacity is gonna work here on the fill image because I don't want any border here. And that's it. Now for the HUD, you will notice that I put it on the top left corner. What I did was just to move the position of X and Y and change the anchor to be in the top left. Now that I have this, now I have my UI. Okay, so let's keep working on the UI. I'm gonna add a little icon to our HP bar, and it's gonna be our main character. So let's try to find him. So Control P to search an asset and type SK Manny. We're gonna drag him here. And let's just put a position where we like it. Let's just move our camera very close, like that. And now I don't want it with the lining, so I will press Alt-3 just to check everything without the lining. I really like this color. Works well for the UI. And now I can just go here and take a high resolution screenshot here, top left corner, right, high resolution screenshot, capture. And now the problem with this is that I have a screenshot here, but I need to cut the mask in Photoshop, and that's a lot of work. So what I will do is to actually click on this, and you will see if I type custom, you will see a custom depth pass. So if I put a custom depth as mask, you will see everything turns into a green screen. Then render custom depth pass, And now you will see that we have our character here. Now this works quite well, so let's click capture. And that looks good enough for us. So let's take a look at this. And you will see that I already have the alpha. So what I will do is to drag this and put it on Photoshop. Let's go here, find our Photoshop. There you go. Put it here. And now you will see that I have my character here. So what I will do is to actually cut to the parts that I want. So I will put the marquee selection here with M and just drag. And with Shift, I will just basically create like a frame, just like that. Then press C to cut, enter, and enter again. And now this is our character. Now, another thing you can do actually is go to Effects, Blending Options. This is completely optional, but I like to put it. You can go for a stroke. And let's say we can go for white. For white, and also the opacity, let's put it like this. So now we have a little stroke here that we can use in our character. So let's take a look at how this looks with a background like this. Maybe a little bit too strong. So like with the stroke, maybe a little bit less, a little bit more. Up to you how much you want to put it. For me, I will just leave it at 6. I think this value works for me. I think it's great. And let's leave it like that. And let's export this with Ctrl-Shift-Alt-W. Export with transparency. sRGB is on because we want this color to be calibrated between different kinds of monitors. This is not a mask. Export, and we will call this T_UI character texture. TUI character avatar. Let's just leave it like that. Now let's jump back to Unreal. We don't need this anymore. So let's remove it. And now what we will do is to actually go here to our HUD and we will add an image. So before doing that, let's go back to our HP, import to our character. There you go. Now we have our character here. And now what we can do is to actually place this here. And we will size to content. Okay. It looks like it's a little bit small. It's a little bit small. So let's take a look at the size of this is 584 by 584. Let's leave it like that. And let's use, we can actually right click and wrap with size box. And we're gonna put the size in the size box. We're gonna put it here. We're gonna divide by 2. And divide by 2 here. So actually we can, yeah, let's keep 100, for example. 100 by 100. Or 80 by 80. Sorry, not here. 80 by 80. There you go. And we can go here. Or we can just leave it like that. Let's go to the size box and move the position in X a little bit, just like that. And the position on, that's a size. Let's leave it like that. Positioning Y, leave it like that. And now the anchor, remember you need to put it on the top left. Now what we can do is to actually play our game and take a look at this. Now we have our character here. It's wonderful for us. All right, now that we are just working in the UI, it would be a good idea to actually start working on the menu that appears when we lose. So let's take a look at it. By the way, my video is now much faster because I changed the resolution from 2K to 180p. So basically, if your Unreal Engine is lagging, probably it's because your monitor is very big, and you know it's quite important. It's quite important. I mean, running the game in 2K and 1K, it's something definitely different. So let's take a screenshot of this, And there are a couple of things I want to change. First is the bottoms, and obviously the text can be improved, but let's just leave it like that for now. Let's just focus on the bottoms, okay? So if we hit retry level and play again. But anyway, let's jump into Photoshop, and I took a screenshot of this, so let me go to new file and copy this. So what I need is basically a bottom, right? So let's take a look at the size of this. Like if I want to put a bottom here, what's the size of this bottom? It should be like 258. Sounds about right. So let's just move it, make it a little bit bigger. All right. So let's, first things first, let's save everything and let's create the base for it. So the base will be obviously a rectangle here. Let's go to the rectangle shape. And here we can just drag just like this. So we can create the bottom here. Now, if you see the feather here, is that the name of this? This is the feather, so we can just change it to maybe 4. A little bit more pretty. Okay, so let's leave it like that and put it somewhere like here, and let's leave less space for this, just like that. But enough space so that we can add some borders too. So it's a little bit. All right. So now that we have the base, we're gonna do the same. We're gonna add another border. So what we're gonna do is to just Control J to duplicate this one. Okay. And also make sure this part we don't have any border. So let's go to the stroke and let's put the stroke to 0. And what you will see is that actually it's become thinner. So let's go to this one, and here to the fill layer, actually it's gonna be none, and the stroke let's put something like 5 for example, or 8, 11. Okay, and let's also check the color of the stroke. Let's put it white. So that's a little bit too much, so let's go back and I just leave it like that. There you go. Let's take a look at this. Oh, wonderful. Next thing I want to do is to actually create a gradient for this, just so that my my gradient actually works. It will just look nicer. So first, let's save this. Let's call it main bottom. Okay, so what we're gonna do is to put a gradient. So it's gonna be very easy. I'm gonna put a gradient here, pressing G. I'm gonna go to the gradient tool. By default is white and dark. May want to change it to white and dark is like a good color. So let's go ahead and drag and drop this thing like that. Good thing is that you have a little preview that how is it looking. So this looks good to me. So what I can do is actually multiply this, and you will see that my bottom looks like this, and also this one also looks like that. So we're gonna export these masks separately. We can either like I'm gonna show you another method. So for example, let's Control A, Control C, and let's go back here. And it looks like it's the same image size, 33245. Let's take a look at this. Go to image size 33245. We're fine. So now that we have the gradient like this, we're gonna go ahead and Control. Let me see if I can. Control E. Control Shift E will create everything in the background. Okay, so Control Shift E will create everything in the background. So Control A, Control C, and then we're gonna paste this on the red channel. Okay, wonderful. And then we're gonna Control C to go back. We're gonna do the same for this. So we're gonna do Control Shift E, right, paste everything on the background, and then we're gonna put it just like this here. Okay, so now we have the border and the background, and what I want to do actually is to change the border of this just like this. Pressing C to change the crop size, and let's just leave it like that. So this will be my mask, so I will save this, and just to show you what you can do with this, you can actually save this as a Photoshop file, and let's call it T_UI main button. It's like that, and we can import it into Unreal. So let's go back here and let's go back to the UI. We're gonna put this in a folder here. It's called HP bar. So we're gonna put this one, and just like this one, gonna put it here. Move. Also, you can also put this one, but anyway, we're gonna import our texture here. Let's see where we export this, where we save this. There you go. So import, go here and TUI main button, import. Just to show you what you can do you can actually import Photoshop files. You can go back here and let's leave it at user interface, sRGB off because this is a mask, save, and we're good to go to create our material. So let's create the material for our button. It's gonna be very similar actually to what we had before. Actually, let's take a look at the material that we had. Not this one. Let's take a look at, where are you? There you go. So if you think about it, it's the same. So we can actually use the same material to create the bottom. So let's go and try to create a material instance for this. This will be called MUI UI main bottom normal. Let's just call it normal because let's move it here. And actually in the main material, let's go back here. I'm gonna create a parameter here. This will be mask. Okay, so let's save it, apply. And now that you have this, you can just go here and change the texture. Now, for the texture, let's use the main bottom texture resolution, 330 by 41, just so that we can take a look at how it looks like by 41. And now what we can do is to actually change this mask and use what we did before, the texture we just made. So we can just put this one here, and you will see that it actually looks pretty cool. So let's change the color. So let's put the border to something like blue. Maybe something like green actually looks pretty cool. And the fill color, I don't know if we want to actually change it. Change the fill color. Let's take a look at the fill opacity. It looks pretty cool, honestly. Take a look at the fill color. Yeah, the fill color is using also the grading. So let's just leave it the fill opacity to 0.5. Okay, let's just leave it like that. And this will be my normal button. So let's take a look at how this looks like in the context of the UI. So let's take a look at the dead screen. Sorry. And we're gonna change this BTN entry. So the style, you will see that is normal, hover, press, and disable. So this will be our normal button. So let's take a look at this and put this into normal. And you will see that the size is not quite right. So let's just work on this one first. So if you have this, you can actually put this in center of this. It will actually work just fine. Or you can also go here and size to content, and then go here and actually fill this out. Can actually work too. And also here in the bottom entry, you can wrap with a size box to make sure our size is right. So let's take a look at the size of our texture here. It was 330 by 41. So let's do the same, 330 by 41. There you go. And also the text, we're gonna change it, change the size of this, and also maybe put italic, not italic. Let's put light. There you go. So now we have our little texture here that we can use. I wonder what happens if we remove the spacer. We don't really need that. So okay, so we have our bottom here. So now when it's hover, maybe we need some highlight here. So we're gonna do that. So the way we're gonna do that, we're gonna duplicate this, and we're gonna call it hover. So the hover button is gonna be a little bit of a light. So how we're gonna see it is basically we're gonna change the fill opacity. First, the fill color, we're gonna put it a little bit brighter, just like that. Okay, and also we're gonna change the fill opacity to something like this, like 0.95, something like that. You also have border opacity if you wish to change that, but for now, this looks okay to me. And also let's see if this color is right. We can go for something really light, just like this, that blends with the border. So let's leave it like that. So the hover button will be, let's take a look at the image. Like, by the way, this won't be a rounded box, this will be an image. And also the hover, that image will be here. And also, actually, let's not use the size box. Let's replace with child here. Let's actually put the size of this here, 331 by 41. Okay. Let's take a look at it later. No, not now. Now the hover will be this one. So let's put it here, 331 by 41. And then the pressed, we're just gonna leave it on normal. Okay, when we press it, we're gonna leave it at normal. And disable, it's not really disabled. We don't really have it, so we don't really need to change this one. But if you do, I recommend you to put something gray, something like tells the player that you can actually do that. So let's take a look at the horizontal box. Take a look at the size. Okay, so you have a size here, right? Take a look at this. Not really changing anything. Size to content. Leave it like that. Actually, this works just fine. And this one here, we're also gonna change. And the way we're gonna change it is by going into the style, copy the style, and then going here and paste the style here. Now you will see that you have your two bottoms here. We're gonna fix the size of this later in the next video. For now, take a look at this, and let's die. Let's grab the attention of this enemy, and another one just to make it quicker. Nice and swift death. So let's go back here. Come on, guy. I know you can do it. Okay, and I have two. And let's see how it looks like. It looks much better, in my opinion. We just need to change the size of this, and we're gonna do that next. All right, so to quickly fix the size problem, we need to go to our bottom here, and we need to change the horizontal alignment and the vertical alignment. We don't want it to fill just because it's gonna try to stretch our bottom, okay? So that's one thing. And we're gonna do the same here. Gonna put it here. You can also put on auto if you want, but just gonna put it here on the middle. And also the text needs to be a little bit lighter, like 17. Okay, and you can also change the text here to 17 and also put it to light. Okay, and let's take a look at this. Put fill and also horizontal. Let's remove size to content here. Now this one, it's gonna align with the size of the text. So if we make this one bigger, also our image will be bigger here. So that's not what we want. So maybe it's a good idea to wrap it with a size box and put it here. These are min width 41. There you go. That's exactly the size that we want. And also here, wrap it with the size box. And let's go to min 331, 41. And that's great. Now we can take a look at the text size. So let's take a look at 20. Like 18 looks like a good number. So that looks much more decent to me. Okay, let's take a look at the UDITE. We can put it also as light, metallic, maybe just like this. Okay. So great. Now that we change the buttons here, we can go and change the windscreen also. So for the windscreen, actually, it's gonna be very easy. I'm gonna go here, and we're gonna copy the style here. We're gonna paste it here. Paste. We're gonna do the same here. And actually, it's the same logic. So we're gonna actually put it here, the center, in the center, and also we're gonna wrap it with the size box. Put it on 331, 41, and then go here, wrap it with a size box, and put it on 331, 41. And now we can just go to the horizontal box, size to content, and the other thing, let's take a look at this. This one is also gonna be like this. It's gonna be like this. And this one is gonna be, say, let's take a look at this. Let's just leave it like that. And let's just leave it like that, and let's make sure it's the same. So horizontal box is size to content. Let's take a look. So remove it. Okay. Then the size box, it's set to fill. Let's take a look at this. It is set to fill and in the center. So that's exactly what you want. And also the bottom entry is set to the middle. Here, it's actually set to, sorry for that. It's set to big. Yeah, this is gonna be a size to content. Yeah, it's the size to content. We need to stretch it just so that we go into the size box here. And the horizontal box is a size to content. And that's pretty good. So the next thing is maybe 17. And also light. And there you go. Now we have our wing condition, and I'm gonna, maybe we just leave it like this. Let me see how it looks like. So let's play our game. And let's just try to die with one enemy. It's like 1, 2. I don't know how many hits you need to hit me, but pain is gonna end soon. Okay, so it actually works, and when we hover, you can actually see these bottoms. Now, you obviously you can do prettier. I find that this is pretty enough for me. I feel it's okay. It's not so bad. So let's just leave it like that. And let's continue. So sometimes when your text doesn't look really appealing and it's something like a title or something like, for example, you died or you win, you can always go here and, type your text here. So for example, I can just type, let's just change the background here, Control backspace to change the background to black, and just type something like you died. Let's change the color, of course. And we can change this to Roboto. And actually, just leave it like that. So we're just gonna go here and actually go for something like this. And what I can do actually, just to have a better view of what's it's gonna look like, I'm just gonna make this one big and then go back here and put it in the background. So what I need with this is basically put some stuff here just to make it clear. So I can just go here for blending options. And I can go for drop shadow, for example. I can go here, drop shadow, and let's just increase the size a little bit. There you go. We can also like put a outer glow, and this time we could put a like a red aura, something like that. I can potentially do that too. And also let's do the color overlay, and let's change the color of this to not entirely white, but just almost white here. Like, I don't know if that's a good idea to put the outer glow. Maybe just reduce the opacity here, like this. Okay, so now that you have this, you can go back here and actually do the marquee selection for something like this. Crop the image, and now you can actually remove the background and just export this with Control-Shift-Alt-W. You can now actually export this and export with transparency, and it's gonna be an sRGB. Yes, it is. Export, and let's go back to let's go here to our project files, and let's call it T_UI you died. Let's copy this. And now what we can do is actually, instead of, we can duplicate this one. We can put you win. And now let's do the same here. Let's export this, and let's call it you win. And now that you have this, let's go back to Unreal, and let's change this widget with an image. So it's very easy. Just gonna go here and import the TUI you died and you win. So this one is obviously a user interface. We're gonna use as sRGB, and also I noticed that you win also have the red tint here, which I don't want. So let's go back to outer glow, and this one is gonna be like a light blue, something like that. I'm gonna leave it like that. And let's export it again with Control-Shift-Alt-W. I know it's a long hotkey, but it is what it is. So go back here and click reimport, and now you have this blue glow. And for the windscreen, we're just gonna remove this. Okay, we're just gonna remove this, and actually we're just gonna put it here. And now we're gonna size to content. Actually, no, we're gonna change to image size. We're gonna put the same one we have here, 962 by 258. We're gonna do this, and also we're gonna size to content. And now what we can do is actually put this one here. Now let's put it here on top of everything, and also we're gonna put the anchor here in the middle. So let's just leave it like that. And if you want, you could potentially divide this by 1.5 to make it a little bit smaller. Divide by 1.5, and let's keep the value like that. Okay, so we're gonna do the same on the dead screen. We're gonna remove this. We're gonna put UDied, and what we're gonna do is to actually copy the properties. Let's see if we can do that. Yes, we can, of course. Paste the properties, and this will be UDied. Now we're gonna use size to content, and we should be pretty good to go. So let's put the anchor on the middle. I just leave it like that. So let's move it down so it is exactly in the middle. Doesn't need to be completely exact, but you know, it works. And also here we're gonna see where this is. 1, 2 here. 1, 2. You can almost eyeball it. Yeah, something like that. And also here, and also put it something like that. And now let's take a look. Come on. Now you can do it. Okay. Our graphics card, it's fine. Nobody died on the try. It's a little bit slow, but don't worry. Okay. See? Come on. Now you can do it. Look at the ground. Do not look at the environment. I don't want my video to crash again. And there you go. Not much better in my opinion. So with that, I think we cover enough UI. Okay, so now that we have the UI out of the way, I think will be a good time to start thinking about placing the enemies here. So let's start with one here. That's basically, I will increase the intensity, well, the difficulty of the levels based on how many enemies I have here. So for example here, I can just duplicate this one a bunch of times, press Enter, and do the same here. So here you will have 2, here you will have another one. Okay, and here you will have more. So let's go back here and let's increase. Actually, let's duplicate those a bunch of times, just like this. And then we can press Enter. And they will all be attached to the ground. Do the same here. Alt and click. And duplicate a bunch of times. Now, when it comes to testing, I mean, of course, you can basically do it in many ways. This is a really rough way. You just, you know, I like to start with something and then try it. And then based on my initial idea of how many enemies I should have, then I start refining a little bit. So I can just click here. And I can just press Enter. And I can do the same here. I can just grab those 4. And so I can basically populate this much faster. So I press Enter. Everyone is on the same ground. I can do the same here. Press Enter. I could actually here, maybe I could put more here. I can do the same here. Press Enter. Now we have much more enemies on the level. So let's always check the top-down view. Gives a better perspective of what is going on. Let's make sure everyone is on the ground. So 4 here, 4 there. And at this point, you just want to test your level, right? You don't want to assume this is the right number of enemies you should have. This is just a rough start on how you can just start having a game, because right all this time we have just been working on the systems of the game, which is like the enemies, the VFX, and all the components that the game should have. And now it's a good time to start thinking about, okay, let's see the game. And this is a very normal process. Usually in games, you will find yourself in situations where you don't see your game until very late stages. And that's totally normal because you're working on the systems that your game should have. And then you can think about balance and all this stuff later on as you continue to add more and more things. But at the beginning, it will just feel like this is such a long way. But if you do it like this method, you will see very soon that you will have a game when you start placing your gameplay components, which is basically an enemy. You have a player and you have a map, and then you just play with those until it's fun. Now you can add more things. For example, you can add different types of enemies or balance how many enemies you have. And think about maybe the score. At this point, you can take it from here and basically, have a feeling of how your game will feel like. So let's go ahead and try our game. So one thing I forgot to add is our victory condition. So our player will win when he reach this area. So what we're gonna do is to go to the BP reward and put it here. And let's take a look. If you go here, instead of play selected viewport, you can go to simulate. You can see that you can actually see the place where you need to go to win. So let's take a look at if this works. So let's go ahead and let's not play from here. Let's go back. You can see my computer needs some adjustments, but let's right click and play from here. So we see the end, and now press F to get a reward. You win. So that's great. We try level, we see we have the same problem here where we fall, but we actually die. So we will take a look at that later. But for now, I think we do have a game. We have start, we have a condition to end, and we have some obstacles. So I'm taking a moment on this chapter just to talk about balance. As you can see, we have covered a lot of topics in game development, such as how to create blueprints, how to add VFX, and all those things. All these elements that we have been created basically add to what the gameplay needs, right? But just by doing that, you don't really have a game until you design those things. From this point, it's where a lot of game companies start spending a lot of time testing the game. What we created before was the system. And the system allows you to have the game, but it's not necessarily a game. So for example, what is the system? A system is like you have your player and your player attacks, and basically the opponent dies. A system is where you die and there is a screen that shows that you die. A system is that you can walk, there is a gameplay area, and there's collisions. Basically, it's the infrastructure that your game has. But games have more than just infrastructure. They do have, a fun experience. And those experiences take time. So from this point on, it's up to you how you can take those teachings that we gave you to create a fun experience. So the way you do that is you test your game, and then you see, oh, you know what? This enemy is a little bit boring. How about we add? How about we increase the damage? Or how about we put more enemies? Or how we go? actually put a score system here to make it more rewarding. And all those little things that you have starts creating the experience. So it looks like a line like this where it's just flat. It's like you don't have a game, you're working on the systems, on the systems, on the systems. And then suddenly it's like, okay, it's time to test our game. And then suddenly you have a game and it's like, it goes like this, right? It's like you start seeing the light. And this is exactly where you go from this point on in the game. It's like, if you want to take this project, to make it a little bit bigger, to make it like a fun experience, there's a lot of testing that goes behind it. And don't think that this is an easy stuff. Actually, balancing and making the game fun is actually one of the hardest things to do, because you actually need to play the game and do those changes. And companies spend a lot of time into making the game fun. That's their main priority. That's why those games take so long, because the systems, they can do it very fast. When I was working at Ubisoft, we were working on a system like X system. I won't say anything about what I was working on there, but we'll just take like a week or two, and we can see like it works. But to put it on actual game, it will actually take much longer time, and balance the features and make the enemies fun and everything is like and a fun experience. That takes a long time, but the systems like this can actually take quite a long time, but later you will need to polish your game. And this is where the saying goes, where like 80% of your effort goes into the last 20% of your project, something like that, where you just need to put so much effort at the end of the project to have it. But you are almost there. Like if you see this, like you're really almost there. You just need to start polishing some stuff here, and you will be good to go. So that's, I know this is not a chapter that is technical, but it is important that you know that in order to have a fun experience, you need a lot of time. So if you want to take this project further, feel free to do so and start balancing your game.
For this part, I will be taking over. And in my case, I will be focusing on end game stuff, trying to finish the game and making it feel a little bit better. The first thing that I need to address is some of the poor performance that I'm getting with my machine. Right now, I'm running it at 40 FPS, and because of the power of my computer, you will see that I'm getting some lightning artifacts, right? And this is very weird. Not only this, but the more that I advance on the level, the more that I load stuff inside the level, I will start getting some hiccups in performance. Oh well, now my frames from 40 they went to 30, and it's only going to get worse from here. Or well, it might stay here if I have loaded most of the assets. Yeah. Okay, so one of the issues that this brings, besides some lighting artifacts, is that whenever I die and I retry the level, I will see the level loading. And depending on how fast your machine is, you may even clip through the level because there was no collision, because the landscape didn't load fast enough. So to fix these issues, first I wanted to test it in an environment that is actually working correctly. So I will go to settings, engine scalability settings, and instead of choosing epic, I will choose high. Here in high, I will get a much nicer lighting of my level, And also, I will get more frames. Now I have 80, and the lowest that I will probably be is the 50 frames per second mark. Yeah, so now it's running more smoothly. There are a lot more of optimizations that I can do, but I don't really need to do it right now because running the level in the editor is not really the actual performance of our game. Whenever we package the game, then we're really gonna know how fast or how slow this game is running. Why? Because the editor needs to load a lot of stuff that you don't need for the game to work. Why? Because we are constantly editing assets, we need to load more assets than what we need, like static meshes, collisions, etc. So that's why it can get poor performance inside the editor, and actually a good performance whenever you package the game and you have the standalone executable. Right. So let's fix this little bug that I found, or well, that Mao told me about, that was happening on his PC that is a little bit less powerful than mine. And he was respawning, and sometimes he was falling through the level. And I believe that's why he added a kill C volume somewhere. Here it is, I think. Yeah, kill C volume. So you get restarted. So the thing that I need to do is whenever I die, and might as well implement something that kills me automatically. Let's do that just so I don't need to wait for an enemy to kill me. Let's go to our blueprint ARPG first person character, and there is an on death. And where am I getting damaged? Through here, right? Yeah, it's been a long time since I touched this project, so just bear with me a little bit. From here, can I die? Death? Okay, I can call death immediately. And I'm going to type here debug key. And my debug key for killing my character will be K. If I can find it, here it is. So whenever I press K, I'll die. And I will put this window there. Right, so what I want to do... Oh man, why am I having 8 FPS? Okay, now we're good. Whenever I press K, I die. I retry the level, this loads the level again, and I'm falling immediately, right? And that's not something that I want to have. There are a lot of ways of solving this problem, but the one that I'm choosing is something that can be useful later on if you decide to develop a little bit of multiplayer games. Right? So in multiplayer games, you have the ability to start the map or the lobby as an spectator. And as an spectator, what you can do is move around, right? We don't really want to move around that much, but we could. But the thing about the spectator mode is that you're not falling because you don't really have gravity. I want to make use of that spectator mode and make it so whenever the level stops streaming, you can see landscape streaming proxy. When this landscape finally finishes loading, then I want to create the character that you can move around and play around with inside the level. Right, so let's open the game mode. We should have called it GM. Here it is, GM ARPG FPS. Here, the first thing that I'm going to do is in the class defaults, go to the game mode category, and here type, well, not type, just select and start players as spectators and tick it to true. Now, save, compile, play, And you will see that now I'm an spectator that can move around the map. This spectator class is a default class, and here you can see which one we're using. I want to create my own so we don't move around. So let's press plus ARPG FPS player, and here I'm going to call it ARPG spectator, or well, blueprint ARPG spectator. Save. Here I have my new spectator class is inheriting from the spectator pawn. So this also means that if I press play, I still have the functionality to move around. So let's click on my new spectator class. And in the class defaults, I'm going to search in the pawn category add default movement bindings, and I'm going to tick it to false. So now I'm removing the movement bindings. Going to save this, compile, press play, and now I cannot move around. Now I need to restart my player so I can use it, right? So let's go back to the game mode, and just test it, just to know that it's working. What I'm going to do here in the begin play is I'm going to wait a few seconds, delay, 1 second, should be fine, should be enough for this test, yeah? Not for the actual solution, for this test. Here, we're going to restart the player. Which player? Well, the current player, which should be the the player controller, get player controller, and should be the player index 0. Now let's press play, and after 1 second, now I see that I'm falling to the ground, right? But if you try to control your character, you won't be able to do it. Why? Because our bindings of the input, let's go back to the blueprint ARPG first person character, those bindings are on the event begin play. So what's happening is just an issue of the order of things. Here I'm a controller, a spectator controller, but well, a player controller that is controlling this spectator that we can close. I mean, we have already done whatever we needed to do there. So this controller is controlling that spectator. With this functionality that already exists inside the game mode, I'm telling this controller that, okay, I don't want you to spectate anymore. I want you to use the class defining the class defaults. Here, the default pawn class, spawn it, and then possess this class. So you can move around as this new pawn. Right, so this is doing that. But whenever this class is created, here in the ARPG first person, as soon as this is created, this part is firing. So the inputs are firing, but right now we have not possessed our character. So whenever we try to get the controller, this is failing. And we can see it because if we just right click here and toggle a breakpoint whenever we press play, you will see that that breakpoint is not getting here. So let's toggle it again, and I'm going to be using the F9 key. But if I put the breakpoint here, now it is triggering, but it is not going to this place. It is going through the next part of the sequence. If we go to continue with the execution, excuse me, go to the next step, this one. Yeah, it's returning to the sequence, and then it's spawning the sword, attaching the component, picking this up, set cast shadow. I mean, everything here will work correctly. And this refill health will mean that, and let me just remove this with F9, that my UI also didn't get updated. So I really need to fix it. Whenever we restart the player, again, this is creating my character and then it is possessing it. So I need to do this part of my code whenever we possess this character. And this character, if we go to function override, we'll have a nifty function that we can use called onPossessed, or well, just possessed. This is going to trigger whenever a player controller, or well, a controller in general, possesses this blueprint, this character. So I'm just going to get this and just cut it. Create a new sequence here because I do need to add the UI stuff again. I mean the refilling of the health. And there it is, my inputs connected like this, and I'm going to dock it to the sidebar so we can see a little bit more of my graph. So now when we possess this character, I'm going to add the inputs for this character. Now let's press play. We start the character and now we can move around and do stuff. But you will see that my UI, my health is not updating. And again, that's because here, this refill health is checking for the player controller, which it doesn't have. So let's just, again, cut it. Paste it here. Move this here. And now let's test it. And well, that didn't refill my health. Of course, something like this had to happen. And the problem with this is that, well, the refill health is actually working. If we double click on it to see what's happening here, we will refill the health, we will set the health, and we're triggering this call on health change. If we remember correctly, this event dispatcher is not being used in our character. If we go here to the event graph, we won't be able to see it. We only have on depth. Right, so if we go to the HUD, not this class, the other HUD, BP player HUD, here, as soon as this gets created, well, as soon as my player controller, which I should probably also open. Oh, I don't have a player controller. Is that right? Game mode, class defaults, player controller. Yeah, we don't have a player controller. We just have a HUD class. Okay, so whenever this HUD gets created, it's creating the widget, is setting the reference, adding it to the viewport, and getting the owner player controller. Then from this is asking for the get control pawn, which doesn't exist yet because I'm controlling, well, it does exist, but I'm controlling an spectator pawn. And it's saving that as the thing that will listen to this. And this is probably failing because it wouldn't be able to find the component called blueprint character inside our spectator class, right? So that's why, even though I'm calling the on health change, and probably the damage would also won't work, the update of the health on damage won't work, it's because of this, because the way I'm handling this. So what I need to do is decide when do I need to spawn the widgets. I could just leave it like this, but probably this whole chunk of code should stick together. Oh, I didn't want to hide to tab. I wanted to dock it to the side. So what I'm gonna do is that whenever I possess my player controller, whenever it possesses something, I mean, I can get it. Is there a function for it? Actor, point damage, receive, draw, hat. Okay, there is not an event that I can use out of the box, but we can create our own. Yeah, so let's create our own event that we can use. From this owning player controller, and I'm going just to copy and paste it here, we can bind, and I'm going to type assign so it's so it creates an event for me. We can bind it to the possess on possessed bound changed, and this possessed bound changed is something that I want to bind immediately here in the event begin. And the other part of the code, let me just move it to a side. So whenever the pound changes, this means that my owning player controller is possessing something new. Right? So whenever it possesses something new, I want to play this part of the code. Create a widget, and etc. Right? From here, I'm going to use the new pound, and yeah, maybe this gets set up immediately. If it doesn't, then we can just connect this new pound to here. So let's see if it works now. Now, the only thing that it won't work is that in our character, we are refilling the health before this connection, or well, at the same time this connection gets created, right? Because we are using unpossessed, and here also we're using possessed. So it's never at the same time, but you don't really know which one of them will fire first. So just in case this fires first, and it gets refilled before the connection gets created, like here, we bind, yeah. Just in case this happens, at the end of everything, I'm going to get again this from this component, and I'm going to set the health. I'm going to set the health to the current health. So this makes it, let me arrange this, maybe something like that. Okay, so this makes it that, oh, if my health is 0, I'm updating it to 0. Okay, nothing will happen. And then when the refill health gets played, then it will refill my health, and this refill health is using the set health that I'm using also, and this has this value that will get listened by my hat, and this will change the UI. But in the case that this played first, the refill health will actually change my health. It's changing the value, but it won't find that anyone is listening here because I'm creating the connection here. And this means that by adding this part of the code, I mean, I'm just setting the health to the current health, so the actual value doesn't change, but this will update our UI because it's calling this event dispatcher that it is being listened by our hat. And this will set that new health in the hat, and this will, well, play a flash if it is damage that we have received. So now let's test it. Let's compile, let's play. Now our health is working correctly. And our setup for respawning something, it is, or well, spawning someone, works. And the magic of doing it like this restart player, this means that we really don't need to load the world again. I mean, if you didn't want our enemies to respawn after you die and try again, you don't even need to load the world. You can just, oh, okay, I'll restart this player, and the player will be restarted to the player start. Or well, one of the player starts if you have multiple. Right. But because, well, I do want to restart all my characters, all my enemies, that's why I'm just loading the level again. But I want to restart my player only if my level has been loaded correctly, or at least this landscape. So that's the part that I need to check now. This player hat is working correctly, this character info also, the game mode is where I'm going to be checking what I just told you. And this character, yeah, let me save it with the modifications that we have done. And let's move it like this. We can remove the unused execution pins. Yes, and let's save and compile our character. Okay, let's go back to the game mode. Here in the game mode, we have a delay. This delay will work most of the times, but you may find that someone have a terrible computer, and after this 1 second delay, the bug is still happening because the landscape didn't load. So to fix that, we can't use a delay. We need to know if our level loaded or not, or if it is loading something. For that, just so you know, I mean, we have mentioned it before, but just in case, let me go to Window, let me go to World Partition and World Partition Editor. This is the name of the technology that we are using to load certain parts of the map. And right now I have nothing loaded. I can force this part to be loaded by just selecting a region, load region from selection. And well, everything's loaded because I already played through the map. But if I open it again, hopefully this is not this doesn't break my project. Recent levels, open world, and by break I don't mean break. I just mean crash. Okay, so we have a last loaded region that is covering everything here. We can just right click on it, unload the selected regions, and you will see that the stuff got unloaded. And the only part that it is loaded is the little part that we selected. And if we unload also that, then you will see the problem that we are in. Right, so I'm going to select this region, load it. It will load wherever is connected to it, so that's why it's loading a lot of stuff, even though that region is not. I haven't selected all the level. Right, so we need to know if it has loaded those regions, and the technology is called World Partition. Here in our game mode, what I'm going to ask is to get information for that subsystem. So if we type subsystem, we will be able to get information from all the little subsystems. Oh, well, actually, they are huge, but we can get information from them very easily just by typing its name. Actor partition, auto destroy subsystem, and you can get even more information if you're using C++. In our case, I want to use this landscape subsystem because, oh, there is a world partition subsystem. Excuse me. And from this world partition subsystem, there should be a streaming category, and you should be able to get this. Is streaming completed or is all streaming completed? And you will, if you need more information, you can get the tooltips from just hovering here, and I believe there are mostly the same. but I'm not sure if this is checking if I have streamed in all the pieces of the level or just the ones that I need. Okay, so I just want to know if all the streaming concluded. I really don't need these query sources or query state or exact state. So this is overkill. Now, here in the begin play, I mean, I want to check if all the streaming is completed. And I'll just put print a string. And I want to know if immediately, whenever I launch the game, my streaming is completed. And the answer is false. I will want to check inside an interval if this changes to true. So to do that, what I'm gonna do is create a timer, set timer by event. I will create a simple event, create event, or even better, I can just type custom event because the code won't be actually that long. Check if streaming concluded. Here, the time I want to check every 0.1 seconds, and I want this to be looping. I will add this part of the code to the new event. And let me dock it to the sidebar. So whenever this game starts, so I need to set up this timer. This timer, every 0.1 second, is going to be looping this task. Let's call it like this. And whenever this stream is concluded, I want to restart the player and well, stop checking, right? So just to know that this value is changing to true, let's just test it like it is right now. So it has, after some seconds, it goes to true, and we can go to the output log. Here it even starts at as true, yeah. And if I play it from here, yeah, it's starting as true, and it is starting as true because I'm letting 0.1 seconds as a little buffer. You don't really even notice it, right? Yeah, you don't really even notice. From here, I want to know if this is true, and we can delete this. We can add a branch. And if this is true, I want to restart the player. But before restarting the player, I want to stop this timer. So I do need to promote it to a variable. Level streaming. Oh, let's just call it streaming done check. Oh, streaming check timer. And now we're going to use this to get it and clear it and invalidate it. So this will make the timer stop. If all the streaming parts are completed, this will make the timer stop, and then I can restart my player very easily. Let's save, let's compile, let's press play. And now I'm playing. And if I press my key K, that if you remember is my debug key for killing the character, I could be jumping even. K, retry level. And what happened now? Yeah, you see that there was a hiccup. And even though there was a hiccup, there was a few seconds where my level was loading and I was just floating around. I will do it again. K, retry level. And after everything loads, then I can finally give my spectator pawn an actual character pawn that we can use. And that way we're not going to be falling through the ground. So let's go back to our ARPG first person character and let me remove that debug key. That because this is development only, whenever I package my game, you won't be able to use it, but still I really don't want to leave some breadcrumbs along the way. Okay, so that's how we are handling it. You can do the same thing to just respawn the player without reopening the level. It will work, and that's usually how you do it whenever you're doing multiplayer, like to restart a player. And there is also restart player at player start, at transform. Yeah, you get the idea. So let's move forward. And just as I thought that I was done with every issue that we have here, with the restart that we implemented, I ran into an enemy and I wanted it to attack me, but it didn't. So I needed to check what's happening here, right? So what you usually do in this type of situations is open the blueprint. Here in the blueprint, you will search for anything that may call your attention. In this case, we're just stopping the logic and this is already working. And if I remember correctly, I mean, this is happening on dev, but I'm triggering this enemy in its controller, that we can search for it in the class defaults. It should be almost at the end. Here it is, spawn, AI controller, base enemy. Let's search for it. Here it is. Double click it. I have it here already. And in the event begin play, we are running the behavior tree and we are setting an actor to follow. Because we're running it on the begin play, I'm getting a player character. This player character does not exist yet because it only exists whenever in my game mode we check that the streaming has concluded and then we restart the player and this assigns it its character. Otherwise, it's just a spectator. So what I need to do instead of using the event begin play is set this value every time my controller, my character, my player controller changes from possession to another one, because I only want to follow the character that is being controlled by the current player character. So I'm going to put this here. I'm going to run the behavior tree. Here I'm going to get the get player controller. I'm going to leave this index as it is. Just so you know, this will work in multiplayer, but on network multiplayer. On network multiplayer, your client, the player that is using the game, in its computer, it will be the player index 0. You will have issues with this if you have a split screen, like local multiplayer, because this viewport will be 0, this viewport will be 1, 2, and 3, and then you will need to check everything. But again, this is a single player game, so I'm not to worry about that stuff. So from the get player controller, I'm going to assign my onPossessed bound change again. This is stuff that we already know how to do. And when my pound changes, I'm gonna get the new pound, and this new pound will be the actor to follow. Just like that. Let's save, compile, level, open world. Now my character, because it doesn't know who to follow, it is working, it is patrolling, and when I'm near enough, it's going to attack me. And any other enemy that uses this AI controller based enemy will be able to work correct. So let's save this. Let's close it. Let's close the sword enemy. And now I can finally move on with what I wanted to do next. So now we can focus on things to polish to make our game feel better. The first one that I will address is the movement. Here, if we're moving, we're walking, but our hands are staying very steady. It's like I'm sliding through the level, right? It would be good to have an animation, but I will have to fake it right now with something that most game developers forget to add that is very important, and that's camera shake. Also, when I get hit, there should probably also be some camera shake just to give some feedback to the player. And also when I hit the enemy or an explosion happens near me, like there should be a little bit of camera shake. So let's start with the running, or with the walking actually. Whenever we walk, because we do not have a body that have an animation, a walking animation, or do we? Do we have one? Let's. Does this does this work? Well, even if this animation had the bones going up and down, I know for a fact that the animation that I did, it should be around here somewhere. ARPG FPS, character, main character, animations, and my idol stays in place. We do not have a running animation, right? Because we don't even see the feet. So why would I have a running animation? I mean, it would be good for our arms to move, but we can do that in a stream where we can take our sweet time answering questions and doing the animation very nice. And this tutorial for sure has gone long enough. So I just want to show you that you can get by not having animations just by tricking the perception of your player. So I'm going to create a camera shake. Let's go to the folder a RPG FPS. I'm going to go inside the player, and here I will create a folder called camera shakes. Inside of it, I'm going to look for the camera shakes. I'm going to type camera. Okay. So it's not under miscellaneous. I thought it was under this. I'm just going to create a blueprint class, all classes, and here I'm going to find the camera shake. I don't want a source actor, source component, no, camera shake base. This is the one that I want. And I'm going to call it camera shake walking. Walking. I'm going to open it, and here I can see if it's going to be a single instance or if I trigger this more than once, I want the camera shakes to pile one on top of each other. In my case, I just want a single instance. Yeah. Now, well, we will see if walking around will make it so unbearable. It should be fine. Okay, let's implement it. Here I need to select a pattern. I will select the Perlin Noise Camera Shake. Is one of the easiest to work with, and this is explained. Here we have a location camera shake, rotation camera shake, FOV camera shake, and well, the timing of it. How much is going to last, the blend in and the blend out time. Location is very easily, because very easily explained, because we can just explain it that the thing that will be moving is the camera in this axis. So just to test it, I'm going to go to my character. Let's go to the event graph. I'm going to put my, again, debug key, and this will be H for camera shake. I don't know. I know it doesn't make sense. Whenever I press the key H, I'm going to play a world camera shake. This and if there were a camera shake that is continuous, probably we could create a camera shake source and then play this, but let's just do it a simple way. Shake, I'm going to select my CS walking. The epicenter is where our camera shake will be felt the most. Now, you will want this to be near your camera. So get the first person camera, get location, get that. Well, let's just get the world location, because this is a component, it's not an actor. Inner radius, I'm going to put 30, and outer radius, I'm going to put 30 again, the same number. It even should work with 1, but just in case, maybe 100 and 100. This is very useful whenever you have an explosion and you want a radius where the inner radius will shake more aggressively than if you are not that near the explosion, right? The fall off will also work with these values, but yeah, that's how I'm going to leave it. Now let's compile, let's save, play. And now whenever I press H, you will see our camera moving. It's not moving a lot, because here in our CS walking, we need to change these values. Now, we could either change it by getting here and putting, oh, this will be 20, but if we want to multiply all these values, we can just use these ones. So here I can put 20, and this will mean that whenever I see my camera shake, if I press H, it's doing 20 at a random in X, Y, and Z. Now, I don't really need for it to go forward. So usually forward is C. So let's put the amplitude 0 and the frequency 0. Now let's press H. And it should always go up and down and side to side. Right. Now I see that the duration is too much, because if I'm pressing a lot of the H key, means it's too much. So this will be 0, 1. And I don't want a blend time and a blend out time. Why? Because, well, maybe a blend out time, but a step should be a little bit sudden. So whenever I press H, you can see now the movement. Now I'm going to put it back at 1, because if it's not at 1, we cannot see the actual amplitude of our camera shake, right? But if we want to make it a little bit more faster, we just need to mess around with the frequency. Now I don't remember if it's a greater value for it to be faster. Probably that's how it works. So let's check it. H, yes. Now we can change the duration back to 0.1. And this will be a step. And for sure, it's too much. So I'll halve this value. H. It's still too much, maybe twice. H. Yeah, this could work, actually. maybe, yeah, maybe it could be 4. Yeah, as you can see, very professional of me. I didn't test the values. This could be 4, and my amplitude multiplier could be less. Yeah. Yeah, it's too much. It's definitely too much. The duration is too little, 0.2. Yeah. Here should be 5. Frequency could also be a little bit less. Frequency, I'll put it 2. And I will add a blend time of 0.1. So I have 0.2 seconds that it will return to the original position. Just like that. Okay, so I have my camera shake working. Again, the values are, can I do this? Multiplier 5, the amplitude multiplier, the frequency multiplier 2, in X, amplitude 0, frequency 0. The other values are 1, 1, 1, 1, and rotation is okay. I will leave it like this. Timing, duration 0.2, and the blending time 0, blend out time 0.1. Those are the values that we are going to use. Now I need to go back to my character and play these camera shakes not in the debug key, but whenever we're walking. How do I know that we're walking? Well, you don't. You know that you're pressing the key to walk, and that movement is here. Yeah. So what I need to do is create a way to play this at an interval. Whenever this key forward, or well, whenever one of these keys, or both, or forward or left, whatever, when one of these keys is being pressed, I'm moving around. So I should have some camera shake because I'm moving. And because I mentioned interval, you should already know that we know how to create timers. Set timer by event. The event will be this one. Custom event. This is called play, walk, camera, shake. And that is the only thing that it will do. Now, as we know, the duration of our camera shake is 0.2, so might as well make that the same duration of our time. This needs to be looping, and this needs to be a variable, so we can stop the timer whenever we stop moving. Do I have a rename here? Nope. I need to go here, F2, and I'm going to rename this variable walking camera shake timer. Right. I need to set up this event near the input. When this is triggered, and I know that these values are greater than 0. So I'm going to move my set timer by event here, going to connect it here. So far so good. Because I don't like this wiring, I'm going to unlink it. I just did it with Alt. Otherwise, break this link. The event will be create event, and I will select the same event that I created before. And well, I need to compile. Otherwise, this event won't show. Yeah, and I know that I don't have it here. Where is it? Play, walk, camera shake. Here it is. Let's compile. Now this timer is playing this event. Perfect. I'm setting up the timer, saving it, but I only want to set it up if, this is not what I want to do, if either this value is greater than 0 or this other value is greater than 0. Now, whenever these two action values are greater than 0, I want to play this timer, but I want to also only play this timer if this timer is not already played, because otherwise I'm going to overwrite it or it's going to get ignored. So whenever this value or this value are greater than 0 and this walking camera shake timer is valid, but I want to know the opposite. I only want to play this whenever this is not valid. So I'm going to add this exclamation sign that gives me the not boolean. So this is just making it the opposite. So it gets read like this. Whenever our character, or well, our player is pressing on these inputs, and this value is greater than 0, or this other value in X and in Y is greater than 0, and our timer is not valid, then I want to play the time. If it is false, what I want to do is, well, stop this timer. So I'm going to get the variable. I'm going to set clear. Was it clear? It was just clear, I believe. Yeah, clear and invalidate the timer by handle. And I could add an if here and check, oh, is this timer valid? If it is, I'm going to clear it. If it isn't, I'm not going to do anything. You can do it, but it will be the same amount of instructions. And even if it is clearing something that it doesn't exist, nothing will happen. But yeah, if you want your code very clean and very understandable, you can do that extra validation. So let's save, compile. I'm gonna fit this on the screen just so you can see it. Perfect. Let's play it and let's see what's happening. If I'm moving around, well, nothing's happening. Okay. I'm pressing Shift F1, and here I want to debug this character. I want to know if this is firing first. So I'm going to move. Okay. I see my mistake. Even though I'm moving, it is tripping the false value sometimes. Yeah. Yes. And this happens because this validation, if I set up the timer, this means that this is valid, and it becomes false, and this makes false immediately. So the timer gets cleared. Okay, that was my bad. To fix it, here in this first validation, I'm just checking if my is the character moving. So if it is, set the timer. If it isn't, clear the timer. But I only want to set the timer if the timer doesn't exist. So I can remove this pin, delete the and add a branch here. I press the B for branch and click. We can add the branch here, And if I am moving and the timer doesn't exist, I will create a timer. Okay, so now we can see how this will light up. I'm moving around. I only create the moving part 1, but when I stop, then our camera shake should also stop, which it didn't. It's working very clunky now that I see it. Oh, this only gets triggered when it's pressed. Yes, that could be an issue. Okay, that's it's even easier to solve. Here, I really don't need this then. I don't need this validation. I just need this one. Because trigger means that it is moving. I forgot to check how this input action was working. And completed means that I stop pressing the keys. Right? Otherwise, I will need to re-record this part with another approach. Yep. That's how it is. You're moving, you stop, and it gets completed. Right? So let's see what the actual result is. You really only can see it whenever you have the hands. So this is playing my camera shake. I could probably use a blending, and when I stop, it stops. Let's play around with the time. Maybe 0.5 could do a better job. And let me just delete this moving. And I will put this as camera shake for movement. I'm moving. Yeah, 0.5 is too much. Maybe 0.3. Come on, 3. Yeah, 0.4. Yeah, 0.4, and we can make the frequency be a little bit slower. Now that I know that the duration is 0.4, we can put this as 0.3. I can have a blending time of 0.1, and the frequency could be 1.5. The multiplier, I mean. Let's check it. Yeah, it's still too much. I mean, 0.3 here. Could it make it go slower? Yeah, it is making it go slower, so 0.7 maybe? Still too much. If I put 1 here and in the multiplier I put 2, would that translate to a better feeling? Nope, the frequency is not helping me. 0.5 the frequency. I mean, it's working a little bit. If I increase the duration to 0.4, will I get some weird results? It's actually fine. What I'm not liking is the actual movement in the Y value. So let's reduce it to the half. I mean, I do like that it's bouncing up around, up and down, like this. Yeah, it's too much, but maybe 3 could do the trick. And this is just a matter of preference, right? It's just a matter of you testing it, you finding which values work the best for you. But I'm liking these ones more. Yeah, it's still spazzing out for me. The frequency maybe 0.2. And yeah, I don't want you to see. I mean, I already show you how to debug this, so I will test it. I will pause the video, test it, and give you the values that I found that I liked. Okay, so here we have it. I liked how it ended up. And now you can feel without an animation that our character is walking. Now, the thing is that because we are using the inputs, even though we are running towards a wall, our hands are still moving around, right? But you won't really get that many players that will encounter this. So I don't want to worry too much about it. As I said, the video is already long enough. If you wanted to, in quotes, fix it, you just need to know um, the velocity. Get the velocity here. Get velocity. And if this is greater, I don't know, well, the length is greater. I mean, I don't even know if should be greater than 0 and be done with it, actually. Let's print it. Right. I mean, you have a little bit of velocity because you're moving around. Yeah. So if the timer is doesn't exist, then we create it. If the timer does exist, then we can check if this is greater than 10. If it is, then again we will clear and invalidate the timer. Let's press play. Okay, so it's not greater here, it's less. If the vector length is less than 10, so the velocity is less. Yeah, I was trying to speed run it. Okay, so now I have my camera shake back. If I fail to reach, why now? Why didn't it work? If the vector velocity is less, right? Let's print the value just to check it. Oh, here I have a velocity of 30. Okay, very easy. I'll just put less than 100 and be done with it. Let's press play. And Okay, we have the animation. We go to a wall. We're not moving. We go past the 100 mark, and then we can actually see the camera shake. Pretty cool. That's how you can solve that problem and any other issue that you may have with it. You can check the values. Right. Let me save this. I can close the camera shake because at least I don't need that one for now. If you didn't want to use timers, you can also use timelines. And this I won't I won't do it. I just want to give you the idea. You can just here right click timeline. Inside of the timeline, you can create a event track and maybe any length you want really. And it will be a matter of adding, oh, you will shake in this part, in this part, in this part, and in this part. The values don't actually matter. The time is the only thing that matters. And after setting this up, here in the event graph, you would need to connect the play or play from start wherever you can or wherever you should play the camera shake and then stop it like we did here. It's another way of doing the same. Maybe you like it better. I like timers. So yeah, now our player really has that ability to look like it's walking around. That's pretty nice, actually. Another camera shake that we must add is whenever we get hit. We should be able to do it very easily because we know when we get hit here in the character info. We know also when we die, but we don't really need a camera effect there. So let's go to the blueprint component. Let's edit it. And in was it do damage or was it refill on damage received? Where am I using this? Find references. On take any damage. Here we are doing the actual camera shakes. This was doing the damage, the actual damage received, and here we call the damage received. Here we can again play world camera shake. We need an epicenter again. We would need to get the owner, and the owner get actor location. I could just do a cast here, get the camera position. I could also get owner. Can I get the camera? No? Well, I could get camera manager, get player camera manager, get actor location. Or was it camera location? Get camera location. And use that as an epicenter. Easiest way is just get the owner, get the actor location, and mess around with the inner radius. Maybe it's more. I don't know. Just in case, I'll put 300. Now we need to create another shake. So again, blueprint class. Let's find camera shake base. Camera shake. This is the player hit. This should be the player walking. And let's save everything. Camera shakes because I changed the name here. Right click on it on the folder. fix up redirectors just in case. And now let's connect our new, come on, whoops. Why did I use uppercase L? Okay. Go to the component, select the camera shake that we just created. Player hit. The player hit again. Could be a single instance, but maybe I want my camera shake to get intensified whenever I'm getting hit multiple times. So I'm not going to check single instance. Root shake pattern. Again, purling noise. Location. Yeah, this is fine. Maybe 3 in all the sides. Rotation. No, I don't think I need the rotation. Duration will be a little one. Should be very fast. I don't want a blend in time. I want a blend out time. Maybe of 3. And the duration will be 0.4 again. The frequency will be a high frequency, maybe 20. Let's save, compile. And let's go to the character info. I already set it up here. So let's see if this is working. So this enemy will hit me. And there we have it. Yeah. Just so you know, I didn't test the values. They were just a feeling. Okay, so this works, but does it work when I hit the enemy? Yes, it also works when I hit the enemy. Why? Because the component is also being used for the enemy. And it should also work whenever I hit an enemy with this. Okay, it doesn't work because the epicenter is too far away. But that's actually good. That's actually good. I mean, could be a good idea also to add a camera shake for my range attack whenever I launch it, right? So yeah, let's do that. And again, these are the values. Purling noise, I'm not using single instance. Multiplier 3, frequency multiplier 20. Everything else at 1. The C also at 1. Duration 0.4. Blending time 0, because I want it to be sudden. And blending time 0.3, because I want to return to the normal position of the camera very smooth. Right. So again, I need to create, and I will just duplicate this, a player spawn projectile. This one doesn't need to be that sudden, and doesn't need to move around too much. So maybe 5 here should be good. Yeah, let's test it with just that change. And now we need to know where our player is spawning our projectile, and we can put it inside the projectile actually. So let's go to the Ctrl P projectile. Yeah, base projectile. Whenever this gets spawned, no, projectile stop, begin play. Whenever this gets spawned, I will play a worst shake, camera shake. This is the player spawn projectile. The epicenter will be again 300, 300, 300. And in a radius 0. No, excuse me. The epicenter is the actual projectile. This is 300. The epicenter is the Get actor location. Yeah, now we're cooking. And the camera shake will be the player spawn. Because we know that the base projectile has children and maybe you want to add more customization, you can make this into a variable. So in the child classes, you can change the actual camera shake depending on the type of projectile it is. Yep. So let's test it. Projectile. Yeah. And it's a lot more smoother than whenever I get hit. You can't even feel it when I'm moving around. Yeah, but when I get hit, yeah, that's working as intended. Yeah. I'm going to, here in the character info, reduce the epicenter a little bit, maybe 100. And let's see if what I'm thinking that will happen will happen. What I'm thinking is that because the epicenter is less, we can get hit, but whenever I hit the other player, you see that it didn't play. Well, now we can increase the outer radius to 300, and we should get not the same intensity. Let me play it here because you should be able to see better. Whenever I get hit, the intensity is greater, but whenever I hit the enemy, it's not the same. And for this to work, where is my here? Here in the fall off, just put 0.5, so it's a little bit more noticeable. Now, whenever I get hit, let's play from here. Whenever I get hit, it's more intensive than whenever I hit the enemy. Yeah, perfect. And the base projectile, I mean, you cannot see it if I'm moving around. And it may be because my projectile, this radius may be too little, or the effect could be also too little. The player spawn. If I bump it, I'll just bump it to 10 to test it. Yeah, it was too little of a value, so I don't need 10, but maybe 6 could do the actual job. Yeah, and 6 is too much. 4. Yeah, so 4, 5, 1, 1, 1, 1, and 0.4, blending time 0, and blend out time 0.3 for the player spawn projectile camera shake. So let me save everything. Yeah, that's good. I like it. Yeah, I like it pretty much. So those are the main camera shakes that I wanted to add before wrapping up this video. By playing the game, you will realize that the range attack is super OP, and there is really no reward of using the melee attack. So this will make the player spam the high high reward, low risk attack, right? This is happening because if I get near an enemy, even though I hit it, there is no hit animation and they can still hit me. The thing that I would want to add, uh, otherwise you will see all the players do something like this because your melee attack does more damage. But the thing that I want to add is a little bit of a hit animation. Then to do that, let's open and let me close everything that is not the ARPG first person character that I don't think we need it, but just in case I will have it there. I need to open this character, the sword enemy. So let's go to edit. Let's go to the mesh. And here we will have the skeletal mesh asset and the animation class. The way that you usually do the hit animations are through montages. That way, whenever you play a montage, you will make sure that the enemy won't play other animations and won't be able to move. So let's find a hit animation. Let's double click the buff white. Here we can, well, go to this part of the persona editor. This will load the animations, asset browser, and we should be able to have some type of hit. We have hit back, hit front, hit left, and hit right. Because the enemy always is looking towards you, if you notice this, I will only be able to see the hit forward. Yeah, it's always looking towards you. I mean, yeah, you can sometimes do that. Yeah, let's see if it's a simple implementation, we can add the other locations. But for now, let's just stick to the plan. Stick to the plan. We need a montage out of the hit front because that's what normally we will need to do. Here, let's find it. Open in new window. No, that's not what I needed. Open it in the content drawer. Browse to asset. Here, right click on it and create animation montage. This will be called animation montage and the name that it already had. Now with this animation montage, I do need to tell it, what do I need to tell it? The slot, the group slot. That for now is default. That's okay. Well, not really okay because this animation only has animations for the upper part. So here in a slot, I will select hit react upper body slot. This already existed, so I didn't need to create it. If you want a new slot that is called just upper body, something like this, you can go to the slot manager and add a slot here. Okay, so slot name, hit react group, hit react upper body slot. If the animation stops, we can just save it, go to another animation, and open the other one again. And now you will see the animation play. Perfect. Now I want to play this animation. In order for this animation to be played, in the animation blueprint, we need to make sure that in the anim graph, there is a slot for the current one, for the upper body, right? Which right now we don't have it. So we need that slot. And instead of default slot, oh, come on, slot upper hit. No, I don't have it. Compile it. Why don't I have it? Let's see, hit react group. Oh, forgot that in this node you can set up the slot here. This will be the hit react group, hit react upper body slot. Okay, so now I have this other slot. We have two slots. This I want to play in all the body. This I only want to play in the upper part of the body. So to do that, we need to blend some poses. So let's drag from here, blend. And I believe it's this one, blend, layer blend per bone. But just in case, let me pause it and check it. Yes, it's layer blend per bone. So again, blend, layer blend per bone. We need a base pose. This is my base pose. So I'm gonna put it like this. And the blend that I will blend it to the base pose is going to be the hit react. This needs a source. The source should be actually this one. But again, whenever you're working with animations, you can't split the pins. So in this case, I will need to create. Oh, excuse me. Was it a snapshot? How was it called? You can see I haven't touched this in a little while. It's a cached pose. So cached, new saved cached pose. This is the save pose. This will be, the name is locomotion pose. And now I can use it, locomotion. If I could type, use cached pose, use cached pose. Because these two slots have the same, or well, want the same information, but in the layer blend per bone, here I'm going to set it up, layer setup, index, branch filter, I'm going to add it, bone name, this will be my spine. Wherever this animation starts, skeleton tree, is it spine 1? No, it's spine 2. I'll just put spine 1 for good measure. Yeah, right, it's the same. No, it's not the same. Let's just copy the name. Copy selected bone names. Let's go here. Bone name, here. Now the blend depth, this part, I don't remember if I needed to leave it at 0 or 1. It's been a while since I've done it. I think I can leave it like this. And just to be certain, I found the documentation, doesn't say anything about it, but I found a blog post, well, a forum post that is asking the same thing, what's the blend depth? And as someone explains, where was it? And in this post, sent you to another post, and here is asking why in the documentation only instructs it to set it as 1, which was the thing that I remember. And it's pretty much, and there are a lot of images to show how it works. You can search it with this name in the Unreal forums. It's a way of getting a smoother blend, as I just read and as I understand it. Here is the text explanation. But pretty much, if it is 1, all the child bones will get 100% of the blend. If you put 3, then the first bone gets, how it's 33%, 66, and then every bone after that will get the 100%. So instead of getting an extreme blend, depth blend 0, everything gets the blend. You see that as you are playing with the values, you can get a smoother and smoother. But yeah, there it is. So for my purposes, here in the layer blend per bone, blend depth 1, and we will be done with it, right? So now whenever we play an animation montage on top of this enemy, it will search if it's a default slot, or it will look if it's a hit react upper body slot. If it is this one, then it will play it from the spine 01 upwards. So that way, let's save this. Let's go to the sort enemy. Here in the character info, we can get an event on damage received. And in on damage received, we can get the mesh, play anim montage, play animation. Oh, well, can't I play montage? Montage? Play montage, here it is. The montage to play is the one that we just created, which is melee hit front, play rate. Okay, this is alright. Let's save, compile, and let's see what happens now. I mean, it did play the animation, but was not exactly what I was expecting. So I want the animation to stop our character, so I can hit it and it cannot hit me, but that's not happening right now. The way I'm going to create that thing that I want to do is, let's go to the animation montage. Let's open this animation, open asset. And in this animation, I'm going to search, where is it? In root motion, enable root motion and save it. This will make it so this animation has root motion. Because this root is not moving around, whenever this animation gets played, then our enemy just will stop in its tracks. So let's test it. Yeah, now you can see that it stops. And now it's a little bit more fair whenever I want to do a little melee combat. I mean, it's still a little bit hard, but not that hard. Or at least it is more, it's less challenging than just trying to avoid it without this type of added animation. Here we go. Now the added side effect is that it's also working for this ranged attack. So I mean, if you didn't want the hit animation to work for this, Well, you could create another type of damage or make the received damage tell you, oh, it was hit by a sword or a melee attack, or it was hit for with a projectile. That's good. That's really good, actually. Finally, the last thing that I wanted to add is a way to communicate to the player what is the objective of the game. As we know, because I have been doing it in front of you, you need to get here. That's it. So, what I want to do is play a sequence that says, oh, collect the reward to finish the game and be done with it. So, if I play from here, what I will do is immediately trigger the cinematic, do something like this, just so the player doesn't know exactly where it is, because if I just zoom in from the starting place, it will be very obvious where you should go, right? Yeah. I don't want to just, oh, come here and be done with it now. I want to start here. Looking downwards even, so you don't see that that's the landmark. Something like this. While this is descending, a text should appear, like get the reward and be done with it. And then that text could either disappear or go to the right side of the screen, like a quest or of some sort. Yeah, so that's what I want to do. For this, I just need a sequence. So let's create a sequence by clicking here, add level sequence, a RPG FPS, new folder, could be cinematics, could be sequences. This would be intro level, or well, sequence, level start. It should be already here. And I need some tracks. I need a camera. So create a new camera and set it as the current camera cut. That's the thing that I want. Now my camera, I should probably position it here. Well, here. And let's, where is the location of this camera? Transform, location, maybe 2 seconds, just panning down. A new key here. And let's see how this looks. Yeah, and you can play with the curves if you click here. And this is stuff that we have already seen in the when we were animating. We already know how to use most of this stuff. You can make it auto, you can make it user, linear, constant, smart auto, and it should be a little bit more smoother. Yeah, something like this is 150 frames, which should be something like what? How many seconds would this be? Here you can check the seconds. Show time as seconds. So 5 seconds. 5 seconds, then the game starts. Now let's go back to, well, let's save this. Let's close it. Let's go back to the starting point, which should be somewhere around here. And this sequence, let's go to details. I will have it as autoplay. I don't want to loop it. Play rate is alright. Pause at the end. Now this is okay. Disable movement input. I do not want my character to be moving around. Disable look input. Hide the player. Hide the HUD. And these camera cuts, I don't want to disable it, so I will leave it like that. Save. Play. Now we have this cinematic. The HUD was not disabled, but well, there we have. Right. Now, what I want to do is have a little bit of text. And for that, we need to create the text. Let's go, where could we create it? Interfaces, no. User interface, we don't have something like that. Framework. Player UI. We can add it here because it's part of the level start. So we need the user interface, widget blueprint, user widget blueprint, level start quest. Here I need a panel, canvas panel, a text, and this text, I'm gonna right click on it, wrap with a horizontal box. I'm going to add an image. To the horizontal box, and I'm going to put it here. I want it to be a square, so I'm going to put it not to stretch, and I want to rotate it. I want a little bit of padding also. Let's 20. No, too much. 10. Maybe 5. Okay, 5 works for me. I want it rotated, so transform, angle, something like this. And instead of padding, if I remove the padding, this is like that. So 90, okay, so this should be 45. Perfect. I want to reduce the scale of this image, so click on it, wrap with a scale box. This is scale box, stretch direction, scale to fit. I should be able to change the behavior. If I cannot change it here, I can use a size box. User specified. That's what I wanted. 0.5. And let's add a little bit of space between the text box and the image. So let's search for the spacer. Horizontal box spacer, put it here, increase the size in X. A little more maybe. Okay, 10. Yeah, that's good. That's good. This text block should say find the reward to end to win the game. There we have it. The horizontal box. I want it to size to the content. And it will be very simple. The horizontal box will have an anchor here. No, not even there. I'm gonna put the anchor here because I want my animation to go from here to here. Just like that. So for now, I want it to be in the middle, so I'm going to hold Shift and Control, click here. Now it's in the middle. Now I'm gonna change the anchor to this part. And with this horizontal box selected, I'm going to add an animation, text movement or quest. Text movement is okay. Select it, add a track, select the horizontal box, add a track here. These will be my positions, which I don't know if I can change. Yeah, it seems I cannot change. I can change this. Plus animations, canvas panel slot, offsets. There we have it. So let's add a plus for every part here, and after maybe 1 second, I want the movement to occur to here. So at 4 seconds, I'm going to add this, and at 5 seconds, I'm going to add this also. Or, well, not yet, Control C. I want to move this first. Here. Oh, come on, dude. Okay, we will do it with this. And plus. And now here, plus again. Now our animation will look like this. Just like that. And save, compile, perfect. It's just a matter of making our, let's deselect the animation, making our text appear and play the animation. So here in the graph, on the event construct, I will immediately play the animation. In animation should be this text movement. And yeah, that's pretty much it in the graph section of this widget. Save it. Right now, I won't be able to see it, but would it be possible to use the sequence track, event track, trigger? I will create one here. Sequence event. This is, oh, I didn't talk over it, but I just added with this a key, then double click it, and it will send you here. Here I will create the widget. The widget is the one that I just created, level start quest. Going to add it to the viewport and be done with it. Find the reward and win the game. There we have it. Now this camera cut, if I'm looking if I'm looking with the camera, you will find that our camera is very square. The cine camera, you can change how you want it to be. And in no crop, where was it? Constraint aspect ratio. We can remove that. I mean, there we have it. And you can't see it that much. So here in the widget, in the horizontal box, I'm going to wrap it with a border. Yes, a border. This border will have content color and opacity. It will be what? Oh, this is the brush color. The content color and opacity. That's not what I need to change. I wanted to change this brush color here like this. Some type of gray. Let's play it. There we have it. What I don't understand is why is it staying there? Why is it staying there? Oh, no. Find a reward to win the game. Let me close this sequence. Let me play. Now the animation is not playing. Why? Oh, I know why. Okay, so the animation is using the horizontal box. And now that I parent it to a border, this is no longer the position that that you have. So yeah, I need to redo it now with the border. Or can I change it very quickly? Replace with border 0. Does this work? Animations? Nope. Position plus. Yeah, it was created in another way. I cannot use these ones. So let's just delete. Here. What what did I do before? Oh, right. Move it here. Return the anchor here. In the animation. Come on. Okay. Select the border. Anchors. Shift Control. Then anchor again to this side. Save the values. I'll just save the values. And in the animations, here at 1, animation, yeah, around this part should be okay. 1 should be this part. 4 should be, oh, my bad. Let's delete the keys, paste the keys here. Copy. Paste. Paste. And at 4 is the movement, and then it stays there. Okay, now we have again our animations working with the border. There you have it. So now whenever we play the game, we have it like this. Now, the thing about it, because we're moving from the center to this side and the anchor is in this side, here my screen was too small. So that's why that issue happened. But on the normal screen, you will see that it will move from the right side, from the center to the right side. Yeah, I think that if I put this like that, no, don't. Yeah, no. Yeah, let's not get too hung up on this thing. You usually don't want like translations that are so huge. Like from here to here, that's more than enough to let the player know, right? Yeah, otherwise you will need to play a lot with uh, the anchors and the positioning, and yeah. I don't want to waste more time with this. I mean, it's already working, so yeah, why change it? That will stay there, and there you have it. And I didn't like that last position of this. It should be more like this. Save it, select this, copy, remove this with the delete key, and then paste all the track here. Save it. Okay, we can close everything to the right. And there we have it. We have a little cinematic with the find a reward to win the game. We have the game. And well, if we manage to find where this is, we should still be able to win. F, you win. Perfect. Oh, and my camera, now that I noticed, is not actually looking at the at the object. Camera, cine camera actor location. Let's just move it a little bit more. Just like that, and save everything. Okay, now we can test it. Okay. There we have it.